Chapter 28. The Killing of the Tree Spirit. Section 1. The Whitsuntide Mummers. It remains to ask what light the custom of killing the divine king or priest sheds upon the special subject to our inquiry. In an earlier part of this work, we saw reason to suppose that the king of the wood at Nemi was regarded as an incarnation of a tree spirit, or of the spirit of vegetation, and that, as such, he would be endowed, in the belief of his worshippers, with a magical power of making the trees to bear fruit, the crops to grow, and so on. His life must therefore have been held very precious by his worshippers, and was probably hedged in by a system of elaborate precautions or taboos like those by which, in so many places, the life of the man-god has been guarded against the malignant influence of demons and sorcerers. But we have seen that the very value attached to the life of the man-god necessitates his violent death as the only means of preserving it from the inevitable decay of age. The same reasoning would apply to the king of the wood. He too had to be killed in order that the divine spirit incarnate in him might be transferred in its integrity to his successor. The rule that he held office till a stronger should slay him might be supposed to secure both the preservation of his divine life in full vigor and its transference to a suitable successor as soon as that vigor began to be impaired. For so long as he could maintain his position by the strong hand, it might be inferred that his natural force was not abated, whereas his defeat and death at the hands of another proved that his strength was beginning to fail, and that it was time his divine life should be lodged in a less dilapidated tabernacle. This explanation of the rule that the king of the wood had to be slain by his successor at least renders that rule perfectly intelligible. It is strongly supported by the theory and practice of the Shilluk, who put their divine king to death at the first signs of failing health, lest his decrepitude should entail a corresponding failure of vital energy on the corn, the cattle, and men. Moreover, is countenanced by the analogy of the Katomi, upon whose life the existence of the world was supposed to hang, and who was therefore slain by his successor as soon as he showed signs of breaking up. Again, the terms on which in later times the king of Calicut held office are identical with those attached to the office of king of the wood, except that whereas the former might be assailed by a candidate at any time, the king of Calicut might only be attacked once every 12 years, but as the leave granted to the king of Calicut to reign so long as he could defend himself against all comers was a mitigation of the old rule which set a fixed term to his life, so we may conjecture that the similar permission granted to the king of the wood was a mitigation of an older custom of putting him to death at the end of a definite period. In both cases, the new rule gave to the god-man at least a chance for his life, which under the old rule was denied him, and people probably reconciled themselves to the change by reflecting that so long as the god-man could maintain himself by the sword against all assaults, there was no reason to apprehend that the fatal decay had set in. The conjecture that the king of the wood was formerly put to death at the expiry of a fixed term without being allowed a chance for his life will be confirmed if evidence can be adduced of a custom of periodically killing his counterparts, the human representatives of the tree spirit in northern Europe. Now, in point of fact, such a custom has left unmistakable traces of itself in the rural festivals of the peasantry. To take examples, at Niederporing in Lower Bavaria, the Whitsuntide representative of the tree spirit, the Pfingstel as he was called, was clad from top to toe in leaves and flowers. On his head he wore a high-pointed cap, the ends of which rested on his shoulders, only 2 holes being left in it for his eyes. The cap was covered with water flowers and surmounted with a nosegay of peat. The sleeves of his coat were also made of water plants, and the rest of his body was enveloped in alder and hazel leaves. On each side of him marched a boy holding up one of the Pfingstel's arms. These 2 boys carried drawn swords, and so did most of the others who formed the procession. They stopped at every house where they hoped to receive a present, and the people in hiding soused the leaf-clad boy with water. All rejoiced when he was well drenched. Finally he waded into the brook up to his middle, whereupon one of the boys standing on the bridge pretended to cut off his head. At Wormlingen in Swabia, a score of young fellows dressed themselves on Whit Monday in white shirts and white trousers, with red scarves round their waists and swords hanging from the scarves. They ride on horseback into the wood, led by 2 trumpeters blowing their trumpets, In the wood they cut down leafy oak branches, in which they envelop from head to foot him who was the last of their number to ride out of the village. His legs, however, are encased separately, so that he may be able to mount his horse again. Further, they give him a long artificial neck, with an artificial head and a false face on the top of it. Then a May tree is cut, generally an aspen or beech about 10 feet high, and being decked with colored handkerchiefs and ribbons, it is entrusted to a special May-bearer. The cavalcade then returns with music and song to the village. Amongst the personages who figure in the procession are a Moorish king with a sooty face and a crown on his head, a doctor Ironbeard, a corporal, and an executioner. They halt on the village green, and each of the characters makes a speech in rhyme. The executioner announces that the leaf-clad man has been condemned to death and cuts off his false head. Then the riders race to the May tree, which has been set up a little way off. The first man who succeeds in wrenching it from the ground as he gallops past keeps it with all its decorations. The ceremony is observed every second or third year. In Saxony and Thuringen there is a Whitsuntide ceremony called chasing the wild man out of the bush, or fetching the wild man out of the wood. A young fellow is enveloped in leaves or moss and called the wild man. He hides in the wood, and the other lads of the village go out to seek him. They find him, lead him captive out of the wood, and fire at him with blank muskets. He falls like dead to the ground, but a lad dressed as a doctor bleeds him, and he comes to life again. At this they rejoice, and, binding him fast on a wagon, take him to the village, where they tell all the people how they have caught the wild man. At every house they receive a gift. In the Erzgebirge, the following custom was annually observed at Shrovetide, about the beginning of the 17th century. 2 men disguised as wild men, the one in brushwood and moss, the other in straw, were led about the streets and at last taken to the marketplace, where they were chased up and down, shot and stabbed. Before falling, they reeled about with strange gestures and spurted blood on the people from bladders which they carried. When they were down, the huntsmen placed them on boards and carried them to the alehouse, the miners marching beside them and winding blasts on their mining tools, as if they had taken a noble head of game. A very similar Shrovetide custom is still observed near Schluckenau in Bohemia. A man dressed up as a wild man is chased through several streets, till he comes to a narrow lane across which a cord is stretched. He stumbles over the cord and, falling to the ground, is overtaken and caught by his pursuers. The executioner runs up and stabs with his sword a bladder filled with blood which the wild man wears round his body. So the wild man dies, while a stream of blood reddens the ground. Next day, a straw man, made up to look like the wild man, is placed on a litter and, accompanied by a great crowd, is taken to a pool, into which it is thrown by the executioner. The ceremony is called burying the carnival. In Semitic Bohemia, the custom of beheading the king is observed on Whit Monday. A troop of young people disguise themselves. Each is girt with a girdle of bark and carries a wooden sword and a trumpet of willow bark. The king wears a robe of tree bark adorned with flowers. On his head is a crown of bark, decked with flowers and branches. His feet are wound about with ferns. A mask hides his face, and for a scepter he has a hawthorn switch in his hand. A lad leads him through the village by a rope fastened to his foot, while the rest dance about, blow their trumpets, and whistle. In every farmhouse the king is chased round the room, and one of the troop, amid much noise and outcry, strikes with his sword a blow on the king's robe of bark till it rings again. Then a gratuity is demanded. The ceremony of decapitation, which is here somewhat slurred over, is carried out with a greater semblance of reality in other parts of Bohemia. Thus, in some villages of the Königgrätz district on Whit Monday, the girls assemble under one lime tree and the young men under another, all dressed in their best and tricked out with ribbons. The young men twine a garland for the queen, and the girls another for the king. When they have chosen the king and queen, they all go in procession, 2 and 2, to the alehouse, from the balcony of which the crier proclaims the names of the king and queen. Both are then invested with the insignia of their office, and are crowned with the garlands, while the music plays up. Then someone gets on a bench and accuses the king of various offenses, such as ill-treating the cattle. The king appeals to witnesses, and a trial ensues, at the close of which the judge, who carries a white wand as his badge of office, pronounces a verdict of guilty or not guilty. If the verdict is guilty, the judge breaks his wand. The king kneels on a white cloth, all heads are bared, and a soldier sets 3 or 4 hats, one above the other, on his majesty's head. The judge then pronounces the word guilty thrice in a loud voice, and orders the crier to behead the king. The crier obeys by striking off the king's hats with the wooden sword. But perhaps for our purpose, the most instructive of these mimic executions is the following Bohemian one. In some places of the Pilsen district, Bohemia, on Whit Monday the king is dressed in bark, ornamented with flowers and ribbons. He wears a crown of gilt paper and rides a horse, which is also decked with flowers. Attended by a judge, an executioner, and other characters, and followed by a train of soldiers, all mounted, he rides to the village square, where a hut or arbor of green boughs has been erected under the may trees, which are firs freshly cut, peeled to the top, and dressed with flowers and ribbons. After the dames and maidens of the village have been criticized and a frog beheaded, the cavalcade rides to a place previously determined upon in a straight, broad street. Here they drop in 2 lines, and the king takes to flight. He is given a short start and rides off at full speed, pursued by the whole troop. If they fail to catch him, he remains king for another year, and his companions must pay a score at the alehouse in the evening. But if they overtake and catch him, he is scourged with hazel rods or beaten with the wooden swords and compelled to dismount. Then the executioner asks, "Shall I behead this king?" The answer is given, "Behead him." The executioner brandishes his axe, and with the words 1, 2, 3, "Let the king headless be," he strikes off the king's crown. Amid the loud cries of the bystanders, the king sinks to the ground. Then he is laid on a bier and carried to the nearest farmhouse. In most of the personages who are thus slain in mimicry, it is impossible not to recognize representatives of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation, as he is supposed to manifest himself in spring, the bark leaves, and flowers in which the actors are dressed, and the season of the year at which they appear, show that they belong to the same class as the grass king, king of the May, Jack in the Green, and other representatives of the vernal spirit of vegetation which we examined in an earlier part of this work. As if to remove any possible doubt on this head, we find that in 2 cases these slain men are brought into direct connection with May trees, which are the impersonal, as the May king, grass king, and so forth, are the personal representatives of the tree spirit. The drenching of the Pfingstel with water and his wading up to the middle into the brook are therefore no doubt rain charms like those which have been already described. But if these personages represent, as they certainly do, the spirit of vegetation in spring, the question arises, why kill them? What is the object of slaying the spirit of vegetation at any time, and above all in spring, when his services are most wanted? The only probable answer to this question seems to be given in the explanation already proposed of the custom of killing the divine king or priest. The divine life, incarnate in a material and mortal body, is liable to be tainted and corrupted by the weakness of the frail medium in which it is for a time enshrined, and if it is to be saved from the increasing enfeeblement which it must necessarily share with its human incarnation as he advances in years, it must be detached from him before, or at least as soon as, he exhibits signs of decay, in order to be transferred to a vigorous successor. This is done by killing the old representative of the god and conveying the divine spirit from him to a new incarnation. The killing of the god, that is, of his human incarnation, is therefore merely a necessary step to his revival or resurrection in a better form. Far from being an extinction of the divine spirit, it is only the beginning of a purer and stronger manifestation of it. If this explanation holds good of the custom of killing divine kings and priests in general, it is still more obviously applicable to the custom of annually killing the representative of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation in spring. For the decay of plant life in winter is readily interpreted by primitive man as an enfeeblement of the spirit of vegetation. The spirit has, he thinks, grown old and weak, and must therefore be renovated by being slain and brought to life in a younger and fresher form. Thus, the killing of the representative of the tree spirit in spring is regarded as a means to promote and quicken the growth of vegetation. For the killing of the tree spirit is associated always, we must suppose, implicitly, and sometimes explicitly also, with a revival or resurrection of him in a more youthful and vigorous form. So, in the Saxon and Thuringian custom, after the wild man has been shot, he is brought to life again by a doctor. And in the Wormelingen ceremony, there figures a Dr. Ironbeard, who probably once played a similar part, certainly in another spring ceremony, which will be described presently. Dr. Ironbeard pretends to restore a dead man to life, but of this revival or resurrection of the god we shall have more to say anon. The points of similarity between these North European personages and the subject of our enquiry, the king of the wood or priest of Nemi, are sufficiently striking. In these northern maskers we see kings whose dress of bark and leaves, along with the hut of green boughs and the fir trees, under which they hold their court, proclaim them unmistakably as, like their Italian counterpart, kings of the wood. Like him, they die a violent death, but like him, they may escape from it for a time by their bodily strength and agility. For in several of these northern customs, the flight in pursuit of the king is a prominent part of the ceremony. And in one case, at least, if the king can outrun his pursuers, he retains his life and his office for another year. In this last case, the king in fact holds office on condition of running for his life once a year, just as the king of Calicut in later times held office on condition of defending his life against all comers once every 12 years, and just as the priest of Nemi held office on condition of defending himself against any assault at any time. In every one of these instances, the life of the god-man is prolonged on condition of his showing, in a severe physical contest of fight or flight, that his bodily strength is not decayed, and that, therefore, the violent death, which sooner or later is inevitable, may for the present be postponed. With regard to flight, it is noticeable that flight figured conspicuously both in the legend and in the practice of the King of the Wood. He had to be a runaway slave in memory of the flight of Orestes, the traditional founder of the worship. Hence, the kings of the wood are described by an ancient writer as both strong of hand and fleet of foot. Perhaps if we knew the ritual of the Oretian Grove fully, we might find that the king was allowed a chance for his life by flight. Like his Bohemian brother, I have already conjectured that the annual flight of the priestly king at Rome, Regifugium, was at first a flight of the same kind. In other words, that he was originally one of those divine kings who are either put to death after a fixed period, or allowed to prove by the strong hand, or the fleet foot, that their divinity is vigorous and unimpaired. One more point of resemblance may be noted between the Italian king of the wood and his northern counterparts. In Saxony and Thuringen, the representative of tree spirit, after being killed, is brought to life again by a doctor. This is exactly what legend affirmed to have happened to the first king of the wood at Nemi, Hippolytus or Verbius, who after he had been killed by his horses was restored to life by the physician Aesculapi. Such a legend tallies well with the theory that the slaying of the king of the wood was only a step to his revival or resurrection in his successor. Section 2. Bearing the carnival. Thus far, I have offered an explanation of the rule, which required that the priest of Nemi should be slain by his successor. The explanation claims to be no more than probable. Our scanty knowledge of the custom and of its history forbids it to be more, but its probability will be augmented in proportion to the extent to which the motives and modes of thought which it assumes can be proved to have operated in primitive society. Hitherto the god with whose death and resurrection we have been chiefly concerned has been the tree god. But if I can show that the custom of killing the god and the belief in his resurrection originated, or at least existed, in the hunting and pastoral stage of society when the slain god was an animal, and that it survived into the agricultural stage when the slain god was the corn, or a human being representing the corn, the probability of my explanation will have been considerably increased. This I shall attempt to do in the sequel, and in the course of the discussion I hope to clear up some obscurities which still remain, and to answer some objections which may have suggested themselves to the reader. We start from the point at which we left off, the spring customs of European peasantry. Besides the ceremonies already described, there are two kindred sets of observances in which the simulated death of a divine or supernatural being is a conspicuous feature. In one of them, the being whose death is dramatically represented is a personification of the carnival. In the other, it is Death himself. The former ceremony falls naturally at the end of the carnival, either on the last day of that merry season, namely Shrove Tuesday, or on the first day of Lent, namely Ash Wednesday. The date of the other ceremony, the carrying or driving out of death as it is commonly called, is not so uniformly fixed. Generally, it is the fourth Sunday in Lent, which hence goes by the name of Dead Sunday. But in some places, the celebration falls a week earlier, in others, as among the Czechs of Bohemia, a week later, while in certain German villages of Moravia, it is held on the first Sunday after Easter. Perhaps, as has been suggested, the date may originally have been variable, depending on the appearance of the first swallow or some other herald of the spring. Some writers regard the ceremony as Slavonic in its origin. Grimm thought it was a festival of the new year with the old Slavs, who began their year in March. We shall first take examples of the mimic death of the carnival, which always falls before the other in the calendar. At Frosinone, in Latium, about halfway between Rome and Naples, the dull monotony of life in a provincial Italian town is agreeably broken on the last day of the carnival by the ancient festival known as the Radica. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the town band, playing lively tunes and followed by a great crowd, proceeds to the Piazza del Plebiscito, where is the sub-prefecture as well as the rest of the government buildings. Here, in the middle of the square, the eyes of the expectant multitude are greeted by the sight of an immense car decked with many-colored festoons and drawn by 4 horses. Mounted on the car is a huge chair, on which sits enthroned the majestic figure of the carnival, a man of stucco about 9 feet high with a rubicund and smiling countenance. Enormous boots, a tin helmet like those which grace the heads of officers of the Italian Marine, and a coat of many colors embellished with strange devices adorn the outward man of this stately personage. His left hand rests on the arm of the chair, while with his right he gracefully salutes the crowd, being moved to this act of civility by a string which is pulled by a man who modestly shrinks from publicity under the mercy seat. And now the crowd, surging excitedly round the car, gives vent to its feelings in wild cries of joy, gentle and simple being mixed up together, and all dancing furiously the saltarello. A special feature of the festival is that everyone must carry in his hand what is called a radica root, by which is meant a huge leaf of the aloe, or rather the agave. Anyone who ventured into the crowd without such a leaf would be unceremoniously hustled out of it, unless indeed he bore as a substitute a large cabbage at the end of a long stick or a bunch of grass curiously plaited. When the multitude, after a short turn, has escorted the slow-moving car to the gate of the sub-prefecture, they halt, and the car, jolting over the uneven ground, rumbles into the courtyard. A hush now falls on the crowd, their subdued voices sounding, according to the description of one who has heard them, like the murmur of a troubled sea. All eyes are turned anxiously to the door, from which the sub-prefect himself and the other representatives of the majesty of the law are expected to issue and pay their homage to the hero of the hour. A few moments of suspense, and then a storm of cheers and hand-clapping salutes the appearance of the dignitaries as they file out, and descending the staircase, take their place in the procession. The hymn of the carnival is now thundered out, after which, amid a deafening roar, aloe leaves and cabbages are whirled aloft and descend impartially on the heads of the just and the unjust, who lend fresh zest to the proceedings by engaging in a free fight. When these preliminaries have been concluded to the satisfaction of all concerned, the procession gets under way. The rear is brought up by a cart laden with barrels of wine and policemen, the latter engaged in the congenial task of serving out wine to all who ask for it, while a most internecine struggle, accompanied by a copious discharge of yells, blows, and blasphemy, goes on among the surging crowd at the cart's tail in their anxiety not to miss the glorious opportunity of intoxicating themselves at the public expense. Finally, after the procession has paraded the principal streets in this majestic manner, the effigy of Carnival is taken to the middle of a public square, stripped of his finery, laid on a pile of wood, and burnt amid the cries of the multitude. who, thundering out once more the song of the carnival, fling their so-called roots on the pyre and give themselves up without restraint to the pleasures of the dance. In the Abruzzi, a pasteboard figure of the carnival is carried by 4 gravediggers with pipes in their mouths and bottles of wine slung at their shoulder belts. In front walks the wife of the carnival dressed in mourning and dissolved in tears. From time to time the company halts, and while the wife addresses the sympathizing public, the gravediggers refresh the inner man with a pull at the bottle. In the open square the mimic corpse is laid on a pyre, and to the roll of drums the shrill screams of the women and the gruffer cries of the men a light is set to it. While the figure burns, chestnuts are thrown about among the crowd. Sometimes the carnival is represented by a straw man at the top of a pole, which is borne through the town by a troop of mummers in the course of the afternoon. When evening comes on, 4 of the mummers hold out a quilt or sheet by the corners, and the figure of the carnival is made to tumble into it. The procession is then resumed, the performers weeping crocodile tears and emphasizing the poignancy of their grief by the help of saucepans and dinner bells. Sometimes, again, in the Abruzzi, the dead carnival is personified by a living man who lies in a coffin, attended by another who acts the priest and dispenses holy water in great profusion from a bathing tub. At Leiria in Catalonia, the funeral of the carnival was witnessed by an English traveler in 1877. On the last Sunday of the carnival, a grand procession of infantry, cavalry, and maskers of many sorts, some on horseback and some in carriages, escorted the grand car of His Grace, Bough, as the effigy was called, in triumph through the principal streets. For 3 days the revelry ran high, and then at midnight on the last day of the carnival, the same procession again wound through the streets, but under a different aspect and for a different end. The triumphal car was exchanged for a hearse, in which reposed the effigy of His dead Grace, a troop of maskers who, in the first procession, had played the part of students of folly, with many a merry quip and jest, now robed as priests and bishops, paced slowly along, holding aloft huge lighted tapers and singing a dirge. All the mummers wore crape, and all the horsemen carried blazing flambeaux down the high street between the lofty, many-storied balcony houses or every window. Every balcony, every housetop was crammed with a dense mass of spectators, all dressed and masked in fantastic gorgeousness. The procession took its melancholy way. Over the scene flashed and played the shifting cross lights and shadows from the moving torches. Red and blue Bengal lights flared up and died out again, and above the trampling of the horses and the measured tread of the marching multitude rose the voices of the priests chanting the requiem, while the military bands struck in with the solemn roll of the muffled drums. On reaching the principal square, the procession halted. A burlesque funeral oration was pronounced over the defunct Bough, and the lights were extinguished. Immediately the devil and his angels darted from the crowd, seized the body, and fled away with it, hotly pursued by the whole multitude, yelling, screaming, and cheering. Naturally the fiends were overtaken and dispersed, and the sham corpse, rescued from their clutches, was laid in a grave that had been made ready for its reception. Thus the carnival of 1877 at Lerida died and was buried. A ceremony of the same sort is observed in Provence on Ash Wednesday. An effigy called Caramantron, whimsically attired, is drawn in a chariot or borne on a litter, accompanied by the populace in grotesque costumes, who carry gourds full of wine and drain them with all the marks, real or affected, of intoxication. At the head of the procession are some men disguised as judges and barristers, and a tall, gaunt personage who masquerades as Lent. Behind them follow young people mounted on miserable hacks, and attired as mourners who pretend to bewail the fate that is in store for Caramantron. In the principal square, the procession halts. The tribunal is constituted, and Caramantron placed at the bar. After a formal trial, he is sentenced to death amid the groans of the mob. The barrister who defended him embraces his client for the last time. The officers of justice do their duty. The condemned is set with his back to a wall and hurried into eternity under a shower of stone. The sea, or a river, receives his mangled remains. Throughout nearly the whole of the Ardennes, it was and still is customary on Ash Wednesday to burn an effigy, which is supposed to represent the carnival, while appropriate verses are sung round about the blazing figure. Very often an attempt is made to fashion the effigy in the likeness of the husband, who is reputed to be least faithful to his wife of any in the village, as might perhaps have been anticipated. The distinction of being selected for portraiture under these painful circumstances has a slight tendency to breed domestic jars, especially when the portrait is burnt in front of the house of the gay deceiver whom it represents. While a powerful chorus of caterwauls, groans, and other melodious sounds bears public testimony to the opinion which his friends and neighbors entertain of his private virtues, in some villages of the Ardennes, a young man of flesh and blood, dressed up in hay and straw, used to act the part of Shrove Tuesday Mardi Gras, as the personification of the carnival is often called in France after the last day of the period, which he personates. He was brought before a mock tribunal, and being condemned to death, was placed with his back to a wall, like a soldier at a military execution, and fired at with blank cartridges. At Bough, one of these harmless buffoons, named Thierry, was accidentally killed by a wad that had been left in of the firing party. When poor Shrove Tuesday dropped under the fire, the applause was loud and long. He did it so naturally, but when he did not get up again, they ran to him and found him a corpse. Since then, there have been no more of these mock executions in the Ardennes. In Normandy, on the evening of Ash Wednesday, it used to be the custom to hold a celebration called the Burial of Shrove Tuesday, a squalid effigy scantily clothed in rags. A battered old hat crushed down on his dirty face, his great round paunch stuffed with straw, represented the disreputable old rake who, after a long course of dissipation, was now about to suffer for his sins. Hoisted on the shoulders of a sturdy fellow, who pretended to stagger under the burden, this popular personification of the carnival promenaded the streets for the last time in a manner the reverse of triumphal, preceded by a drummer, and accompanied by a jeering rabble, among whom the urchins and all of the tagrag and bobtail of the town mustered in great force. The figure was carried about by the flickering light of torches to the discordant din of shovels and tongs, pots and pans, horns and kettles, mingled with hootings, groans, and hisses. From time to time the procession halted, and a champion of morality accused the broken-down old sinner of all the excesses he had committed, and for which he was now about to be burned alive. The culprit, having nothing to urge in his own defense, was thrown on a heap of straw, a torch was put to it, and a great blaze shot up to the delight of the children, who frisked round it, screaming out some old popular verses about the death of the carnival. Sometimes the effigy was rolled down the slope of a hill before being burnt. At St. Lo, the ragged effigy of Shrove Tuesday was followed by his widow, a big burly lout dressed as a woman with a crape veil, who emitted sounds of lamentation and woe in a stentorian voice. After being carried about the streets on a litter, attended by a crowd of maskers, the figure was thrown into the river Vire. The final scene has been graphically described by Madame Octave Feuillet, as she witnessed it in her childhood some 60 years ago. My parents invited friends to see, from the top of the tower of Jean Couillard, the funeral procession passing. It was there that quaffing lemonade, the only refreshment allowed because of the fast, we witnessed at nightfall a spectacle of which I shall always preserve a lively recollection. At our feet flowed the Vire under its old stone bridge. On the middle of the bridge lay the figure of Shrove Tuesday on a litter of leaves, surrounded by scores of maskers, dancing, singing, and carrying torches. Some of them in their motley costumes ran along the parapet like fiends. The rest, worn out with their revels, sat on the posts and dozed. Soon the dancing stopped, and some of the troop, seizing a torch, set fire to the effigy, after which they flung it into the river with redoubled shouts and clamor. The man of straw, soaked with resin, floated away, burning down the stream of the Vire, lighting up with its funeral fires the woods on the bank and the battlements of the old castle in which Louis XV and Francis I had slept. When the last glimmer of the blazing phantom had vanished, like a falling star, at the end of the valley everyone withdrew, crowd and maskers alike, and we quitted the ramparts with our guests. In the neighborhood of Tübingen on Shrove Tuesday, a straw man called the Shrovetide Bear is made up. He is dressed in a pair of old trousers, and a fresh black pudding or two squirts filled with blood are inserted in his neck. After a formal condemnation, he is beheaded, laid in a coffin, and on Ash Wednesday is buried in the churchyard. This is called burying the carnival. Among some of the Saxons of Transylvania, the carnival is hanged. Thus at Brawler on Ash Wednesday or Shrove Tuesday, 2 white and 2 chestnut horses draw a sledge, on which is placed a straw man swathed in a white cloth. Beside him is a cartwheel, which is kept turning round. 2 lads disguised as old men follow the sledge, lamenting. The rest of the village lads, mounted on horseback and decked with ribbons, accompany the procession, which is headed by 2 girls crowned with evergreen and drawn in a wagon or sledge. A trial is held under a tree, at which lads disguised as soldiers pronounce sentence of death. The 2 old men try to rescue the straw man and to fly with him, but to no purpose. He is caught by the 2 girls and handed over to the executioner, who hangs him on a tree. In vain the old men try to climb up the tree and take him down. They always tumble down, and at last, in despair, they throw themselves on the ground and weep and howl for the hangman. An official then makes a speech in which he declares that the carnival was condemned to death because he had done them harm by wearing out their shoes and making them tired and sleepy. At the burial of carnival in Leckrane, a man dressed as a woman in black clothes is carried on a litter of bier by 4 men. He is lamented over by men disguised as women in black clothes, then thrown down before the village dung heap, drenched with water, buried in the dung heap, and covered with straw. On the evening of Shrove Tuesday, the Estonians make a straw figure called Metsik or wood spirit. One year it is dressed with a man's coat and hat, next year with a hood and a petticoat. This figure is stuck on a long pole, carried across the boundary of the village with loud cries of joy, and fastened to the top of a tree in the wood. The ceremony is believed to be a protection against all kinds of misfortune. Sometimes at these Shrovetide or Lenten ceremonies, the resurrection of the pretended dead person is enacted. Thus, in some parts of Swabia on Shrove Tuesday, Dr. Ironbeard professes to bleed a sick man, who thereupon falls as dead to the ground. But the doctor at last restores him to life by blowing air into him through a tube. In the Harz Mountains, when carnival is over, a man is laid on a baking trough and carried with dirges to the grave. But in the grave a glass of brandy is buried instead of the man. A speech is delivered, and then the people return to the village green or meeting place, where they smoke the long clay pipes which are distributed at funerals. On the morning of Shrove Tuesday the following year, the brandy is dug up, and the festival begins by everyone tasting the spirit, which, as the phrase goes, has come to life again. Section 3. Carrying out death. The ceremony of carrying out death presents much the same features as burying the carnival, except that the carrying out of death is generally followed by a ceremony, or at least accompanied by a profession, of bringing in summer, spring, or life. Thus in Middle Franken, a province of Bavaria, on the 4th Sunday in Lent, the village urchins used to make a straw effigy of death, which they carried about with burlesque pomp through the streets, and afterwards burned with loud cries beyond the bounds. The Frankish custom is thus described by a writer of the 16th century. At mid-Lent, the season when the church bids us rejoice, the young people of my native country make a straw image of death, and fastening it to a pole, carry it with shouts to the neighboring villages. By some they are kindly received, and after being refreshed with milk, peas, and dried pears, the usual food of that season, are sent home again. Others, however, treat them with anything but hospitality, for, looking on them as harbingers of misfortune, to wit of death, they drive them from their boundaries with weapons and insults. In the villages near Erlangen, when the 4th Sunday in Lent came around, the peasant girls used to dress themselves in all their finery with flowers in their hair. Thus attired, they repaired to the neighboring town, carrying puppets which were adorned with leaves and covered with white cloth. These they took from house to house in pairs, stopping at every door where they expected to receive something, and singing a few lines in which they announced that it was mid-Lent, and that they were about to throw death into the water. When they had collected some trifling gratuities, they went to the river Regnitz, and flung the puppets representing death into the stream. This was done to ensure a fruitful and prosperous year. Further, it was considered a safeguard against pestilence and sudden death. At Nuremberg, girls of 7 to 18 years of age go through the streets bearing a little open coffin, in which is a doll hidden under a shroud. Others carry a beech branch with an apple fastened to it for a head in an open box. They sing, "We carry death into the water, it is well," or "We carry death into the water, carry him in and out again." In some parts of Bavaria down to 1780, it was believed that a fatal epidemic would ensue if the custom of carrying out death were not observed. In some villages of Thuringen, on the fourth Sunday of Lent, the children used to carry a puppet of birchen twigs through the village, and then threw it into a pool while they sang, "We carry the old death out behind the herdman's old house. We have got summer, and Croden's power is destroyed at Debschwitz or Dobschwitz near Gera." The ceremony of driving out death is or was annually observed on the 1st of March. The young people make up a figure of straw or the like materials, dress it in old clothes, which they have begged from houses in the village, and carry it out and throw it into the river. On returning to the village, they break the good news to the people and receive eggs and other victuals as a reward. The ceremony is or was supposed to purify the village and to protect the inhabitants from sickness and plague. In other villages of Thuringen, in which the population was originally Slavonic, the carrying out of the puppet is accompanied with the singing of a psalm, which begins, "Now we carry death out of the village and spring into the village." At the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century, the custom was observed in Thuringen as follows. The boys and girls made an effigy of straw or the like materials, but the shape of the figure varied from year to year. In 1 year, it would represent an old man, in the next an old woman, in the third a young man, and in the fourth a maiden, and the dress of the figure varied with the character personated. There used to be a sharp contest as to where the effigy was to be made, for the people thought that the house from which it was carried forth would not be visited with death that year. Having been made, the puppet was fastened to a pole and carried by a girl if it represented an old man, but by a boy if it represented an old woman. Thus, it was borne in procession, the young people holding sticks in their hands and singing that they were driving out death. When they came to water, they threw the effigy into it and ran hastily back, fearing that it might jump on their shoulders and wring their necks. They also took care not to touch it, lest it should dry them up. On their return, they beat the cattle with the sticks, believing that this would make the animals fat or fruitful. Afterwards, they visited the house or houses from which they had carried the image of death, where they received a dole of half-boiled peas. The custom of carrying out death was practiced also in Saxony. At Leipzig, the bastards and public women used to make a straw effigy of death every year amid Lent. This they carried through all the streets with songs and showed it to the young married women. Finally, they threw it into the river Parth. By this ceremony, they professed to make the young wives fruitful, to purify the city, and to protect the inhabitants for that year from plague and other epidemics. Ceremonies of the same sort are observed at mid-Lent in Silesia. Thus, in many places, the grown girls, with the help of the young men, dress up a straw figure with women's clothes, and carry it out of the village towards the setting sun. At the boundary, they strip it of its clothes, tear it in pieces, and scatter the fragments about the fields. This is called burying death. As they carry the image out, they sing that they are about to bury death under an oak, that he may depart from the people. Sometimes the song runs that they are bearing death over hill and dale to return no more. In the Polish neighborhood of Gross Strelitz, the puppet is called goik. It is carried on horseback and thrown into the nearest water. The people think that the ceremony protects them from sickness of every sort in the coming year. In the districts of Wohlau and Urau, the image of death used to be thrown over the boundary of the next village. But as the neighbors feared to receive the ill-omened figure, they were on the lookout to repel it, and hard knocks were often exchanged between the two parties. In some Polish parts of Upper Silesia, the effigy, representing an old woman, goes by the name of Marzana, the goddess of death. It is made in the house where the last death occurred, and is carried on a pole to the boundary of the village, where it is thrown into a pond or burnt. At Polkwitz, the custom of carrying out death fell into abeyance, But an outbreak of fatal sickness, which followed the intermission of the ceremony, induced the people to resume it. In Bohemia, the children go out with a straw man representing death to the end of the village, where they burn it, singing, "Now carry we death out of the village, the new summer into the village, welcome, dear summer." Green little corn. At Tabor in Bohemia, the figure of death is carried out of the town and flung from a high rock into the water, while they sing, "Death swims on the water, summer will soon be here. We carried death away for you, we brought the summer. And do thou, O holy Marketa, give us a good year for wheat and for rye." In other parts of Bohemia, they carried death to the end of the village, singing, "We carried death out of the village and the new year into the village." Dear spring, we bid you welcome, green grass, we bid you welcome. Behind the village they erect a pyre on which they burn the straw figure, reviling and scoffing at it the while. Then they return, singing, "We have carried away death and brought life back. He has taken up his quarters in the village, therefore sing joyous song." In some German villages of Moravia, as in Jasnitz and Seitendorf, the young folk assemble on the third Sunday in Lent and fashion a straw man, who is generally adorned with a fur cap and a pair of old leathern hose, if such are to be had. The effigy is then hoisted on a pole and carried by the lads and lasses out into the open fields. On the way, they sing a song in which it is said that they are carrying death away and bringing dear summer into the house, and with summer the May and the flowers. On reaching an appointed place, they dance in a circle round the effigy with loud shouts and screams, then suddenly rush at it and tear it to pieces with their hands. Lastly, the pieces are thrown together in a heap, the pole is broken, and fire is set to the whole. While it burns, the troop dances merrily round it, rejoicing at the victory won by spring. And when the fire has nearly died out, they go to the householders to beg for a present of eggs, wherewith to hold a feast, taking care to give as a reason for the request that they have carried death out and away. The preceding evidence shows that the effigy of death is often regarded with fear and treated with marks of hatred and abhorrence. Thus, the anxiety of the villagers to transfer the figure from their own to their neighbor's land, and the reluctance of the latter to receive the ominous guest, are proof enough of the dread which it inspires. Further, in Lusatia and Silesia, the puppet is sometimes made to look in at the window of a house, and it is believed that someone in the house will die within the year unless his life is redeemed by the payment of money. Again, after throwing the effigy away, the bearers sometimes run home lest death should follow them, and if one of them falls in running, it is believed that he will die within the year. At Crudem, in Bohemia, the figure of death is made out of a cross, with a head and mask stuck at the top, and a shirt stretched out on it. On the 5th Sunday in Lent, the boys take this effigy to the nearest brook or pool, and standing in a line throw it into the water. Then they all plunge in after it. But as soon as it is caught, no one more may enter the water. The boy who did not enter the water or entered it last will die within the year, and he is obliged to carry the death back to the village. The effigy is then burned. On the other hand, it is believed that no one will die within the year in the house out of which the figure of death has been carried, and the village out of which death has been driven is sometimes supposed to be protected against sickness and plague. In some villages of Austrian Silesia, on the Saturday before Dead Sunday, an effigy is made of old clothes, hay, and straw, for the purpose of driving death out of the village. On Sunday, the people, armed with sticks and straps, assemble before the house where the figure is lodged. 4 lads then draw the effigy by cords through the village amid exultant shouts, while all the others beat it with their sticks and straps. On reaching a field which belongs to a neighboring village, they lay down the figure, cudgel it soundly, and scatter the fragments over the field. The people believe that the village from which death has been thus carried out will be safe from any infectious disease for the whole year. Section 4. Bringing in summer. In the preceding ceremonies, the return of spring, summer, or life, as a sequel to the expulsion of death, is only implied or at most announced. In the following ceremonies, it is plainly enacted. Thus, in some parts of Bohemia, the effigy of death is drowned by being thrown into the water at sunset. Then the girls go out into the wood and cut down a young tree with a green crown, hang a doll dressed as a woman on it, deck the whole with green. red and white ribbons and march in procession with their Lido, Summer, into the village, collecting gifts and singing. Death swims in the water. Spring comes to visit us with eggs that are red with yellow pancakes. We carry death out of the village. We are carrying summer into the village. In many Silesian villages, the figure of death, after being treated with respect, is stripped of its clothes and flung with curses into the water, or torn to pieces in a field. Then the young folk repair to a wood, cut down a small fir tree, peel the trunk, and deck it with festoons of evergreens, paper roses, painted eggshells, motley bits of cloth, and so forth. The tree thus adorned is called summer or May. Boys carry it from house to house, singing appropriate songs and begging for presents. Among their songs is the following: "We have carried death out, we are bringing the dear summer back." The summer and the May and all the flowers gay. Sometimes they also bring back from the wood a prettily adorned figure, which goes by the name of Summer, May, or the Bride. In the Polish districts it is called Juwana, the goddess of spring. At Eisenach on the fourth Sunday in Lent, young people used to fasten a straw man, representing death, to a wheel, which they trundled to the top of a hill. Then, setting fire to the figure, they allowed it and the wheel to roll down the slope. Next day they cut a tall fir tree, tricked it out with ribbons, and set it up in a plain. The men then climbed the tree to fetch down the ribbons. In Upper Lusatia, the figure of death, made of straw and rags, is dressed in a veil furnished by the last bride, and a shirt provided by the house in which the last death took place. Thus arrayed, the figure is stuck on the end of a long pole, and carried at full speed by the tallest and strongest girl, while the rest pelt the effigy with sticks and stones. Whoever hits it will be sure to live through the year. In this way, death is carried out of the village and thrown into the water or over the boundary of the next village. On their way home, each one breaks a green branch and carries it gaily with him till he reaches the village, when he throws it away. Sometimes the young people of the next village, upon whose land the figure has been thrown, run after them and hurl it back, not wishing to have death among them. Hence the two parties occasionally come to blows. In these cases, death is represented by the puppet, which is thrown away, summer or life, by the branches or trees, which are brought back. But sometimes a new potency of life seems to be attributed to the image of death itself, and by a kind of resurrection, it becomes the instrument of the general revival. Thus, in some parts of Lusatia, women alone are concerned in carrying out death, and suffer no male to meddle with it. Attired in mourning, which they wear the whole day, they make a puppet of straw, clothe it in a white shirt, and give it a broom in one hand and a scythe in the other. Singing songs and pursued by urchins throwing stones, they carry the puppet to the village boundary, where they tear it in pieces. Then they cut down a fine tree, hang the shirt on it, and carry it home singing. On the Feast of Ascension, the Saxons of Brawler, a village of Transylvania, not far from Hermannstadt, observe the ceremony of carrying out death in the following manner. After morning service, all the schoolgirls repair to the house of one of their number, and there dress up the death. This is done by tying a threshed-out sheaf of corn into a rough semblance of a head and body, while the arms are simulated by a broomstick thrust through it horizontally. The figure is dressed in the holiday attire of a young peasant woman, with a red hood, silver brooches, and a profusion of ribbons at the arms and breast. The girls bustle at their work, for soon the bells will be ringing to vespers, and the death must be ready in time to be placed at the open window, that all the people may see it on their way to church. When vespers are over, the longed-for moment has come for the first procession with the death to begin. It is a privilege that belongs to the schoolgirls alone. Two of the older girls seize the figure by the arms and walk in front. All the rest follow two and two. Boys may take no part in the procession, but they troop after it, gazing with open-mouthed admiration at the beautiful death. So the procession goes through all the streets of the village, the girls singing the old hymn that begins, "Gott mein Vater, deine Liebe reicht so weit der Himmel ist," to a tune that differs from the ordinary one. When the procession has wound its way through every street, the girls go to another house, and having shut the door against the eager prying crowd of boys who follow at their heels, they strip the death and pass the naked truss of straw out of the window to the boys, who pounce on it, run out of the village with it without singing, and fling the dilapidated effigy into the neighboring brook. This done, the second scene of the little drama begins. While the boys were carrying away the death out of the village, the girls remained in the house, and one of them is now dressed in all the finery which had been worn by the effigy. Thus arrayed, she is led in procession through all the streets to the singing of the same hymn as before. When the procession is over, they all betake themselves to the house of the girl who played the leading part. Here a feast awaits them, from which also the boys are excluded. It is a popular belief that the children may safely begin to eat gooseberries and other fruit after the day on which death has thus been carried out. For death, which up to that time lurked especially in gooseberries, is now destroyed. Further, they may now bathe with impunity out of doors. Very similar is the ceremony which, down to recent years, was observed in some of the German villages of Moravia. Boys and girls met on the afternoon of the first Sunday after Easter, and together fashioned a puppet of straw to represent death. Decked with bright-colored ribbons and cloths, and fastened to the top of a long pole, the effigy was then borne with singing and clamor to the nearest height, where it was stripped of its gay attire and thrown or rolled down the slope. One of the girls was next dressed in the gauds taken from the effigy of death, and with her at its head the procession moved back to the village. In some villages, the practice is to bury the effigy in the place that has the most evil reputation of all the countryside. Others throw it into running water. In the lusation ceremony described above, the tree which is brought home after the destruction of the figure of death is plainly equivalent to the trees or branches which in the preceding customs were brought back as representatives of summer or life. After death had been thrown away or destroyed, but the transference of the shirt worn by the effigy of death to the tree clearly indicates that the tree is a kind of revivification, in a new form, of the destroyed effigy. This comes out also in the Transylvanian and Moravian customs. The dressing of a girl in the clothes worn by the death, and the leading her about the village to the same song, which had been sung when the death was being carried about, show that she is intended to be a kind of resuscitation of the being whose effigy has just been destroyed. These examples therefore suggest that the death whose demolition is represented in these ceremonies cannot be regarded as the purely destructive agent which we understand by death. If the tree which is brought back as an embodiment of the reviving vegetation of spring is clothed in the shirt worn by the death which has just been destroyed, the object certainly cannot be to check and counteract the revival of vegetation. It can only be to foster and promote it. Therefore, the being which has just been destroyed, the so-called death, must be supposed to be endowed with a vivifying and quickening influence, which it can communicate to the vegetable and even the animal world. This ascription of a life-giving virtue to the figure of death is put beyond a doubt by the custom, observed in some places, of taking pieces of the straw effigy of death and placing them in the fields to make the crops grow, or in the manger to make the cattle thrive. Thus in Spaschendorf, a village of Austrian Silesia, the figure of death, made of straw, brushwood, and rags, is carried with wild songs to an open place outside the village, and there burned. And while it is burning, a general struggle takes place for the pieces, which are pulled out of the flames with bare hands. Each one who secures a fragment of the effigy ties it to a branch of the largest tree in his garden, or buries it in his field, in the belief that this causes the crops to grow better. In the Trapo district of Austrian Silesia, the straw figure which the boys make on the fourth Sunday in Lent is dressed by the girls in woman's clothes and hung with ribbons, necklace, and garlands. Attached to a long pole, it is carried out of the village, followed by a troop of young people of both sexes, who alternately frolic, lament, and sing songs. Arrived at its destination, a field outside the village, the figure is stripped of its clothes and ornaments. Then the crowd rushes at it and tears it to bits, scuffling for the fragments. Everyone tries to get a wisp of the straw of which the effigy was made, because such a wisp placed in the manger is believed to make the cattle thrive. Or the straw is put in the hen's nest, it being supposed that this prevents the hens from carrying away their eggs and makes them brood much better. The same attribution of a fertilizing power to the figure of death appears in the belief that if the bearers of the figure, after throwing it away, beat cattle with their sticks, this will render the beasts fat or prolific. Perhaps the sticks had been previously used to beat the death, and so had acquired the fertilizing power ascribed to the effigy. We have seen, too, that at Leipzig a straw effigy of death was shown to young wives to make them fruitful. It seems hardly possible to separate from the May trees the trees or branches which are brought into the village after the destruction of the death. The bearers who bring them in profess to be bringing in the summer, therefore the trees obviously represent the summer. Indeed, in Silesia they are commonly called the summer or the May, and the doll which is sometimes attached to the summer tree is a duplicate representative of the summer. Just as the May is sometimes represented at the same time by a May tree and a May lady. Further, the summer trees are adorned like May trees with ribbons and so on. Like May trees, when large, they are planted in the ground and climbed up. And like May trees, when small, they are carried from door to door by boys or girls, singing songs and collecting money. And as if to demonstrate the identity of the two sets of customs, the bearers of the summer tree sometimes announce that they are bringing in the summer and the May. Of bringing in the May and bringing in the summer are essentially the same, and the summer tree is merely another form of the May tree, the only distinction, besides that of name, being in the time at which they are respectively brought in. For while the May tree is usually fetched in on the 1st of May or at Whitsuntide, the summer tree is fetched in on the 4th Sunday in Lent. Therefore, if the May tree is an embodiment of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation, the summer tree must likewise be an embodiment of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. But we have seen that the summer tree is in some cases a revivification of the effigy of death. It follows, therefore, that in these cases the effigy called death must be an embodiment of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. This inference is confirmed, first, by the vivifying and fertilizing influence which the fragments of the effigy of death are believed to exercise both on vegetable and on animal life. For this influence, as we saw in an earlier part of this work, is supposed to be a special attribute of the tree spirit. It is confirmed, secondly, by observing that the effigy of death is sometimes decked with leaves or made of twigs, branches, hemp, or a threshed-out sheaf of corn, and that sometimes it is hung on a little tree and so carried about by girls collecting money, just as is done with the May tree and the May lady, and with the summer tree and the doll attached to it. In short, we are driven to regard the expulsion of death and the bringing in of summer as, in some cases at least, merely another form of that death and revival of the spirit of vegetation in spring, which we saw enacted in the killing and resurrection of the wild man. The burial and resurrection of the carnival is probably another way of expressing the same idea. The interment of the representative of the carnival under a dung heap is natural if he is supposed to possess a quickening and fertilizing influence like that ascribed to the effigy of death. The Estonians, indeed, who carry the straw figure out of the village in the usual way on Shrove Tuesday, do not call it the carnival, but the wood spirit, Metsik. And they clearly indicate the identity of the effigy with the wood spirit by fixing it to the top of a tree in the wood, where it remains for a year, and is besought almost daily with prayers and offerings to protect the herds. For like a true wood spirit, the Metsik is a patron of cattle. Sometimes the Metsik is made of sheaves of corn. Thus we may fairly conjecture that the names carnival, death, and summer are comparatively late and inadequate expressions for the beings personified or embodied in the customs with which we have been dealing. The very abstractness of the names bespeaks a modern origin, for the personification of times and seasons like the carnival in summer or of an abstract notion like death is not primitive. But the ceremonies themselves bear the stamp of a dateless antiquity. Therefore, we can hardly help supposing that in their origin, the ideas which they embodied were of a more simple and concrete order. Perhaps of a particular kind of tree, for some savages have no word for tree in general, or even of an individual tree, is sufficiently concrete to supply a basis from which by a gradual process of generalization, the wider idea of a spirit of vegetation might be reached. But this general idea of vegetation would readily be confounded with the season in which it manifests itself, Hence, the substitution of spring, summer, or May for the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation would be easy and natural. Again, the concrete notion of the dying tree or dying vegetation would, by a similar process of generalization, glide into a notion of death in general, so that the practice of carrying out the dying or dead vegetation in spring, as a preliminary to its revival, would in time widen out into an attempt to banish death in general from the village or district. The view that in these spring ceremonies death meant originally the dying or dead vegetation of winter has the high support of W. Mannhardt, and he confirms it by the analogy of the name death as applied to the spirit of the ripe corn. Commonly, the spirit of the ripe corn is conceived not as dead but as old, and hence it goes by the name of the old man or the old woman. But in some places, the last sheaf cut at harvest, which is generally believed to be the seat of the corn spirit, is called the dead one. Children are warned against entering the cornfields because death sits in the corn. And in a game played by Saxon children in Transylvania at the maize harvest, death is represented by a child completely covered with maize leaves. Section 5. Battle of Summer and Winter. Sometimes in the popular customs of the peasantry, the contrast between the dormant powers of vegetation in winter and their awakening vitality in spring takes the form of a dramatic contest between actors who play the parts respectively of winter and summer. Thus, in the towns of Sweden on May Day, two troops of young men on horseback used to meet as if for mortal combat. One of them was led by a representative of winter, clad in furs, who threw snowballs and ice in order to prolong the cold weather. The other troop was commanded by a representative of summer covered with fresh leaves and flowers. In the sham fight which followed, the party of summer came off victorious, and the ceremony ended with a feast. Again, in the region of the Middle Rhine, a representative of summer-clad in ivy combats, a representative of winter-clad in straw or moss, and finally gains a victory over him. The vanquished foe is thrown to the ground and stripped of his casing of straw, which is torn to pieces and scattered about, while the youthful comrades of the two champions sing a song to commemorate the defeat of winter by summer. Afterwards, they carry about a summer garland or branch and collect gifts of eggs and bacon from house to house. Sometimes a champion who acts the part of summer is dressed in leaves and flowers and wears a chaplet of flowers on his head. In the Palatinate, this mimic conflict takes place on the fourth Sunday in Lent. All over Bavaria, the same drama used to be acted on the same day, and it was still kept up in some places down to the middle of the 19th century or later. While summer appeared clad all in green, decked with fluttering ribbons, and carrying a branch and blossom, or a little tree hung with apples and pears, winter was muffled up in cap and mantle, of fur, and bore in his hand a snow shovel or a flail. Accompanied by their respective retinues dressed in corresponding attire, they went through all the streets of the village, halting before the houses and singing staves of old songs, for which they received presents of bread, eggs, and fruit. Finally, after a short struggle, winter was beaten by summer and ducked in the village well or driven out of the village with shouts and laughter into the forest. At Gupfritz in Lower Austria, two men personating summer and winter used to go from house to house on Shrove Tuesday, and were everywhere welcomed by the children with great delight. The representative of summer was clad in white and bore a sickle. His comrade, who played the part of winter, had a fur cap on his head. His arms and legs were swathed in straw, and he carried a flail. In every house they sang verses alternately. At Dromling in Brunswick down to the present time, the contest between summer and winter is acted every year at Whitsuntide by a troop of boys and a troop of girls. The boys rush singing, shouting, and ringing bells from house to house to drive winter away. After them come the girls singing softly, and led by a May bride, all in bright dresses and decked with flowers and garlands to represent the genial advent of spring. Formerly, the part of winter was played by a straw man which the boys carried with them. Now it is acted by a real man in disguise. Among the central Eskimo of North America, the contest between representatives of summer and winter, which in Europe has long degenerated into a mere dramatic performance, is still kept up as a magical ceremony of which the avowed intention is to influence the weather. In autumn, when storms announce the approach of the dismal Arctic winter, the Eskimo divide themselves into two parties called, respectively, the Ptarmigans and the Ducks, the Ptarmigans comprising all persons born in winter, and the Ducks all persons born in summer. A long rope of sealskin is then stretched out, and each party laying hold of one end of it seeks by tugging with might and main to drag the other party over to its side. If the Ptarmigans get the worst of it, then summer has won the game, and fine weather may be expected to prevail through the winter. Section 6, Death and Resurrection of Castrobanco. Russia funeral ceremonies like those of burying the carnival and carrying out death are celebrated under the names not of death or the carnival, but of certain mythic figures. Castrobanco, Kostroma, Kupolo, Lada, and Yarilo. These Russian ceremonies are observed both in spring and at midsummer. Thus, in Little Russia, it used to be the custom at Eastertide to celebrate the funeral of a being called Castrobanco, the deity of the spring. A circle was formed of singers who moved slowly around a girl who lay on the ground as if dead, and as they went they sang, "Dead, dead is our Castrobanco! Dead, dead is our dear one," until the girl suddenly sprang up, on which the chorus joyfully exclaimed, come to life has our Castrobanco, come to life has our dear one," on the eve of St. Paul. John, Midsummer Eve. A figure of Kupalo is made of straw and is dressed in woman's clothes, with a necklace and a floral crown. Then a tree is felled, and after being decked with ribbons, is set up on some chosen spot. Near this tree, to which they give the name of Marina, Winter, or Death, the straw figure is placed, together with a table on which stand spirits and viands. Afterwards, a bonfire is lit, and the young men and maidens jump over it in couples, carrying the figure with them. On the next day, they strip the tree and the figure of their ornaments and throw them both into a stream. On St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June, or on the following Sunday, the funeral of Kostroma or of Lada or of Yarilo is celebrated in Russia. In the governments of Penza and Simbirsk, the funeral used to be represented as follows. A bonfire was kindled on the 28th of June, and on the next day, the maidens chose one of their number to play the part of Kostroma. Her companions saluted her with deep obeisances, placed her on a board, and carried her to the bank of a stream. There they bathed her in the water, while the oldest girl made a basket of lime tree bark and beat it like a drum. Then they returned to the village and ended the day with processions, games, and dances. In the Murom district, Kostroma was represented by a straw figure dressed in woman's clothes and flowers. This was laid in a trough and carried with songs to the bank of a lake or river. Here the crowd divided into two sides, of which the one attacked and the other defended the figure. At last the assailants gained the day, stripped the figure of its dress and ornaments, tore it in pieces, trod the straw of which it was made underfoot, and flung it into the stream, while the defenders of the figure hid their faces in their hands and pretended to bewail the death of Kostroma. In the district of Kostroma, the burial of Yarilo was celebrated on the 29th or 30th of June. The people chose an old man and gave him a small coffin containing a Priapus-like figure representing Yarilo. This he carried out of the town, followed by women chanting dirges and expressing by their gestures grief and despair. In the open fields, a grave was dug, and into it the figure was lowered amid weeping and wailing, after which games and dances were begun. Calling to mind the funeral games celebrated in old times by the pagan Slavonians, in Little Russia the figure of Yarilo was laid in a coffin and carried through the streets after sunset, surrounded by drunken women, who kept repeating mournfully, "He is dead! He is dead!" The men lifted and shook the figure as if they were trying to recall the dead man to life. Then they said to the women, "Women, weep not. I know what is sweeter than honey." But the women continued to lament and chant, as they do at funerals, of what was he guilty. He was so good. He will arise no more. Oh, how shall we part from thee? What is life without thee? Arise, if only for a brief hour. But he rises not, he not. At last the Yarilo is buried in a grave. Section 7. Death and Revival of Vegetation. These Russian customs are plainly of the same nature as those which in Austria and Germany are known as carrying out death. Therefore, if the interpretation here adopted of the latter is right, the Russian Castrobanco Yarilo, and the rest must also have been originally embodiments of the spirit of vegetation. and their death must have been regarded as a necessary preliminary to their revival. The revival, as a sequel to the death, is enacted in the first of the ceremonies described, the death and resurrection of Kostrubanko. The reason why, in some of these Russian ceremonies, the death of the spirit of vegetation is celebrated at midsummer may be that the decline of summer is dated from Midsummer Day, after which the days begin to shorten, and the sun sets out his downward journey to the darksome hollows where the frosts of winter lie. Such a turning point of the year, when vegetation might be thought to share the incipient, though still almost imperceptible decay of summer, might very well be chosen by primitive man as a fit moment for resorting to those magic rites, by which he hopes to stay the decline, or at least to ensure the revival of plant life. But while the death of vegetation appears to have been represented in whole, and its revival in some of these spring and midsummer ceremonies, there are features in some of them which can hardly be explained on this hypothesis alone. The solemn funeral, the lamentations, and the mourning attire, which often characterize these rites, are indeed appropriate at the death of the beneficent spirit of vegetation. But what shall we say of the glee with which the effigy is often carried out, of the sticks and stones with which it is assailed, and the taunts and curses which are hurled at it? What shall we say of the dread of the effigy evinced by the haste with which the bearers scamper home as soon as they have thrown it away, and by the belief that someone must soon die in any house into which it has looked? This dread might perhaps be explained by a belief that there is a certain infectiousness in the dead spirit of vegetation, which renders its approach dangerous. But this explanation, besides being rather strained, does not cover the rejoicings which often attend the carrying out of death. We must therefore recognize two distinct and seemingly opposite features in these ceremonies. On the one hand, sorrow for the death and affection and respect for the dead. On the other hand, fear and hatred of the dead, and rejoicings at his death. How the former of these features is to be explained, I have attempted to show. How the latter came to be so closely associated with the former is a question which I shall try to answer in the sequel. Section 8. In the Kanagra district of India, there is a custom observed by young girls in spring, which closely resembles some of the European spring ceremonies just described. It is called the Raleigh Ka Mela, or Fair of Raleigh, the Raleigh being a small painted earthen image of Siva or Parvati. The custom is in vogue all over the Kanagra district, and its celebration, which is entirely confined to young girls, lasts through most of Chet March-April, up to the Sankran of Baisakh. On a morning in March, all the young girls of the village take small baskets of dub grass and flowers to an appointed place, where they throw them in a heap. Round this heap they stand in a circle and sing. This goes on every day for 10 days till the heap of grass and flowers has reached a fair height. Then they cut in the jungle 2 branches, each with 3 prongs at one end, and place them, prongs downwards, over the heap of flowers, so as to make 2 tripods or pyramids. On the single uppermost points of these branches, they get an image maker to construct 2 clay images, one to represent Siva and the other Parvati. The girls then divide themselves into 2 parties, one for Siva and one for Parvati, and marry the images in the usual way, leaving out no part of the ceremony. After the marriage, they have a feast, the cost of which is defrayed by contributions solicited from their parents. Then, at the next Sankran, Baisakh, they all go together to the riverside, throw the images into a deep pool, and weep over the place as though they were performing funeral obsequies. The boys of the neighborhood often tease them by diving after the images, bringing them up, and waving them about while the girls are crying over them. The object of the fair is said to be to secure a good husband. That in this Indian ceremony the deities Siva and Parvati are conceived as spirits of vegetation seems to be proved by the placing of their images on branches over a heap of grass and flowers. Here, as often in European folk custom, the divinities of vegetation are represented in duplicate by plants and by puppets. The marriage of these Indian deities in spring corresponds to the European ceremonies in which the marriage of the vernal spirits of vegetation is represented by the king and queen of May, the May bride, bridegroom of the May, and so forth. The throwing of the images into the water and the mourning for them are the equivalents of the European customs of throwing the dead spirit of vegetation under the name of death, Yarila, Kostroma, and the rest, into the water and lamenting over it. Again, in India, as often in Europe, the rite is performed exclusively by females. The notion that the ceremony helps to procure husbands for the girls can be explained by the quickening and fertilizing influence, which the spirit of vegetation is believed to exert upon the life of man as well as of plants. Section 9. The magic spring. The general explanation which we have been led to adopt of these and many similar ceremonies is that they are, or were in their origin, magical rites intended to ensure the revival of nature in spring. The means by which they were supposed to effect this end were imitation and sympathy, led astray by his ignorance of the true causes of things. Primitive man believed that in order to produce the great phenomena of nature on which his life depended, he had only to imitate them, and that immediately by a secret sympathy or mystic influence the little drama which he acted in forest glade or mountain dell, on desert plain or wind-swept shore, would be taken up and repeated by mightier actors on a vaster stage. He fancied that by masquerading in leaves and flowers, he helped the bare earth to clothe herself with verdure, and that by playing the death and burial of winter, he drove that gloomy season away, and made smooth the path for the footsteps of returning spring. If we find it hard to throw ourselves, even in fancy, into a mental condition in which such things seem possible, we can more easily picture to ourselves the anxiety which the savage, when he first began to lift his thoughts above the satisfaction of his merely animal wants, and to meditate on the causes of things, may have felt as to the continued operation of what we now call the laws of nature. To us, familiar as we are with the conception of the uniformity and regularity with which the great cosmic phenomena succeed each other, there seems little ground for apprehension that the causes which produce these effects will cease to operate, at least within the near future. But this confidence in the stability of nature is bred only by the experience which comes of wide observation and long tradition. And the savage, with his narrow sphere of observation and his short-lived tradition, lacks the very elements of that experience which alone could set his mind at rest in face of the ever-changing and often menacing aspects of nature. No wonder, therefore, that he is thrown into a panic by an eclipse, and thinks that the sun or the moon would surely perish if he did not raise a clamor and shoot his puny shafts into the air to defend the luminaries from the monster who threatens to devour them. No wonder he is terrified when in the darkness of night a streak of sky is suddenly illumined by the flash of a meteor, or the whole expanse of the celestial arch glows with the fitful light of the northern streamers. Even phenomena which recur at fixed and uniform intervals may be viewed by him with apprehension before he has come to recognize the orderliness of their recurrence. The speed or slowness of his recognition of such periodic or cyclic changes in nature will depend largely on the length of the particular cycle. The cycle, for example, of day and night is everywhere except in the polar regions, so short and hence so frequent that men probably soon cease to discompose themselves seriously as to the chance of its failing to recur, though the ancient Egyptians, as we have seen, daily wrought enchantments to bring back to the east in the morning the fiery orb which had sunk at evening in the crimson west. But it was far otherwise with the annual cycle of the seasons. To any man, a year is a considerable period, seeing that the number of our years is but few at the best. To the primitive savage, with his short memory and imperfect means of marking the flight of times, a year may well have been so long that he failed to recognize it as a cycle at all, and watched the changing aspects of earth and heaven with a perpetual wonder, alternately delighted and alarmed, elated and cast down, according as the vicissitudes of light and heat, of plant and animal life, ministered to his comfort or threatened his existence. In autumn, when the withered leaves were whirled about the forest by the nipping blast, and he looked up at the bare boughs, could he feel sure that they would ever be green again? As day by day the sun sank lower and lower in the sky, could he be certain that the luminary would ever retrace his heavenly road? Even the waning moon, whose pale sickle rose thinner and thinner every night over the rim of the eastern horizon, may have excited in his mind a fear lest, when it had wholly vanished, there should be moons no more. These and 1,000 such misgivings may have thronged the fancy and troubled the peace of the man who first began to reflect on the mysteries of the world he lived in, and to take thought for a more distant future than the morrow. It was natural, therefore, that with such thoughts and fears he should have done all that in him lay to bring back the faded blossom to the bough, to swing the low sun of winter up to his old place in the summer sky, and to restore its orbed fullness to the silver lamp of the waning moon. We may smile at his vain endeavors if we please, but it was only by making a long series of experiments, of which some were almost inevitably doomed to failure. That man learned from experience the futility of some of his attempted methods and the fruitfulness of others. After all, magical ceremonies are nothing but experiments which have failed and which continue to be repeated merely because, for reasons which have already been indicated, the operator is unaware of their failure. With the advance of knowledge, these ceremonies either cease to be performed altogether or are kept up from force of habit long after the intention with which they were instituted has been forgotten. Thus fallen from their high estate, no longer regarded as solemn rites on the punctual performance of which the welfare and even the life of the community depend, they sink gradually to the level of simple pageants, mummeries, and pastimes, till in the final stage of degeneration they are wholly abandoned by older people, and from having once been the most serious occupation of the sage, become at last the idle sport of children. It is in this final stage of decay that most of the old magical rites of our European forefathers linger on at the present day, and even from this, their last retreat, they are fast being swept away by the rising tide of those multitudinous forces, moral, intellectual, and social, which are bearing mankind onward to a new and unknown goal. We may feel some natural regret at the disappearance of quaint customs and picturesque ceremonies, which have preserved to an age often deemed dull and prosaic something of the flavor and freshness of the olden time, some breath of the springtime of the world. Yet our regret will be lessened when we remember that these pretty pageants, these now innocent diversions, had their origin in ignorance and superstition, that, if they are a record of human endeavor, they are also a monument of fruitless ingenuity, of wasted labor, and of blighted hopes, and that, for all their gay trappings, their flowers, their ribbons, and their music, they partake far more of tragedy than of farce, the interpretation which, following in the footsteps of W. Mannhardt, I have attempted to give of these ceremonies has been not a little confirmed by the discovery, made since this book was first written, that the natives of Central Australia regularly practice magical ceremonies for the purpose of awakening the dormant energies of nature at the approach of what may be called the Australian spring. Nowhere, apparently, are the alternations of the seasons more sudden, and the contrast between them more striking than in the deserts of Central Australia, where at the end of a long period of drought the sandy and stony wilderness, over which the silence and desolation of death appear to brood, is suddenly, after a few days of torrential rain, transformed into a landscape smiling with verdure and peopled with teeming multitudes of insects and lizards, of frogs and birds. The marvelous change which passes over the face of nature at such times has been compared, even by European observers, to the effect of magic. No wonder, then, that the savage should regard it as such in very deed. Now it is just when there is promise of the approach of a good season that the natives of Central Australia are wont especially to perform those magical ceremonies, of which the avowed intention is to multiply the plants and animals they use as food. These ceremonies, therefore, present a close analogy to the spring customs of our European peasantry, not only in the time of their celebration, but also in their aim. For we can hardly doubt that in instituting rites designed to assist the revival of plant life in spring, our primitive forefathers were moved, not by any sentimental wish to smell at early violets, or pluck the rathe primrose, or watch yellow daffodils dancing in the breeze, but by the very practical consideration, certainly not formulated in abstract terms, that the life of man is inextricably bound up with that of plants, and that, if they were to perish, he could not survive. And as the faith of the Australian savage in the efficacy of his magic rites is confirmed by observing that their performance is invariably followed, sooner or later, by that increase of vegetable and animal life, which it is their object to produce, so we may suppose it was with European savages in the olden time, the sight of the fresh green in brake and thicket, of vernal flowers blowing on mossy banks, of swallows arriving from the south, and of the sun mounting daily higher in the sky, would be welcomed by them as so many visible signs that their enchantments were indeed taking effect, and would inspire them with a cheerful confidence that all was well with the world which they could thus mold to suit their wishes. Only in autumn days, as summer slowly faded, would their confidence again be dashed by doubts and misgivings at symptoms of decay, which told how vain were all their efforts to stave off forever the approach of winter and of death. Chapter 29. The Myth of Adonis. The spectacle of the great changes which annually pass over the face of the earth has powerfully impressed the minds of men in all ages, and stirred them to meditate on the causes of transformation so vast and wonderful. Their curiosity has not been purely disinterested, for even the savage cannot fail to perceive how intimately his own life is bound up with the life of nature, and how the same processes which freeze the stream and strip the earth of vegetation menace him with extinction. At a certain stage of development, men seem to have imagined that the means of averting the threatened calamity were in their own hands, and that they could hasten or retard the flight of the seasons by magic art. Accordingly, they performed ceremonies and recited spells to make the rain to fall, the sun to shine, animals to multiply, and the fruits of the earth to grow. In course of time, the slow advance of knowledge, which has dispelled so many cherished illusions, convinced at least the more thoughtful portion of mankind that the alternations of summer and winter, of spring and autumn, were not merely the result of their own magical rites, but that some deeper cause, some mightier power, was at work behind the shifting scenes of nature. They now pictured to themselves the growth and decay of vegetation, the birth and death of living creatures, as effects of the waxing or waning strength of divine beings, of gods and goddesses, who were born and died, who married and begot children, on the pattern of human life. Thus, the old magical theory of the seasons was displaced, or rather supplemented, by a religious theory. For although men now attributed the annual cycle of change primarily to corresponding changes in their deities, they still thought that, by performing certain magical rites, they could aid the god who was the principle of life in his struggle with the opposing principle of death. They imagined that they could recruit his failing energies and even raise him from the dead. The ceremonies which they observed for this purpose were in substance a dramatic representation of the natural processes which they wished to facilitate. For it is a familiar tenet of magic that you can produce any desired effect by merely imitating it. And as they now explain the fluctuations of growth and decay, of reproduction and dissolution, by the marriage, the death, and the rebirth or revival of the gods, their religious or rather magical dramas turned in great measure on these themes. They set forth the fruitful union of the powers of fertility, the sad death of one, at least of the divine partners, and his joyful resurrection. Thus a religious theory was blended with a magical practice. The combination is familiar in history. Indeed, few religions have ever succeeded in wholly extricating themselves from the old trammels of magic. The inconsistency of acting on two opposite principles, however it may vex the soul of the philosopher, rarely troubles the common man. Indeed, he is seldom even aware of it. His affair is to act, not to analyze the motives of his action. If mankind had always been logical and wise, history would not be a long chronicle of folly and crime. Of the changes which the seasons bring with them, the most striking within the temperate zone are those which affect vegetation. The influence of the seasons on animals, though great, is not nearly so manifest. Hence, it is natural that in the magical dramas designed to dispel winter and bring back spring, the emphasis should be laid on vegetation, and that trees and plants should figure in them more prominently than beasts and birds. Yet the two sides of life, the vegetable and the animal, were not dissociated in the minds of those who observed the ceremonies. Indeed, they commonly believed that the tie between the animal and the vegetable world was even closer than it really is. Hence, they often combine the dramatic representation of reviving plants with a real or a dramatic union of the sexes for the purpose of furthering at the same time, and by the same act, the multiplication of fruits, of animals, and of men. To them, the principle of life and fertility, whether animal or vegetable, was one and indivisible. To live and to cause to live, to eat food and to beget children, these were the primary wants of men in the past, and they will be the primary wants of men in the future so long as the world lasts. Other things may be added to enrich and beautify human life, but unless these wants are first satisfied, humanity itself must cease to exist. These two things, therefore, food and children, were what men chiefly sought to procure by the performance of magical rites for the regulation of the seasons. Nowhere, apparently, have these rites been more widely and solemnly celebrated than in the lands which border the eastern Mediterranean, under the names of Osiris, Tammuz, Adonis, and Attis. The peoples of Egypt and Western Asia represented the yearly decay and revival of life, especially of vegetable life, which they personified as a god who annually died and rose again from the dead. In name and detail, the rites varied from place to place. In substance, they were the same. The supposed death and resurrection of this oriental deity, a god of many names but of essentially one nature, is now to be examined. We begin with Tammuz, or Adonis. The worship of Adonis was practiced by the Semitic peoples of Babylonia and Syria, and the Greeks borrowed it from them as early as the 7th century before Christ. The true name of the deity was Tammuz. The appellation of Adonis is merely the Semitic Adon Lord, a title of honor by which his worshippers addressed him. But the Greeks, through a misunderstanding, converted the title of honor into a proper name. In the religious literature of Babylonia, Tammuz appears as the youthful spouse or lover of Ishtar, the great mother goddess, the embodiment of the reproductive energies of nature. The references to their connection with each other in myth and ritual are both fragmentary and obscure, but we gather from them that every year Tammuz was believed to die, passing away from the cheerful earth to the gloomy subterranean world, and that every year his divine mistress journeyed in quest of him to the land from which there is no returning, to the house of darkness where dust lies on door and bolt. During her absence, the passion of love ceased to operate. Men and beasts alike forgot to reproduce their kinds. All life was threatened with extinction. So intimately bound up with the goddess were the sexual functions of the whole animal kingdom that without her presence they could not be discharged. A messenger of the great god Ea was accordingly dispatched to rescue the goddess on whom so much depended. The stern queen of the infernal regions, Alatu, or Ereshkigal by name, reluctantly allowed Ishtar to be sprinkled with the water of life, and to depart in company, probably with her lover Tammuz, that the two might return together to the upper world, and that with their return all nature might revive. Laments for the departed Tammuz are contained in several Babylonian hymns, which liken him to plants that quickly fade. He is a tamarisk that in the garden has drunk no water, whose crown in the field has brought forth no blossom. A willow that rejoiced not by the watercourse, a willow whose roots were torn up, a herb that in the garden had drunk no water. His death appears to have been annually mourned to the shrill music of flutes by men and women about midsummer in the month named after him, the month of Tammuz. The dirges were seemingly chanted over an effigy of the dead god, which was washed with pure water, anointed with oil, and clad in a red robe, while the fumes of incense rose into the air, as if to stir his dormant senses by their pungent fragrance and wake him from the sleep of death. In one of these dirges, inscribed Lament of the Flutes for Tammuz, we seem still to hear the voices of the singers chanting the sad refrain and to catch, like faraway music, the wailing notes of the flutes. At his vanishing away she lifts up a lament. O my child, at his vanishing away she lifts up a lament. My Damu, at his vanishing away she lifts up a lament. My enchanter and priest. At his vanishing away, she lifts up a lament. At the shining cedar rooted in a spacious place, Indiana above and below, she lifts up a lament. Like the lament that a house lifts up for its master, lifts she up a lament. Like the lament that a city lifts up for its lord, lifts she up a lament. Her lament is the lament for a herb that grows not in the bed. Her lament is the lament for the corn that grows not in the ear. Her chamber is a possession that brings not forth a possession, a weary woman, a weary child, forspent. Her lament is for a great river where no willows grow. Her lament is for a field where corn and herbs grow not. Her lament is for a pool where fishes grow not. Her lament is for a thickest of reeds where no reeds grow. Her lament is for woods where tamarisks grow not. Her lament is for a wilderness where no cypresses grow. Her lament is for the depth of a garden of trees where honey and wine grow not. Her lament is for meadows where no plants grow. Her lament is for a palace where length of life grows not. The tragical story and the melancholy rites of Adonis are better known to us from the descriptions of Greek writers than from the fragments of Babylonian literature, or the brief reference of the prophet Ezekiel, who saw the women of Jerusalem weeping for Tammuz at the north gate of the temple. Mirrored in the glass of Greek mythology, the oriental deity appears as a comely youth beloved by Aphrodite. In his infancy, the goddess hid him in a chest, which she gave in charge to Persephone, queen of the netherworld. But when Persephone opened the chest and beheld the beauty of the babe, she refused to give him back to Aphrodite, though the goddess of love went down herself to hell to ransom her dear one from the power of the grave. The dispute between the two goddesses of love and death was settled by Zeus, who decreed that Adonis should abide with Persephone in the underworld for one part of the year, and with Aphrodite in the upper world for another part. At last, the fair youth was killed in hunting by a wild boar, or by the jealous Ares, who turned himself into the likeness of a boar in order to compass the death of his rival. Bitterly did Aphrodite lament her loved and lost Adonis. In this form of the myth, the contest between Aphrodite and Persephone for the possession of Adonis clearly reflects the struggle between Ishtar and Allatu in the land of the dead, while the decision of Zeus that Adonis is to spend one part of the year underground and another part above ground is merely a Greek version of the annual disappearance and reappearance of Tammuz. Chapter 30. Adonis in Syria. The myth of Adonis was localized, and his rites celebrated with much solemnity at two places in Western Asia. One of these was Byblus on the coast of Syria, the other was Paphos in Cyprus. Both were great seats of the worship of Aphrodite, or rather of her Semitic counterpart Astarte, and of both, if we accept the legends, Cinyras, the father of Adonis, was king. Of the two cities, Byblus was the more ancient. Indeed, it claimed to be the oldest city in Phoenicia and to have been founded in the early ages of the world by the great god El, whom Greeks and Romans identified with Cronus and Saturn, respectively. However, that may have been in historical times. It ranked as a holy place, the religious capital of the country, the Mecca or Jerusalem of the Phoenicians. The city stood on a height beside the sea and contained a great sanctuary of Astarte, where in the midst of a spacious open court, surrounded by cloisters and approached from below by staircases, rose a tall cone or obelisk, the holy image of the goddess. In this sanctuary the rites of Adonis were celebrated. Indeed, the whole city was sacred to him, and the river Nahar Ibrahim, which falls into the sea a little to the south of Byblus, bore in antiquity the name of Adonis. From the earliest to the latest times, the city appears to have been ruled by kings, assisted perhaps by a senate or council of elders. The last king of Byblus bore the ancient name of Cinyras, and was beheaded by Pompey the Great for his tyrannous excesses. His legendary namesake, Cinyras, is said to have founded a sanctuary of Aphrodite, that is, of Astarte, at a place on Mount Lebanon, distant a day's journey from the capital. The spot was probably Aphaca, at the source of the river Adonis, halfway between Byblus and Baalbek. For Aphaca there was a famous grove and sanctuary of Astarte, which Constantine destroyed on account of the flagitious character of the worship. The site of the temple has been discovered by modern travelers near the miserable village which still bears the name of Afka at the head of the wild, romantic, wooded gorge of the Adonis. The hamlet stands among groves of noble walnut trees on the brink of the Lynn. A little way off the river rushes from a cavern at the foot of a mighty amphitheater of towering cliffs to plunge in a series of cascades into the awful depths of the glen. The deeper it descends, the ranker and denser grows the vegetation, which, sprouting from the crannies and fissures of the rocks, spreads a green veil over the roaring or murmuring stream in the tremendous chasm below. There is something delicious, almost intoxicating, in the freshness of these tumbling waters, in the sweetness and purity of the mountain air, in the vivid green of the vegetation. The temple, of which some massive hewn blocks and a fine column of sienite granite still marked the site, occupied a terrace facing the source of the river and commanding a magnificent prospect. Across the foam and the roar of the waterfalls you look up to the cavern and away to the top of the sublime precipices above. So lofty is the cliff that the goats which creep along its ledges to browse on the bushes appear like ants to the spectator hundreds of feet below. Seaward the view is especially impressive when the sun floods the profound gorge with golden light, revealing all the fantastic buttresses and rounded towers of its mountain rampart and falling softly on the varied green of the woods which clothe its depths. It was here that, according to the legend, Adonis met Aphrodite for the first or the last time, and here his mangled body was buried. A fairer scene could hardly be imagined for a story of tragic love and death. Yet, sequestered as the valley is and must always have been, it is not wholly deserted. A convent or a village may be observed here and there standing out against the sky on the top of some beetling crag, or clinging to the face of a nearly perpendicular cliff, high above the foam and the din of the river. And at evening the lights that twinkle through the gloom betray the presence of human habitations on slopes which might seem inaccessible to man. In antiquity, the whole of the lovely vale appears to have been dedicated to Adonis, and to this day it is haunted by his memory, for the heights which shut it in are crested at various points by ruined monuments of his worship, some of them overhanging dreadful abysses down which it turns the head dizzy to look and see the eagles wheeling about their nests far below. One such monument exists at Gaia, the face of a great rock above a roughly hewn recess, is here carved with figures of Adonis and Aphrodite. He is portrayed with spear in rest, awaiting the attack of a bear, while she is seated in an attitude of sorrow. Her grief-stricken figure may well be the mourning Aphrodite of the Lebanon described by Macrobius, and the recess in the rock is perhaps her lover's tomb. Every year, in the belief of his worshippers, Adonis was wounded to death on the mountains, and every year the face of nature itself was dyed with his sacred blood. So, year by year, the Syrian damsels lamented his untimely fate, while the red anemone, his flower, bloomed among the cedars of Lebanon, and the river ran red to the sea, fringing the winding shores of the blue Mediterranean, whenever the wind set inshore with a sinuous band of crimson. Chapter 31. Adonis in Cyprus. The island of Cyprus lies but one day's sail from the coast of Syria. Indeed, on fine summer evenings, its mountains may be descried looming low and dark against the red fires of sunset. With its rich mines of copper and its forests of firs and stately cedars, the island naturally attracted a commercial and maritime people like the Phoenicians, while the abundance of its corn, its wine, and its oil must have rendered it in their eyes a land of promise by comparison with the niggardly nature of their own rugged coast, hemmed in between the mountains and the sea. Accordingly, they settled in Cyprus at a very early date and remained there long after the Greeks had also established themselves on its shores. For we know from inscriptions and coins that Phoenician kings reigned at Citium, the Chittim of the Hebrews, down to the time of Alexander the Great. Naturally, the Semitic colonists brought their gods with them from the motherland. They worshipped Bough of the Lebanon, who may well have been Adonis, and at Amathus on the south coast, they instituted the rites of Adonis and Aphrodite, or rather Astarte. Here, As at Byblos, these rites resembled the Egyptian worship of Osiris so closely that some people even identified the Adonis of Amethyst with Osiris. But the great seat of the worship of Aphrodite and Adonis in Cyprus was Paphos on the southwestern side of the island. Among the petty kingdoms into which Cyprus was divided from the earliest times until the end of the 4th century, before our era, Paphos must have ranked with the best. It is a land of hills and billowy ridges, diversified by fields and vineyards and intersected by rivers, which in the course of ages have carved for themselves beds of such tremendous depth that traveling in the interior is difficult and tedious. The lofty range of Mount Olympus, the modern Troodos, capped with snow the greater part of the year, screens Paphos from the northerly and easterly winds and cuts it off from the rest of the island. On the slopes of the range, the last pine woods of Cyprus linger, sheltering here and there monasteries and scenery not unworthy of the Apennines. The old city of Paphos occupied the summit of a hill about a mile from the sea. The newer city sprang up at the harbor some 10 miles off. The sanctuary of Aphrodite at Old Paphos, the modern Kuklia, was one of the most celebrated shrines in the ancient world. According to Herodotus, it was founded by Phoenician colonists from Ascalon. But it is possible that a native goddess of fertility was worshipped on the spot before the arrival of the Phoenicians, and that the newcomers identified her with their own Baalath, or Astarte, whom she may have closely resembled. If two deities were thus fused in one, we may suppose that they were both varieties of that great goddess of motherhood and fertility, whose worship appears to have been spread all over Western Asia from a very early time. The supposition is confirmed as well by the archaic shape of her image as by the licentious character of her rites. For both that shape and those rites were shared by her with other Asiatic deities. Her image was simply a white cone or pyramid. In like manner, a cone was the emblem of Astarte at Byblos, of the native goddess whom the Greeks called Artemis at Perga in Pamphylia, and of the sun god Heliogabalus at Emesa in Syria. Conical stones, which apparently served as idols, have also been found at Golgi in Cyprus and in the Phoenician temples of Malta, and cones of sandstone came to light at the shrine of the mistress of turquoise among the barren hills and frowning precipices of Sinai. In Cyprus, it appears that before marriage, all women were formerly obliged by custom to prostitute themselves to strangers at the sanctuary of the goddess, whether she went by the name of Aphrodite, Astarte, or whatnot. Similar customs prevailed in many parts of Western Asia. Whatever its motive, the practice was clearly regarded, not as an orgy of lust, but as a solemn religious duty performed in the service of that great mother goddess of Western Asia, whose name varied, while her type remained constant, from place to place. Thus, at Babylon, every woman, whether rich or poor, had once in her life to submit to the embraces of a stranger at the temple of Mylitta, that is, of Ishtar or Astarte, and to dedicate to the goddess the wages earned by this sanctified harlotry. The sacred precinct was crowded with women waiting to observe the custom. Some of them had to wait there for years. At Heliopolis or Baalbek in Syria, famous for the imposing grandeur of its ruined temples, the custom of the country required that every maiden should prostitute herself to a stranger at the temple of Astarte, and matrons as well as maids testified their devotion to the goddess in the same manner. The Emperor Constantine abolished the custom, destroyed the temple, and built a church in its stead. In Phoenician temples, women prostituted themselves for hire in the service of religion, believing that by this conduct they propitiated the goddess and won her favor. It was a law of the Amorites that she who was about to marry should sit in fornication 7 days by the gate. At Byblos, the people shaved their heads in the annual mourning for Adonis. Women who refused to sacrifice their hair had to give themselves up to strangers on a certain day of the festival, and the money which they thus earned was devotus. A Greek inscription found at Tralles in Lydia proves that the practice of religious prostitution survived in that country as late as the 2nd century of our era. It records of a certain woman, Aurelia Amelia by name, not only that she herself served the god in the capacity of a harlot at his express command, but that her mother and other female ancestors had done the same before her, and the publicity of the record engraved on a marble column which supported a votive offering, shows that no stain attached to such a life and such a parentage. In Armenia, the noblest families dedicated their daughters to the service of the goddess Anitis in her temple of Vasilisa, where the damsels acted as prostitutes for a long time before they were given in marriage. Nobody scrupled to take one of these girls to wife when her period of service was over. Again, the goddess Ma was served by a multitude of sacred harlots at Comana in Pontus, and crowds of men and women flocked to her sanctuary from the neighboring cities and country to attend the biennial festivals or to pay their vows to the goddess. If we survey the whole of the evidence on this subject, some of which has still to be laid before the reader, we may conclude that a great mother goddess, the personification of all the reproductive energies of nature, was worshipped under different names, but with a substantial similarity of myth and ritual by many peoples of Western Asia. That associated with her was a lover, or rather series of lovers, divine yet mortal, with whom she mated year by year, their commerce being deemed essential to the propagation of animals and plants, each in their several kind, and further that the fabulous union of the divine pair was simulated and as it were multiplied on earth by the real, though temporary, union of the human sexes at the sanctuary of the goddess for the sake of thereby ensuring the fruitfulness of the ground and the increase of man and beast. At Paphos, the custom of religious prostitution is said to have been instituted by King Cinyras and to have been practiced by his daughters, the sisters of Adonis, who, having incurred the wrath of Aphrodite, mated with strangers and ended their days in Egypt. In this form of the tradition, the wrath of Aphrodite is probably a feature added by a later authority, who could only regard conduct which shocked his own moral sense as a punishment inflicted by the goddess instead of as a sacrifice regularly enjoined by her on all her devotees. At all events, the story indicates that the princesses of Paphos had to conform to the custom, as well as women of humble birth. Among the stories which were told of Cinyras, the ancestor of the priestly kings of Paphos and the father of Adonis, there are some that deserve our attention. In the first place, he is said to have begotten his son Adonis in incestuous intercourse with his daughter Myrrha at a festival of the corn goddess, at which women robed in white were wont to offer corn wreaths as first fruits of the harvest, and to observe strict chastity for 9 days. Similar cases of incest with a daughter are reported of many ancient kings. It seems unlikely that such reports are without foundation, and perhaps equally improbable that they refer to mere fortuitous outbursts of unnatural lust. We may suspect that they are based on a practice actually observed for a definite reason in certain special circumstances, now in countries where the royal blood was traced through women only, and where consequently the king held office merely in virtue of his marriage with an hereditary princess who was the real sovereign. It appears to have often happened that a prince married his own sister, the princess royal, in order to obtain with her hand the crown which otherwise would have gone to another man, perhaps to a stranger. May not the same rule of descent have furnished a motive for incest with a daughter? For it seems a natural corollary from such a rule that the king was bound to vacate the throne on the death of his wife, the queen, since he occupied it only by virtue of his marriage with her. When that marriage terminated, his right to the throne terminated with it, and passed at once to his daughter's husband. Hence, if the king desired to reign after his wife's death, the only way in which he could legitimately continue to do so was by marrying his daughter, and thus prolonging through her the title which had formerly been his through her mother. Cinyras is said to have been famed for his exquisite beauty, and to have been wooed by Aphrodite herself. Thus, it would appear, as scholars have already observed, that Cinyras was in a sense a duplicate of his handsome son Adonis, to whom the inflammable goddess also lost her heart. Further, these stories of the love of Aphrodite for 2 members of the royal house of Paphos can hardly be dissociated from the corresponding legend told of Pygmalion, a Phoenician king of Cyprus, who is said to have fallen in love with an image of Aphrodite and taken it to his bed. When we consider that Pygmalion was the father-in-law of Cinyras, that the son of Cinyras was Adonis, and that all 3, in successive generations, are said to have been concerned in a love intrigue with Aphrodite, we can hardly help concluding that the early Phoenician kings of Paphos or their sons regularly claimed to be not merely the priests of the goddess, but also her lovers. In other words, that in their official capacity, they personated Adonis. At all events, Adonis is said to have reigned in Cyprus, and it appears to be certain that the title of Adonis was regularly borne by the sons of all the Phoenician kings of the island. It is true that the title strictly signified no more than lord. Yet the legends which connect these Cyprian princes with the goddess of love make it probable that they claim the divine nature as well as the human dignity of Adonis. The story of Pygmalion points to a ceremony of a sacred marriage in which the king wedded the image of Aphrodite, or rather of Astarte. If that was so, the tale was in a sense true, not of a single man only, but of a whole series of men, and it would be all the more likely to be told of Pygmalion, if that was a common name of Semitic kings in general, and of Cyprian kings in particular, Pygmalion. At all events, is known as the name of the king of Tyre, from whom his sister Dido fled. And a king of Citium and Idalium in Cyprus, who reigned in the time of Alexander the Great, was also called Pygmalion, or rather Pumiathon, the Phoenician name, which the Greeks corrupted into Pygmalion. Further, it deserves to be noted that the names Pygmalion and Astarte occur together in a Punic inscription on a gold medallion which was found in a grave at Carthage. The characters of the inscription are of the earliest type. As the custom of religious prostitution at Paphos is said to have been founded by King Cinyras and observed by his daughters, we may surmise that the kings of Paphos played the part of the divine bridegroom in a less innocent rite than the form of marriage with a statue. In fact, that at certain festivals, each of them had to mate with one or more of the sacred harlots of the temple, who played Astarte to his Adonis. If that was so, there is more truth than has commonly been supposed in the reproach cast by the Christian fathers that the Aphrodite worshipped by Cinyras was a common hope. The fruit of their union would rank as sons and daughters of the deity, and would in time become the parents of gods and goddesses like their fathers and mothers before them. In this manner, Paphos, and perhaps all sanctuaries of the great Asiatic goddess where sacred prostitution was practiced, might be well stocked with human deities, the offspring of the divine king by his wives, concubines, and temple harlots. Any one of these might probably succeed his father on the throne or be sacrificed in his stead whenever stress of war or other grave junctures called, as they sometimes did, for the death of a royal victim. Such attacks, levied occasionally on the king's numerous progeny for the good of the country, would neither extinguish the divine stock nor break the father's heart, who divided his paternal affection among so many. At all events, if, as there seems reason to believe, Semitic kings were often regarded at the same time as hereditary deities, it is easy to understand the frequency of Semitic personal names, which imply that the bearers of them were the sons or daughters, the brothers or sisters, the fathers or mothers of a god, and we need not resort to the shifts employed by some scholars to evade the plain sense of the word. This interpretation is confirmed by a parallel Egyptian usage, for in Egypt, where the kings were worshipped as divine, the queen was called the wife of the god or the mother of the god, and the title father of the god was borne not only by the king's real father, but also by his father-in-law. Similarly, perhaps, among the Semites, any man who sent his daughter to swell the royal harem may have been allowed to call himself the father of the god. If we may judge by his name, the Semitic king who bore the name of Cinyras was, like King David, a harper. For the name of Cinyras is clearly connected with the Greek Cinyra, a lyre, which in its turn comes from the Semitic kinor, a lyre, the very word applied to the instrument on which David played before Saul. We shall probably not err in assuming that at Paphos, as at Jerusalem, the music of the lyre or harp was not a mere pastime designed to while away on the idle hour, but formed part of the service of religion. The moving influence of its melodies being perhaps set down, like the effect of wine, to the direct inspiration of a deity. Certainly at Jerusalem, the regular clergy of the temple prophesied to the music of harps, of psalteries, and of cymbals. And it appears that the irregular clergy also, as we may call the prophets, depended on some such stimulus for inducing the ecstatic state which they took for immediate converse with the divinity. Thus we read of a band of prophets coming down from a high place with a psaltery, a timbrel, a pipe, and a harp before them, and prophesying as they went. Again, when the united forces of Judah and Ephraim were traversing the wilderness of Moab in pursuit of the enemy, they could find no water for 3 days, and were like to die of thirst, they and the beasts of burden. In this emergency, the prophet Elisha, who was with the army, called for a minstrel and bade him play. Under the influence of the music, he ordered the soldiers to dig trenches in the sandy bed of the waterless wadi through which lay the line of march. They did so, and next morning the trenches were full of the water that had drained down into them underground from the desolate, forbidding mountains on either hand. The prophet's success in striking water in the wilderness resembles the reported success of modern dowsers, though his mode of procedure was different. Incidentally, he rendered another service to his countrymen. For the skulking Moabites from their lairs among the rocks saw the red sun of the desert reflected in the water, and taking it for the blood, or perhaps rather for an omen of the blood, of their enemies, they plucked up heart to attack the camp and were defeated with great slaughter. Again, just as the cloud of melancholy, which from time to time darkened the moody mind of Saul, was viewed as an evil spirit from the Lord vexing him, so, on the other hand, the solemn strains of the harp, which soothed and composed his troubled thoughts, may well have seemed to the hag-ridden king the very voice of God, or of his good angel whispering peace. Even in our own day, a great religious writer, himself deeply sensitive to the witchery of music, has said that musical notes, with all their power to fire the blood and melt the heart, cannot be mere empty sounds and nothing more. No, they have escaped from some higher sphere. They are outpourings of eternal harmony, the voice of angels, the Magnificat of saints. It is thus that the rude imaginings of primitive man are transfigured, and his feeble lispings echoed with a rolling reverberation in the musical prose of New. Indeed, the influence of music on the development of religion is a subject which would repay a sympathetic study, for we cannot doubt that this, the most intimate and affecting of all the arts, has done much to create as well as to express the religious emotions, thus modifying more or less deeply the fabric of belief to which at first sight it seems only to minister. The musician has done his part as well as the prophet and the thinker in the making of religion. Every faith has its appropriate music, and the difference between the creeds might almost be expressed in musical notation. The interval, for example, which divides the wild revels of Cybele from the stately ritual of the Catholic Church, is measured by the gulf which severs the dissonant clash of cymbals and tambourines from the grave harmonies of Palestrina and Handel. A different spirit breathes in the difference of the music. Chapter 32, The Ritual of Adonis. At the festivals of Adonis, which were held in Western Asia and in Greek lands, the death of the god was annually mourned, with a bitter wailing chiefly by women. Images of him dressed to resemble corpses were carried out as to burial, and then thrown into the sea or into springs, and in some places his revival was celebrated on the following day. But at different places the ceremonies varied somewhat in the manner, and apparently also in the season of their celebration. At Alexandria, images of Aphrodite and Adonis were displayed on 2 couches. Beside them were set ripe fruits of all kinds, cakes, plants growing in flower pots, and green bowers twined with unis. The marriage of the lovers was celebrated one day, and on the morrow women attired as mourners, with streaming hair and bared breasts, bore the image of the dead Adonis to the seashore and committed it to the waves. Yet they sorrowed not without hope, for they sang that the lost one would come back again. The date at which this Alexandrian ceremony was observed is not expressly stated, but from the mention of the ripe fruits it has been inferred that it took place in late summer. In the great Phoenician sanctuary of Astarte at Byblus, the death of Adonis was annually mourned, to the shrill wailing notes of the flute, with weeping, lamentation, and beating of the breast. But next day he was believed to come to life again and ascend up to heaven in the presence of his worshippers. The disconsolate believers, left behind on earth, shaved their heads as the Egyptians did on the death of the divine bull Apis. Women who could not bring themselves to sacrifice their beautiful tresses had to give themselves up to strangers on a certain day of the festival and to dedicate to Astarte the wages of their shame. This Phoenician festival appears to have been a vernal one, for its date was determined by the discoloration of the river Adonis, and this has been observed by modern travelers to occur in spring. At that season, the red earth washed down from the mountains by the rain tinges the water of the river, and even the sea for a great way with a blood-red hue, and the crimson stain was believed to be the blood of Adonis, annually wounded to death by the boar on Mount Lebanon. Again, the scarlet anemone is said to have sprung from the blood of Adonis, or to have been stained by it. And as the anemone blooms in Syria about Easter, this may be thought to show that the festival of Adonis, or at least one of his festivals, was held in spring. The name of the flower is probably derived from Naaman darling, which seems to have been an epithet of Adonis. The Arabs still call the anemonal wounds of the Naaman. The red rose also was said to owe its hue to the same sad occasion, for Aphrodite, hastening to her wounded lover, trod on a bush of white roses. The cruel thorns tore her tender flesh, and her sacred blood dyed the white roses forever red. It would be idle, perhaps, to lay much weight on evidence drawn from the calendar of flowers, and in particular to press an argument so fragile as the bloom of the rose. Yet, so far as it counts at all, the tale which links the damask rose with the death of Adonis points to a summer rather than to a spring celebration of his passion. In Attica, certainly, the festival fell at the height of summer, for the fleet which Athens fitted out against Syracuse, and by the destruction of which her power was permanently crippled, sailed at midsummer, and by an ominous coincidence, the somber rites of Adonis were being celebrated at the very time. As the troops marched down to the harbor to embark, the streets through which they passed were lined with coffins and corpse-like effigies, and the air was rent with the noise of women wailing for the dead Adonis. The circumstance cast a gloom over the sailing of the most splendid armament that Athens ever sent to sea. Many ages afterwards, when the Emperor Julian made his first entry into Antioch, he found in like manner the gay, the luxurious capital of the East, plunged in mimic grief for the annual death of Adonis, and if he had any presentiment of coming evil, the voices of lamentation which struck upon his ear must have seemed to sound his knell. The resemblance of these ceremonies to the Indian and European ceremonies which I have described elsewhere is obvious. In particular, apart from the somewhat doubtful date of its celebration, the Alexandrian ceremony is almost identical with the Indian. In both of them, the marriage of two divine beings whose affinity with vegetation seems indicated by the fresh plants with which they are surrounded, is celebrated in effigy, and the effigies are afterwards mourned over and thrown into the water. From the similarity of these customs to each other and to the spring and midsummer customs of modern Europe, we should naturally expect that they all admit of a common explanation. Hence, if the explanation which I have adopted of the latter is correct, the ceremony of the death and resurrection of Adonis must also have been a dramatic representation of the decay and revival of plant life. The inference thus based on the resemblance of the customs is confirmed by the following features in the legend and ritual Adonis. His affinity with vegetation comes out at once in the common story of his birth. He was said to have been born from a myrrh tree, the bark of which, bursting after a 10 months gestation, allowed the lovely infant to come forth. According to some, a boar rent the bark with his tusk and so opened a passage for the babe. A faint rationalistic color was given to the legend by saying that his mother was a woman named Myrrh, who had been turned into a myrrh tree soon after she had conceived the child. The use of myrrh as incense at the festival of Adonis may have given rise to the fable. We have seen that incense was burnt at the corresponding Babylonian rites, just as it was burnt by the idolatrous Hebrews in honor of the Queen of Heaven, who was no other than Astarte. Again, the story that Adonis spent half, or according to others, a third of the year in the lower world and the rest of it in the upper world is explained most simply and naturally by supposing that he represented vegetation, especially the corn, which lies buried in the earth half the year and reappears above ground the other half. Certainly of the annual phenomena of nature, There is none which suggests so obviously the idea of death and resurrection as the disappearance and reappearance of vegetation in autumn and spring. Adonis has been taken for the sun, but there is nothing in the sun's annual course within the temperate and tropical zones to suggest that he is dead for half or a third of the year and alive for the other half or 2/3. He might indeed be conceived as weakened in winter, but dead he could not be thought to be. His daily reappearance contradicts the supposition. Within the Arctic Circle, where the sun annually disappears for a continuous period, which for hours to 6 months according to the latitude, his yearly death and resurrection would certainly be an obvious idea. But no one except the unfortunate astronomer Bailey has maintained that the Adonis worship came from the Arctic regions. On the other hand, the annual death and revival of vegetation is a conception which readily presents itself to men in every stage of savagery and civilization, and the vastness of the scale on which this ever-recurring decay and regeneration takes place, together with man's intimate dependence on it for subsistence, combine to render it the most impressive annual occurrence in nature, at least within the temperate zones. It is no wonder that a phenomenon so important, so striking, and so universal should, by suggesting similar ideas, have given rise to similar rites in many lands. We may, therefore, accept as probable an explanation of the Adonis worship which accords so well with the facts of nature and with the analogy of similar rites in other lands. Moreover, the explanation is countenanced by a considerable body of opinion amongst the ancients themselves, who again and again interpreted the dying and reviving god as the reaped and sprouting grain. The character of Tammuz, or Adonis, as a corn spirit, comes out plainly in an account of his festival given by an Arabic writer of the 10th century. In describing the rites and sacrifices observed at the different seasons of the year by the heathen Syrians of Haran, he says, Tammuz, July. In the middle of this month is the festival of El-Bugat, that is, of the weeping women, and this is the Tammuz festival, which is celebrated in honor of the god Tammuz. The women bewail him because his lord slew him so cruelly, ground his bones in a mill, and then scattered them to the wind. The women during this festival eat nothing which has been ground in a mill, but limit their diet to steeped wheat. Sweet vetches, dates, raisins, and the like, Tammuz, who is no other than Tammuz, is here like Burns's John Barleycorn. They wasted or a scorching flame the marrow of his bones. But a miller used him worst of all, for he crushed him between two stones. This concentration, so to say, of the nature of Adonis upon the cereal crops is characteristic of the stage of culture reached by his worshippers in historical times. They had left the nomadic life of the wandering hunter and herdsman far behind them. For ages they had been settled on the land and had depended for their subsistence mainly on the products of tillage, the berries and roots of the wilderness. The grass of the pastures, which had been matters of vital importance to their ruder forefathers, were now of little moment to them. More and more their thoughts and energies were engrossed by the staple of their life, the corn. More and more, accordingly, the propitiation of the deities of fertility in general, and of the corn spirit in particular, tended to become the central feature of their religion. The aim they set before themselves in celebrating the rites was thoroughly practical. It was no vague poetical sentiment which prompted them to hail with joy the rebirth of vegetation and to mourn its decline. Hunger, felt or feared, was the mainspring of the worship of Adonis. It has been suggested by Father Lagrange that the mourning for Adonis was essentially a harvest rite designed to propitiate the corn god, who was then either perishing under the sickles of the reapers or being trodden to death under the hoofs of the oxen on the threshing floor. While the men slew him, the women wept crocodile tears at home to appease his natural indignation by a show of grief for his death. The theory fits in well with the dates of the festivals, which fell in spring or summer. For spring and summer, not autumn, are the seasons of the barley and wheat harvest in the lands which worship Adonis. Further, the hypothesis is confirmed by the practice of the Egyptian reapers who lamented calling upon Isis when they cut the first corn, and it is recommended by the analogous customs of many hunting tribes, who testify great respect for the animals which they kill and eat. thus interpreted the death of Adonis is not the natural decay of vegetation in general under the summer heat or the winter cold. It is the violent destruction of the corn by man, who cuts it down on the field, stamps it to pieces on the threshing floor, and grinds it to powder in the mill. That this was indeed the principal aspect in which Adonis presented himself in later times to the agricultural peoples of the Levant may be admitted. But whether from the beginning he had been the corn and nothing but the corn may be doubted. At an earlier period, he may have been to the herdsman, above all, the tender herbage which sprouts after rain, offering rich pasture to the lean and hungry cattle. Earlier still, he may have embodied the spirit of the nuts and berries which the autumn woods yield to the savage hunter and his squaw. And just as the husbandman must propitiate the spirit of the corn which he consumes, so the herdsman must appease the spirit of the grass and leaves which his cattle munch, and the hunter must soothe the spirit of the roots which he digs, and of the fruits which he gathers from the bough. In all cases, the propitiation of the injured and angry sprite would naturally comprise elaborate excuses and apologies, accompanied by loud lamentations at his decease whenever, through some deplorable accident or necessity, he happened to be murdered as well as robbed. Only we must bear in mind that the savage hunter and herdsman of those early days had probably not yet attained to the abstract idea of vegetation in general, and that accordingly, so far as Adonis existed for them at all, he must have been the Adon or lord of each individual tree and plant rather than a personification of vegetable life as a whole. Thus, there would be as many Adonises as there were trees and shrubs, and each of them might expect to receive satisfaction for any damage done to his person or property. And year by year, when the trees were deciduous, every Adonis would seem to bleed to death with the red leaves of autumn, and to come to life again with the fresh green of spring. There is some reason to think that in early times Adonis was sometimes personated by a living man who died a violent death in the character of the god. Further, there is evidence which goes to show that among the agricultural peoples of the eastern Mediterranean, the corn spirit, by whatever name he was known, was often represented year by year by human victims slain on the harvest field. If that was so, it seems likely that the propitiation of the corn spirit would tend to fuse to some extent with the worship of the dead. For the spirits of these victims might be thought to return to life in the ears which they had fattened with their blood, and to die a second death at the reaping of the corn. Now the ghosts of those who have perished by violence are surly and apt to wreak their vengeance on their slayers whenever an opportunity offers. Hence the attempt to appease the souls of the slaughtered victims would naturally blend, at least in the popular conception, with the attempt to pacify the slain corn spirit. And as the dead came back in the sprouting corn, so they might be thought to return in the spring flowers, waked from their long sleep by the soft vernal airs. They had been laid to their rest under the sod. What more natural than to imagine that the violets and the hyacinths, the roses, and the anemones sprang from their dust were empurpled or incarnadined by their blood, and contained some portion of their spirit. I sometimes think that never blows so red the rose as where some buried Caesar bled, that every hyacinth the garden wears dropped in her lap from some wolf's lovely head. And this reviving herb, whose tender green fledges the river lip on which we lean, I'll lean upon it lightly, for who knows from what once lovely lip it springs unseen. In the summer after the Battle of Landen, the most sanguinary battle of the 17th century in Europe, the earth, saturated with the blood of 20,000 slain, broke forth into millions of poppies, and the traveler who passed that vast sheet of scarlet might well fancy that the earth had indeed given up her dead. At Athens, the great commemoration of the dead fell in spring about the middle of March, when the early flowers are in bloom. Then the dead were believed to rise from their graves and go about the streets, vainly endeavoring to enter the temples and dwellings, which were barred against these perturbed spirits with ropes, buckthorn, and pitch. The name of the festival, according to the most obvious and natural interpretation, means the Festival of Flowers, and the title would fit well with the substance of the ceremonies, if at that season the poor ghosts were indeed thought to creep from the narrow house with the opening flowers. There may therefore be a measure of truth in the theory of Renan, who saw in the Adonis worship a dreamy, voluptuous cult of death, conceived not as the king of terrors, but as an insidious enchanter who lures his victims to himself and lulls them into an eternal sleep. The infinite charm of nature in the Lebanon, he thought, lends itself to religious emotions of this sensuous, visionary sort, hovering vaguely between pain and pleasure, between slumber and tears. It would doubtless be a mistake to attribute to Syrian peasants the worship of a conception so purely abstract as that of death in general. Yet it may be true that in their simple minds the thought of the reviving spirit of vegetation was blent with the very concrete notion of the ghosts of the dead, who come to life again in spring days with the early flowers, with the tender green of the corn and the many-tinted blossoms of the trees. Thus their views of the death and resurrection of nature would be colored by their views of the death and resurrection of man by their personal sorrows and hopes and fears. In like manner, we cannot doubt that Renan's theory of Adonis was itself deeply tinged by passionate memories, memories of the slumber akin to death, which sealed his own eyes on the slopes of the Lebanon. Memories of the sister who sleeps in the land of Adonis, never again to wake with the anemones and the roses. Chapter 33. The Gardens of Adonis, perhaps the best proof that Adonis was a deity of vegetation, and especially of the corn, is furnished by the Gardens of Adonis, as they were called. These were baskets or pots filled with earth, in which wheat, barley, lettuces, fennel, and various kinds of flowers were sown and tended for 8 days, chiefly or exclusively by women. Fostered by the sun's heat, the plants shot up rapidly, but having no root they withered as rapidly away, and at the end of 8 days were carried out with the images of the dead Adonis and flung with them into the sea or into springs. These gardens of Adonis are most naturally interpreted as representatives of Adonis or manifestations of his power. They represented him, true to his original nature, in vegetable form, while the images of him, with which they were carried out and cast into the water, portrayed him in his later human shape. All these Adonis ceremonies, if I am right, were originally intended as charms to promote the growth or revival of vegetation, and the principle by which they were supposed to produce this effect was homeopathic or imitative magic. For ignorant people suppose that, by mimicking the effect which they desire to produce, they actually help to produce it. Thus, by sprinkling water, they make rain. By lighting a fire, they make sunshine, and so on. Similarly, by mimicking the growth of crops, they hope to ensure a good harvest. The rapid growth of the wheat and barley in the gardens of Adonis was intended to make the corn shoot up, and the throwing of the gardens and of the images into the water was a charm to secure a due supply of fertilizing rain. The same, I take it, was the object of throwing the effigies of death and the carnival into water in the corresponding ceremonies of modern Europe. Certainly, the custom of drenching with water a leaf-clad person, who undoubtedly personifies vegetation, is still resorted to in Europe for the express purpose of producing rain. Similarly, the custom of throwing water on the last corn cut at harvest, or on the person who brings it home, a custom observed in Germany and France, until lately in England and Scotland, is in some places practiced with the avowed intent to procure rain for the next year's crops. Thus, in Wallachia and amongst the Romanians in Transylvania, when a girl is bringing home a crown made of the last ears of corn cut at harvest, all who meet her hasten to throw water on her, and 2 farm servants are placed at the door for the purpose, for they believe that if this were not done, the crops next year would perish from drought. At the spring plowing in Prussia, when the plowmen and sowers returned in the evening from their work in the fields, the farmer's wife and the servants used to splash water over them. The plowmen and sowers retorted by seizing everyone, throwing them into the pond, and ducking them under the water. The farmer's wife might claim exemption on payment of a forfeit, but everyone else had to be ducked. By observing this custom, they hoped to ensure a due supply of rain for the seed. The opinion that the gardens of Adonis are essentially charms to promote the growth of vegetation, especially of the crops, and that they belong to the same class of customs as those spring and midsummer folk customs of modern Europe, which I have described elsewhere, does not rest for its evidence merely on the intrinsic probability of the case. Fortunately, we are able to show that gardens of Adonis, if we may use the expression in a general sense, are still planted, first by a primitive race at their sowing season, and second by European peasants at midsummer. Amongst the Orans and Mundas of Bengal, when the time comes for planting out the rice which has been grown in seed beds, a party of young people of both sexes go to the forest and cut a young karma tree, or the branch of one. Bearing it in triumph, they return dancing, singing, and beating drums, and plant it in the middle of the village dancing ground. A sacrifice is offered to the tree, and next morning the youth of both sexes, linked arm in arm, dance in a great circle round the karma tree, which is decked with strips of colored cloth and sham bracelets and necklets of plaited straw. As a preparation for the festival, the daughters of the headmen of the village cultivate blades of barley in a peculiar way. The seed is sown in moist, sandy soil, mixed with turmeric, and the blades sprout and unfold of a pale yellow or primrose color. On the day of the festival, the girls take up these blades and carry them in baskets to the dancing ground, where, prostrating themselves reverentially, they place some of the plants before the karma tree. Finally, the karma tree is taken away and thrown into a stream or tank. The meaning of planting these barley blades and then presenting them to the karma tree is hardly open to question. Trees are supposed to exercise a quickening influence upon the growth of crops. And amongst the very people in question, the Mundas or Mundaras, the grove deities are held responsible for the crops. Therefore, when at the season for planting out the rice, the Mundas bring in a tree and treat it with so much respect, their object can only be to foster thereby the growth of the rice which is about to be planted out. And the custom of causing barley blades to sprout rapidly and then presenting them to the tree must be intended to subserve the same purpose, perhaps by reminding the tree spirit of his duty towards the crops, and stimulating his activity by this visible example of rapid vegetable growth. The throwing of the karma tree into the water is to be interpreted as a rain charm. Whether the barley blades are also thrown into the water is not said, but if my interpretation of the custom is right, probably they are so. A distinction between this Bengal custom and the Greek rites of Adonis is that in the former, the tree spirit appears in his original form as a tree, whereas in the Adonis worship he appears in human form, represented as a dead man. Though his vegetable nature is indicated by the gardens of Adonis, which are, so to say, a secondary manifestation of his original power as a tree spirit. Gardens of Adonis are cultivated also by the Hindus, with the intention apparently of ensuring the fertility both of the earth and of mankind. Thus at Udaipur in Rajputana, a festival is held in honor of Gauri, or Isani, the goddess of abundance. The rites begin when the sun enters the sign of the Ram, the opening of the Hindu year. An image of the goddess Gauri is made of earth, and a smaller one of her husband is Wara, and the two are placed together. A small trench is next dug, barley is sown in it, and the ground watered and heated artificially till the grain sprouts, when the women dance round it hand in hand, invoking the blessing of Gauri on their husbands. After that, the young corn is taken up and distributed by the women to the men, who wear it in their turbans. In these rites, the distribution of the barley shoots to the men, and the invocation of a blessing on their husbands by the wives, point clearly to the desire of offspring as one motive for observing the custom. The same motive probably explains the use of gardens of Adonis at the marriage of Brahmins in the Madras Presidency. Seeds of 5 or 9 sorts are mixed and sown in earthen pots, which are made specially for the purpose and are filled with earth. Bride and bridegroom water the seeds both morning and evening for 4 days, and on the 5th day the seedlings are thrown, like the real gardens of Adonis, into a tank or river. In Sardinia, the gardens of Adonis are still planted in connection with the great midsummer festival, which bears the name of St. John. At the end of March, or on the 1st of April, a young man of the village presents himself to a girl, and asks her to be his kumar, gossip or sweetheart, offering to be her compare. The invitation is considered as an honor by the girl's family and is gladly accepted. At the end of May, the girl makes a pot of the bark of the cork tree, fills it with earth, and sows a handful of wheat and barley in it. The pot being placed in the sun and often watered, the corn sprouts rapidly, and has a good head by Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, the 23rd of June. The pot is then called Ordinary on St. John's day, the young man and the girl, dressed in their best, accompanied by a long retinue and preceded by children, gamboling and frolicking, move in procession to a church outside the village. Here they break the pot by throwing it against the door of the church. Then they sit down in a ring on the grass and eat eggs and herbs to the music of flutes. Wine is mixed in a cup and passed round, each one drinking as it passes. Then they join hands and sing Sweethearts of St. John, compare I Camare di San Giovanni, over and over again, the flutes playing the while. When they tire of singing, they stand up and dance gaily in a ring till evening. This is the general Sardinian custom. As practiced at Ozieri, it has some special features. In May, the pots are made of cork bark and planted with corn, as already described. Then, on the eve of St. John, the windowsills are draped with rich cloths, on which the pots are placed, adorned with crimson and blue silk and ribbons of various colors. On each of the pots, they used formerly to place a statuette or cloth doll dressed as a woman, or a Priapus-like figure made of paste. But this custom, rigorously forbidden by the church, has fallen into disuse. The village swains go about in a troop to look at the pots and their decorations and to wait for the girls, who assemble on the public square to celebrate the festival. Here a great bonfire is kindled, round which they dance and make merry. Those who wish to be sweethearts of St. John act as follows. The young man stands on one side of the bonfire and the girl on the other, and they, in a manner, join hands by each grasping one end of a long stick, which they pass 3 times backwards and forwards across the fire, thus thrusting their hands thrice rapidly into the flames. This seals their relationship to each other. Dancing and music go on till late at night. The correspondence of these Sardinian pots of grain to the gardens of Adonis seems complete, and the images formerly placed in them answer to the images of Adonis which accompanied his gardens. Customs of the same sort are observed at the same season in Sicily. Pairs of boys and girls become gossips of St. John on St. John's Day by drawing each a hair from his or her head and performing various ceremonies over them. Thus they tie the hairs together and throw them up in the air, or exchange them over a potsherd, which they afterwards break in 2, preserving each a fragment with pious care. The tie formed in the latter way is supposed to last for life. In some parts of Sicily, the gossips of St. John present each other with plates of sprouting corn, lentils, and canary seed, which have been planted 40 days before the festival. The one who receives the plate pulls a stalk of the young plants, binds it with a ribbon, and preserves it among his or her greatest treasures, restoring the platter to the giver. At Catania, the gossips exchange pots of basil and great cucumbers. The girls tend the basil, and the thicker it grows, the more it is prized. In these midsummer customs of Sardinia and Sicily, it is possible that, as Mr. R. Wunsch supposes, John has replaced Adonis. We have seen that the rites of Tammuz or Adonis were commonly celebrated about midsummer. According to Jerome, their date was June. In Sicily, gardens of Adonis are still sown in spring as well as in summer, from which we may perhaps infer that Sicily, as well as Syria, celebrated of old a vernal festival of the dead and risen God. At the approach of Easter, Sicilian women sow wheat, lentils, and canary seed in plates, which they keep in the darkened water every 2 days. The plants soon shoot up. The stalks are tied together with red ribbons, and the plates containing them are placed on the sepulchres, which, with the effigies of the dead Christ, are made up in Catholic and Greek churches on Good Friday, just as the gardens of Adonis were placed on the grave of the dead Adonis. The practice is not confined to Sicily, for it is observed also at Cosenza in Calabria, and perhaps in other places. The whole custom, sepulchres as well as plates of sprouting grain, may be nothing but a continuation, under a different name, of the worship of Adonis. Nor are these Sicilian and Calabrian customs the only Easter ceremonies which resemble the rites of Adonis. During the whole of Good Friday, a waxen effigy of the dead Christ is exposed to view in the middle of the Greek churches and is covered with fervent kisses by the thronging crowd, while the whole church rings with melancholy, monotonous dirges. Late in the evening, when it has grown quite dark, this waxen image is carried by the priests into the street on a bier adorned with lemons, roses, jessamine, and other flowers, and there begins a grand procession of the multitude. who move in serried ranks, with slow and solemn step, through the whole town. Every man carries his taper and breaks out into doleful lamentation. At all the houses which the procession passes, there are seated women with censers to fumigate the marching host. Thus, the community solemnly buries its Christ as if he had just died. At last, the waxen image is again deposited in the church, and the same lugubrious chants echo anew. These lamentations, accompanied by a strict fast, continue till midnight on Saturday. The bishop appears and announces the glad tidings that Christ is risen, to which the crowd replies, "He is risen indeed," and at once the whole city bursts into an uproar of joy, which finds vent in shrieks and shouts, in the endless discharge of carronades and muskets, and the explosion of fireworks of every sort. In the very same hour, people plunge from the extremity of the fast into the enjoyment of the Easter lamb and neat wine. In like manner, the Catholic Church has been accustomed to bring before its followers, in a visible form, the death and resurrection of the Redeemer. Such sacred dramas are well fitted to impress the lively imagination and to stir the warm feelings of a susceptible Southern race, to whom the pomp and pageantry of Catholicism are more congenial than to the colder temperament of the Teutonic peoples. When we reflect how often the Church has skillfully contrived to plant the seeds of the new faith on the old stock of paganism, we may surmise that the Easter celebration of the dead and risen Christ was grafted upon a similar celebration of the dead and risen Adonis, which, as we have seen reason to believe, was celebrated in Syria at the same season. The type, created by Greek artists of the sorrowful goddess with her dying lover in her arms, resembles and may have been the model of the Paida of Christian art, the Virgin with the dead body of her divine Son in her lap, of which the most celebrated example is the one by Michelangelo in St. Peter's. That noble group, in which the living sorrow of the mother contrasts so wonderfully with the languor of death in the Son, is one of the finest compositions in marble. Ancient Greek art has bequeathed to us few works so beautiful and none so pathetic. In this connection, a well-known statement of Jerome may not be without significance. He tells us that Bethlehem, the traditionary birthplace of the Lord, was shaded by a grove of that still older Syrian lord, Adonis, and that where the infant Jesus had wept, the lover of Venus was bewailed. Though he does not expressly say so, Jerome seems to have thought that the grove of Adonis had been planted by the heathen after the birth of Christ for the purpose of defiling the sacred spot. In this he may have been mistaken. If Adonis was indeed, as I have argued, the spirit of the corn, a more suitable name for his dwelling place could hardly be found than Bethlehem, the house of bread, and he may well have been worshipped there at his house of bread long ages before the birth of him who said, "I am the bread of life," even on the hypothesis that Adonis followed rather than preceded Christ at Bethlehem. The choice of his sad figure to divert the allegiance of Christians from their Lord cannot but strike us as eminently appropriate when we remember the similarity of the rites which commemorated the death and resurrection of the two. One of the earliest seats of the worship of the new god was Antioch, and at Antioch, as we have seen, the death of the old god was annually celebrated with great solemnity, a circumstance which attended the entrance of Julian into the city at the time of the Adonis festival may perhaps throw some light on the date of its celebration. When the emperor drew near to the city, he was received with public prayers as if he had been a god, and he marveled at the voices of a great multitude, who cried that the star of salvation had dawned upon them in the east. This may doubtless have been no more than a fulsome compliment paid by an obsequious oriental crowd to the Roman emperor. But it is also possible that the rising of a bright star regularly gave the signal for the festival, and that as chance would have it, the star emerged above the rim of the eastern horizon at the very moment of the emperor's approach. The coincidence, if it happened, could hardly fail to strike the imagination of a superstitious and excited multitude, who might thereupon hail the great man as the deity whose coming was announced by the sign in the heavens. Or the emperor may have mistaken for a greeting to himself the shouts which were addressed to the star. Now Astarte, the divine mistress of Adonis, was identified with the planet Venus, and her changes from a morning to an evening star were carefully noted by the Babylonian astronomers, who drew omens from her alternate appearance and disappearance. Hence, we may conjecture that the festival of Adonis was regularly timed to coincide with the appearance of Venus as the morning or evening star. But the star which the people of Antioch saluted at the festival was seen in the east. Therefore, if it was indeed Venus, it can only have been the morning star. At Afaka in Syria, where there was a famous temple of Astarte, the signal for the celebration of the rites was apparently given by the flashing of a meteor, which on a certain day fell like a star from the top of Mount Lebanon into the river Adonis. The meteor was thought to be Astarte herself, and its flight through the air might naturally be interpreted as the descent of the amorous goddess to the arms of her lover. At Antioch and elsewhere, the appearance of the morning star on the day of the festival may, in like manner, have been hailed as the coming of the goddess of love to wake her dead Lemon from his earthy bed. If that were so, we may surmise that it was the morning star which guided the wise men of the east to Bethlehem, the hallowed spot which heard, in the language of Jerome, the weeping of the infant Christ and the lament for Adonis. Chapter 34. The Myth and Ritual of Attis. Another of those gods whose supposed death and resurrection struck such deep roots into the faith and ritual of Western Asia is Attis. He was to Phrygia what Adonis was to Syria. Like Adonis, he appears to have been a god of vegetation, and his death and resurrection were annually mourned and rejoiced over at a festival in spring. The legends and rites of the two gods were so much alike that the ancients themselves sometimes identified them. Attis was said to have been a fair young shepherd or herdsman beloved by Cybele, the mother of the gods, a great Asiatic goddess of fertility, who had her chief home in Phrygia. Some held that Attis was her son. His birth, like that of many other heroes, is said to have been miraculous. His mother, Nana, was a virgin who conceived by putting a ripe almond or a pomegranate in her bosom. Indeed, in the Phrygian cosmogony, an almond figured as the father of all things, perhaps because its delicate lilac blossom is one of the first herald of the spring, appearing on the bare boughs before the leaves have opened. Such tales of virgin mothers are relics of an age of childish ignorance, when men had not yet recognized the intercourse of the sexes as the true cause of offspring. Two different accounts of the death of Attis were current. According to the one, he was killed by a boar, like Adonis. According to the other, he unmanned himself under a pine tree and bled to death on the spot. The latter is said to have been the local story told by the people of Pessinaz, a great seat of the worship of Cybele, and the whole legend of which the story forms a part is stamped with a character of rudeness and savagery that speaks strongly for its antiquity. Both tales might claim the support of custom, or rather, both were probably invented to explain certain customs observed by the worshippers. The story of the self-mutilation of Attis is clearly an attempt to account for the self-mutilation of his priests, who regularly castrated themselves on entering the service of the goddess. The story of his death by the boar may have been told to explain why his worshippers, especially the people of Pessinus, abstained from eating swine. In like manner, the worshippers of Adonis abstained from pork, because a boar had killed their god. After his death, Attis is said to have been changed into a pine tree. The worship of the Phrygian mother of the gods was adopted by the Romans in 204 BC, towards the close of their long struggle with Hannibal. For their drooping spirits had been opportunely cheered by a prophecy, alleged to be drawn from that convenient farrago of nonsense, the Sibylline books, that the foreign invader would be driven from Italy if the great oriental goddess were brought to Rome. Accordingly, ambassadors were dispatched to her sacred city, Pessinus in Phrygia. The small black stone which embodied the mighty divinity was entrusted to them and conveyed to Rome, where it was received with great respect and installed in the Temple of Victory on the Palatine Hill. It was the middle of April when the goddess arrived, and she went to work at once. For the harvest that year was such as had not been seen for many a long day, and in the very next year Hannibal and his veterans embarked for Africa. As he looked his last on the coast of Italy, fading behind him in the distance, he could not foresee that Europe, which had repelled the arms, would yet yield to the gods of the Orient. The vanguard of the conquerors had already encamped in the heart of Italy before the rear guard of the beaten army fell sullenly back from its shore. We may conjecture, though we are not told, that the mother of the gods brought with her the worship of her youthful lover or son to her new home in the west. Certainly the Romans were familiar with the Galli, the emasculated priests of Attis, before the close of the Republic. These unsexed beings, in their oriental costume, with little images suspended on their breasts, appear to have been a familiar sight in the streets of Rome, which they traversed in procession, carrying the image of the goddess and chanting their hymns to the music of cymbals and tambourines, flutes and horns, while the people, impressed by the fantastic show and moved by the wild strains, flung alms to them in abundance, and buried the image and its bearers under showers of roses. A further step was taken by the Emperor Claudius, when he incorporated the Phrygian worship of the sacred tree, and with it probably the orgiastic rites in the established religion of Rome. The great spring festival of Cybele and Attis is best known to us in the form in which it was celebrated at Rome. But as we are informed that the Roman ceremonies were also Phrygian, we may assume that they differed hardly, if at all. From their Asiatic original, the order of the festival seems to have been as follows. On the 22nd day of March, a pine tree was cut in the woods and brought into the sanctuary of Cybele, where it was treated as a great divinity. The duty of carrying the sacred tree was entrusted to a guild of tree-bearers. The trunk was swathed like a corpse with woolen bands and decked with wreaths of violets, for violets were said to have sprung from the blood of Attis. For violets were said to have sprung, as roses and anemones, from the blood of Adonis, and the effigy of a young man, doubtless Attis himself, was tied to the middle of the stem. On the second day of the festival, the 23rd of March, the chief ceremony seems to have been a blowing of trumpets. The third day, the 24th of March, was known as the Day of Blood. The Archigallus, or high priest, drew blood from his arms and presented it as offering. Nor was he alone in making this bloody sacrifice. Stirred by the wild barbaric music of clashing cymbals, rumbling drums, droning horns, and screaming flutes, the inferior clergy whirled about in the dance with waggling heads and streaming hair until, wrapped into a frenzy of excitement and insensible to pain, they gashed their bodies with potsherds or slashed them with knives in order to bespatter the altar and the sacred tree with their flowing blood. The ghastly rite probably formed part of the mourning for Attis and may have been intended to strengthen him for the resurrection. The Australian Aborigines cut themselves in like manner over the graves of their friends for the purpose, perhaps, of enabling them to be born again. Further, we may conjecture, though we are not expressly told, that it was on the same day of blood and for the same purpose that the novices sacrificed their virility. Wrought up to the highest pitch of religious excitement, they dashed the severed portions of themselves against the image of the cruel goddess. These broken instruments of fertility were afterwards reverently wrapped up and buried in the earth, or in subterranean chambers sacred to Cybele, where, like the offering of blood, they may have been deemed instrumental in recalling Attis to life and hastening the general resurrection of nature, which was then bursting into leaf and blossom in the vernal sunshine. Some confirmation of this conjecture is furnished by the savage story that the mother of Attis conceived by putting in her bosom a pomegranate sprung from the severed genitals of a man-monster named Agdestis, a sort of double of Attis. If there is any truth in this conjectural explanation of the custom, we can readily understand why other Asiatic goddesses of fertility were served in like manner by eunuch priests. These feminine deities required to receive from their male ministers, who personated the divine lovers, the means of discharging their beneficent functions. They had themselves to be impregnated by the life-giving energy before they could transmit it to the world. Goddesses thus ministered to by eunuch priests were the great Artemis of Ephesus and the great Syrian Astarte of Hierapolis, whose sanctuary, frequented by swarms of pilgrims and enriched by the offerings of Assyria and Babylonia, of Arabia and Phoenicia, was perhaps in the days of its glory the most popular in the East. Now the unsexed priests of this Syrian goddess resembled those of Cybele so closely that some people took them to be the same, and the mode in which they dedicated themselves to the religious life was similar. The greatest festival of the year at Hierapolis fell at the beginning of spring, when multitudes thronged the sanctuary from Syria and the regions round about, while the flutes played, the drums beat, and the eunuch priests slashed themselves with knives. The religious excitement gradually spread like a wave among the crowd of onlookers, and many a one did that which he little thought to do when he came as a holiday spectator to the festival. For man after man, his veins throbbing with the music, his eyes fascinated by the sight of the streaming blood, flung his garments from him, leaped forth with a shout, and seizing one of the swords which stood ready for the purpose, castrated himself on the spot. Then he ran through the city holding the bloody pieces in his hand, till he threw them into one of the houses which he passed in his mad career. The household thus honored had to furnish him with a suit of female attire and female ornaments, which he wore for the rest of his life. When the tumult of emotion had subsided and the man had come to himself again, the irrevocable sacrifice must often have been followed by passionate sorrow and lifelong regret. This revulsion of natural human feeling after the frenzies of a fanatical religion is powerfully depicted by Catullus in a celebrated poem. The parallel of these Syrian devotees confirms the view that in the similar worship of Cybele, the sacrifice of virility took place on the day of blood at the vernal rites of the goddess, when the violets, supposed to spring from the red drops of her wounded lover, were in bloom among the pines. Indeed, the story that Attis unmanned himself under a pine tree was clearly devised to explain why his priests did the same beside the sacred violet-wreathed tree at his festival. At all events, we can hardly doubt that the day of blood witnessed the mourning for Attis over an effigy of him, which was afterwards buried. The image thus laid in the sepulchre was probably the same which had hung upon the tree. Throughout the period of mourning, the worshippers fasted from bread, nominally because Cybele had done so in her grief for the death of Attis, but really perhaps for the same reason which induced the women of Haran to abstain from eating anything ground in a mill, while they wept for Tammuz. To partake of bread or flour at such a season might have been deemed a wanton profanation of the bruised and broken body of the god, or the fast may possibly have been a preparation for a sacramental meal. But when night had fallen, the sorrow of the worshippers was turned to joy, for suddenly a light shone in the darkness. The tomb was opened. The god had risen from the dead, and as the priest touched the lips of the weeping mourners with balm, he softly whispered in their ears the glad tidings of salvation. The resurrection of the god was hailed by his disciples as a promise that they too would issue triumphant from the corruption of the graves. On the morrow, the 25th day of March, which was reckoned the vernal equinox, the divine resurrection was celebrated with a wild outburst of glee. At Rome and probably elsewhere, the celebration took the form of a carnival. It was the festival of joy, Hilaria. A universal license prevailed. Every man might say and do what he pleased. People went about the streets in disguise. No dignity was too high or too sacred for the humblest citizen to assume impunity. In the reign of Commodus, a band of conspirators thought to take advantage of the masquerade by dressing in the uniform of the imperial guard, and so mingling with the crowd of merrymakers to get within stabbing distance of the emperor. But the plot miscarried. Even the stern Alexander Severus used to relax so far on the joyous day as to admit a pheasant to his frugal board. The next day, the 26th of March, was given to repose, which must have been much needed after the varied excitements and fatigues of the preceding days. Finally, the Roman festival closed on the 27th of March with a procession to the brook Almo. The silver image of the goddess, with its face of jagged black stone, sat in a wagon drawn by oxen. Preceded by the nobles walking barefoot, it moved slowly to the loud music of pipes and tambourines out by the Porta Capena, and so down to the banks of the Almo, which flows into the Tiber just below the walls of Rome. There the high priest, robed in purple, washed the wagon, the image, and the other sacred objects in the water of the stream. On returning from their bath, the wain and the oxen were strewn with fresh spring flowers. All was mirth and gaiety. No one thought of the blood that had flowed so lately. Even the eunuch priests forgot their wounds. Such, then, appears to have been the annual solemnization of the death and resurrection of Attis in spring. But besides these public rites, his worship is known to have comprised certain secret or mystic ceremonies, which probably aimed at bringing the worshipper, and especially the novice, into closer communication with his god. Our information as to the nature of these mysteries and the date of their celebration is unfortunately very scanty, but they seem to have included a sacramental meal and a baptism of blood. In the sacrament, the novice became a partaker of the mysteries by eating out of a drum and drinking out of a cymbal, two instruments of music which figured prominently in the thrilling orchestra of Attis. The fast, which accompanied the mourning for the dead god, may perhaps have been designed to prepare the body of the communicant for the reception of the Blessed Sacrament, by purging it of all that could defile by contact the sacred elements. In the baptism, the devotee, crowned with gold and wreathed with fillets, descended into a pit, the mouth of which was covered with a wooden grating. A bull, adorned with garlands of flowers, its forehead glittering with gold leaf, was then driven onto the grating and there stabbed to death with a consecrated spear. Its hot reeking blood poured in torrents through the aperture, and was received with devout eagerness by the worshipper on every part of his person and garments, till he emerged from the pit drenched, dripping, and scarlet from head to foot, to receive the homage, nay, the adoration, of his fellows as one who had been born again to eternal life, and had washed away his sins in the blood of the bull. For some time afterwards, the fiction of a new birth was kept up by dieting him on milk, like a newborn babe. The regeneration of the worshipper took place at the same time as the regeneration of his god, namely at the vernal equinox time. At Rome, the new birth and the remission of sins by the shedding of bull's blood appear to have been carried out above all at the sanctuary of the Phrygian goddess on the Vatican Hill, at or near the spot where the great basilica of St. Peter's now stands, for many inscriptions relating to the rites were found when the church was being enlarged in 1608 or 1609. From the Vatican as a center, this barbarous system of superstition seems to have spread to other parts of the Roman Empire. Inscriptions found in Gaul and Germany prove that provincial sanctuaries modeled their ritual on that of the Vatican. From the same source, we learn that the testicles as well as the blood of the bull played an important part in the ceremonies. Probably they were regarded as a powerful charm to promote fertility and hasten the new birth. Chapter 35. Attis as a god of vegetation. The original character of Attis as a tree spirit is brought out plainly by the part which the pine tree plays in his legend, his ritual, and his monuments. The story that he was a human being transformed into a pine tree is only one of those transparent attempts at rationalizing old beliefs, which meet us so frequently in mythology, the bringing in of the pine tree from the woods. Decked with violets and woolen bands is like bringing in the May tree or summer tree in modern folk custom, and the effigy which was attached to the pine tree was only a duplicate representative of the tree spirit Attis. After being fastened to the tree, the effigy was kept for a year and then burned. The same thing appears to have been sometimes done with the maypole, and in like manner the effigy of the corn spirit, made at harvest, is often preserved till it is replaced by a new effigy at next year's harvest. The original intention of such customs was no doubt to maintain the spirit of vegetation and life throughout the year. Why the Phrygians should have worshipped the pine above other trees, we can only guess. Perhaps the sight of its changeless, though somber green, cresting the ridges of the high hills above the fading splendor of the autumn woods in the valleys, may have seemed to their eyes to mark it out as the seed of a diviner life, of something exempt from the sad vicissitudes of the seasons, constant and eternal as the sky which stooped to meet it. For the same reason, perhaps, ivy was sacred to Attis. At all events, we read that his unit priests were tattooed with a pattern of ivy leaves. Another reason for the sanctity of the pine may have been its usefulness. The cones of the stone pine contain edible nut-like seeds which have been used as food since antiquity and are still eaten, for example, by the poorer classes in Rome. Moreover, a wine was brewed from these seeds, and this may partly account for the orgiastic nature of the rites of Cybele, which the ancients compared to those of Dionysus. Further, pine cones were regarded as symbols, or rather instruments of fertility. Hence, at the festival of the Thesmophoria they were thrown, along with pigs and other agents or emblems of fecundity, into the sacred vaults of Demeter for the purpose of quickening the ground in the wombs of women. Like tree spirits in general, Attis was apparently thought to wield power over the fruits of the earth, or even to be identical with the corn. One of his epithets was very fruitful. He was addressed as the reaped green or yellow ear of corn, and the story of his sufferings, death, and resurrection was interpreted as the ripe grain wounded by the reaper, buried in the granary, and coming to life again when it is sown in the ground. A statue of him in the Lateran Museum at Rome clearly indicates his relation to the fruits of the earth, and particularly to the corn, for it represents him with a bunch of ears of corn and fruit in his hand, and a wreath of pine cones, pomegranates, and other fruits on his head, while from the top of his Phrygian cap ears of corn are sprouting. On a stone urn which contained the ashes of an Archigallus or high priest of Attis, the same idea is expressed in a slightly different way. The top of the urn is adorned with ears of corn carved in relief, and it is surmounted by the figure of a cock, whose tail consists of ears of corn. Cybele, in like manner, was conceived as a goddess of fertility who could make or mar the fruits of the earth. For the people of Augustodunum Autun in Gaul used to cart her image about in a wagon for the good of the fields and vineyards, while they danced and sang before it, and we have seen that in Italy an unusually fine harvest was attributed to the recent arrival of the Great Mother. The bathing of the image of the goddess in a river may well have been a rain charm to ensure an abundant supply of moisture for the crops. Chapter 36. Human representatives of Attis. From inscriptions it appears that both at Pessinus and Rome, the high priest of Cybele bore the name of Attis. It is therefore a reasonable conjecture that he played the part of his namesake, the legendary Attis, at the annual festival. We have seen that on the Day of Blood he drew blood from his arms, and this may have been an imitation of the self-inflicted death of Attis under the pine tree. It is not inconsistent with this supposition that Attis was also represented at these ceremonies by an effigy, for instances can be shown in which the divine being is first represented by a living person and afterwards by an effigy, which is then burned or otherwise destroyed. Perhaps we may go a step farther and conjecture that this mimic killing of the priest, accompanied by a real effusion of his blood, was in Phrygia, as it has been elsewhere, as substitute for a human sacrifice, which in earlier times was actually offered. A reminiscence of the manner in which these old representatives of the deity were put to death is perhaps preserved in the famous story of Marsyas. He was said to be a Phrygian satyr or Silenus, according to others a shepherd or herdsman who played sweetly on the flute. A friend of Cybele, he roamed the country with the disconsolate goddess to soothe her grief for the death of Attis. The composition of the Mother's Air, a tune played on the flute in honor of the great mother goddess, was attributed to him by the people of Celianae in Phrygia. Vain of his skill, he challenged Apollo to a musical contest, he to play on the flute and Apollo on the lyre. Being vanquished, Marsyas was tied up to a pine tree and flayed or cut limb from limb, either by the victorious Apollo or by a Scythian slave. His skin was shown at Celaenae in historical times. It hung at the foot of the citadel in a cave, from which the river Marsyas rushed with an impetuous and noisy tide to join the Meander. So the Adonis burst full born from the precipices of the Lebanon. So the blue river of Hebrides leaps in a crystal jet from the red rocks of the Taurus. So the stream which now rumbles deep underground used to gleam for a moment on its passage from darkness to darkness in the dim light of the Carishian caves. In all these copious fountains with their glad promise of fertility and life, men of old saw the hand of God and worshipped him beside the rushing river with the music of its tumbling waters in their ears. At Celianae, if we can trust tradition, the piper Marsyas, hanging in his cave, had a soul for harmony, even in death, for it is said that at the sound of his native Phrygian melodies, the skin of the dead satyr used to thrill. But that if the musician struck up an air in praise of Apollo, it remained deaf and motionless. In this Phrygian satyr shepherd or herdsman, who enjoyed the friendship of Cybele, practiced the music so characteristic of her rites, and died a violent death on her sacred tree, a pine. May we not detect a close resemblance to Attis, the favorite shepherd or herdsman of the goddess, who is himself described as a piper, is said to have perished under a pine tree, and was annually represented by an effigy hung like Marsyas upon a pine. We may conjecture that in old days the priest who bore the name and played the part of Attis at the spring festival of Cybele, was regularly hanged or otherwise slain upon the sacred tree, and that this barbarous custom was afterwards mitigated into the form in which it is known to us in later times, when the priest merely drew blood from his body under the tree and attached an effigy instead of himself to its trunk. In the holy grove at Uppsala, men and animals were sacrificed by being hanged upon the sacred trees. The human victims dedicated to Odin were regularly put to death by hanging or by a combination of hanging and stabbing, the man being strung up to a tree or a gallows and then wounded with a spear. Hence, Odin was called the Lord of the Gallows or the God of the Hanged, and he is represented sitting under a gallows tree. Indeed, he is said to have been sacrificed to himself in the ordinary way, as we learn from the weird verses of the Havamal, in which the god describes how he acquired his divine power by learning the magic runes. I know that I hung on the windy tree for 9 whole nights, wounded with the spear, dedicated to Odin, myself to myself. The Bagobas of my day. One of the Philippine Islands used annually to sacrifice human victims for the good of the crops in a similar way. Early in December, when the constellation Orion appeared at 7 o'clock in the evening, the people knew that the time had come to clear their fields for sowing and to sacrifice a slave. The sacrifice was presented to certain powerful spirits as payment for the good year which the people had enjoyed, and to ensure the favor of the spirits for the coming season. The victim was led to a great tree in the forest. There he was tied with his back to the tree and his arms stretched high above his head, in the attitude in which ancient artists portrayed Marsyas hanging on the fatal tree. While he thus hung by the arms, he was slain by a spear thrust through his body at the level of the armpits. Afterwards the body was cut clean through the middle at the waist, and the upper part was apparently allowed to dangle for a little from the tree, while the under part wallowed in blood on the ground. The 2 portions were finally cast into a shallow trench beside the tree. Before this was done, anybody who wished might cut off a piece of flesh or a lock of hair from the corpse and carry it to the grave of some relation whose body was being consumed by a ghoul. Attracted by the fresh corpse, the ghoul would leave the moldering old body in peace. These sacrifices have been offered by men now living. In Greece, the great goddess Artemis herself appears to have been annually hanged in effigy in her sacred grove of Condalia among the Arcadian hills, and there accordingly she went by the name of the Hanged One. Indeed, a trace of a similar rite may perhaps be detected even at Ephesus, the most famous of her sanctuaries, in the legend of a woman who hanged herself and was thereupon dressed by the compassionate goddess in her own divine garb, and called by the name of Hecate. Similarly, at Melite in Phthia, a story was told of a girl named Aspolis, who hanged herself, but who appears to have been merely a form of Artemis. For after her death, her body could not be found, but an image of her was discovered standing beside the image of Artemis, and the people bestowed on it the title of Hecate or Farshooter, one of the regular epithets of the goddess. Every year the virgin sacrificed a young goat to the image by hanging it, because Aspolis was said to have hanged herself. The sacrifice may have been a substitute for hanging an image or a human representative of Artemis. Again, in Rhodes, the fair Helen was worshipped under the title of Helen of the Tree, because the queen of the island had caused her handmaids, disguised as furies, to string her up to a bough. That the Asiatic Greeks sacrificed animals in this fashion is proved by coins of Ilium, which represent an ox or cow hanging on a tree and stabbed with a knife by a man, who sits among the branches or on the animal's back. At Hierapolis also, the victims were hung on trees before they were burnt. With these Greek and Scandinavian parallels before us, we can hardly dismiss as wholly improbable the conjecture that in Phrygia, a man-god may have hung year by year on the sacred but fatal tree. Chapter 37. Oriental Religions in the West. The worship of the great mother of the gods, and her lover or son, was very popular under the Roman Empire. Inscriptions prove that the two received divine honors, separately or conjointly, not only in Italy, and especially at Rome, but also in the provinces, particularly in Africa, Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, and Bulgaria. Their worship survived the establishment of Christianity by Constantine, for Symmachus records the recurrence of the festival of the Great Mother, and in the days of Augustine her effeminate priests still paraded the streets and squares of Carthage with whitened faces, scented hair, and mincing gait, while, like the mendicant friars of the Middle Ages, they begged alms from the passers-by. In Greece, on the other hand, the bloody orgies of the Asiatic goddess and her consort appear to have found little favor. The barbarous and cruel character of the worship, with its frantic excesses, was doubtless repugnant to the good taste and humanity of the Greeks, who seem to have preferred the kindred but gentler rites of Adonis. Yet the same features which shocked and repelled the Greeks may have positively attracted the less refined Romans and barbarians of the West. The ecstatic frenzies, which were mistaken for divine inspiration, the mangling of the body, the theory of a new birth, and the remission of sins through the shedding of blood have all their origin in savagery, and they naturally appealed to peoples in whom the savage instincts were still strong. Their true character was indeed often disguised under a decent veil of allegorical or philosophical interpretation, which probably sufficed to impose upon the rapt and enthusiastic worshipper, reconciling even the more cultivated of them to things which otherwise must have filled them with horror and disgust. The religion of the Great Mother, with its curious blending of crude savagery with spiritual aspirations, was only one of a multitude of similar Oriental faiths which in the later days of paganism spread over the Roman Empire, and by saturating the European peoples with alien ideals of life, gradually undermined the whole fabric of ancient civilization. Greek and Roman society was built on the conception of the subordination of the individual to the community, of the citizen to the state. It set the safety of the commonwealth as the supreme aim of conduct, above the safety of the individual, whether in this world or in the world to come. Trained from infancy in this unselfish ideal, the citizens devoted their lives to the public service, and were ready to lay them down for the common good. Or if they shrank from the supreme sacrifice, it never occurred to them that they acted otherwise than basely in preferring their personal existence to the interests of their country. All this was changed by the spread of Oriental religions which inculcated the communion of the soul with God and its eternal salvation as the only objects worth living for, objects in comparison with which the prosperity and even the existence of the state sank into insignificance. The inevitable result of this selfish and immoral doctrine was to withdraw the devotee more and more from the public service, to concentrate his thoughts on his own spiritual emotions, and to breed in him a contempt for the present life, which he regarded merely as a probation for a better and an eternal. Disdainful of earth and wrapped in ecstatic contemplation of heaven, became in popular opinion the highest ideal of humanity, displacing the old ideal of the patriot and hero who, forgetful of self, lives, and is ready to die for the good of his country. The earthly city seemed poor and contemptible to men whose eyes beheld the city of God coming in the clouds of heaven. Thus the center of gravity, so to say, was shifted from the present to a future life, and however much the other world may have gained, there can be little doubt that this one lost heavily by the change. A general disintegration of the body politic set in. The ties of the state and the family were loosened. The structure of society tended to resolve itself into its individual elements and thereby to relapse into barbarism. For civilization is only possible through the active cooperation of the citizens and their willingness to subordinate their private interests to the common good. Men refused to defend their country and even to continue their kind. In their anxiety to save their own souls and the souls of others, they were content to leave the material world, which they identified with the principle of evil, to perish around them. This obsession lasted for 1,000 years. The revival of Roman law, of the Aristotelian philosophy, of ancient art and literature at the close of the Middle Ages, marked the return of Europe to native ideals of life and conduct, to saner, manlier views of the world. The long halt in the march of civilization was over. The tide of Oriental invasion had turned at last. It is ebbing still. Among the gods of Eastern origin who, in the decline of the ancient world, competed against each other for the allegiance of the West, was the old Persian deity Mithra. The immense popularity of his worship is attested by the monuments illustrative of it, which have been found scattered in profusion all over the Roman Empire. In respect both of doctrines and of rites, the cult of Mithra appears to have presented many points of resemblance not only to the religion of the Mother of the Gods, but also to Christianity. The similarity struck the Christian doctors themselves and was explained by them as a work of the devil, who sought to seduce the souls of men from the true faith by a false and insidious imitation of it. So too the Spanish conquerors of Mexico and Peru, many of the native heathen rites, appeared to be diabolical counterfeits of the Christian sacraments. With more probability, the modern student of comparative religion traces such resemblances to the similar and independent workings of the mind of man in his sincere, if crude, attempts to fathom the secret of the universe, and to adjust his little life to its awful mysteries. However that may be, there can be no doubt that the Mithraic religion proved a formidable rival to Christianity, combining as it did a solemn ritual with aspirations after moral purity and a hope of immortality. Indeed, the issue of the conflict between the two faiths appears for a time to have hung in the balance. An instructive relic of the long struggle is preserved in our festival of Christmas, which the Church seems to have borrowed directly from its heathen rival. In the Julian calendar, the 25th of December was reckoned the winter solstice, and it was regarded as the nativity of the sun, because the day begins to lengthen and the power of the sun to increase from that turning point of the year. The ritual of the nativity, as it appears to have been celebrated in Syria and Egypt, was remarkable. The celebrants retired into certain inner shrines, from which at midnight they issued with a loud cry, "The Virgin has brought forth." The light is waxing. The Egyptians even represented the newborn sun by the image of an infant which on his birthday, the winter solstice, they brought forth and exhibited to his worshippers. No doubt, the Virgin who thus conceived and bore a son on the 25th of December was the great Oriental goddess, whom the Semites called the Heavenly Virgin, or simply the Heavenly Goddess. In Semitic lands, she was a form of Astarte. Now Mithra was regularly identified by his worshippers with the sun, the unconquered sun as they called him. Hence, his nativity also fell on the 25th of December. The Gospels say nothing as to the day of Christ's birth, and accordingly the early church did not celebrate it. In time, however, the Christians of Egypt came to regard the 6th of January as the date of the nativity, and the custom of commemorating the birth of the Savior on that day gradually spread until by the 4th century it was universally established in the East. But at the end of the 3rd or the beginning of the 4th century, the Western Church, which had never recognized the 6th of January as the day of the Nativity, adopted the 25th of December as the true date, and in time its decision was accepted also by the Eastern Church. At Antioch, the change was not introduced till about the year 375 AD. What considerations led the ecclesiastical authorities to institute the festival of Christmas? The motives for the innovation are stated with great frankness by a Syrian writer, himself a Christian. The reason, he tells us, why the fathers transferred the celebration of the 6th of January to the 25th of December was that it was a custom of the heathen to celebrate on the same 25th of December the birthday of the sun, at which they kindled lights in token of festivity. In these solemnities and festivities, the Christians also took part. Accordingly, when the doctors of the church perceived that the Christians had a leaning to this festival, they took counsel and resolved that the true nativity should be solemnized on that day, and the festival of the Epiphany on the 6th of January. Accordingly, along with this custom, the practice has prevailed of kindling fires till the 6th. The heathen origin of Christmas is plainly hinted at, if not tacitly admitted, by Augustine, when he exhorts his Christian brethren not to celebrate that solemn day like the heathen on account of the sun, but on account of him who made the sun. In like manner, Leo the Great rebuked the pestilent belief that Christmas was solemnized because of the birth of the new sun, as it was called, and not because of the nativity of Christ. Thus, it appears that the Christian Church chose to celebrate the birthday of its founder on the 25th of December in order to transfer the devotion of the heathen from the sun to him who was called the Son of Righteousness. If that was so, there can be no intrinsic improbability in the conjecture that motives of the same sort may have led the ecclesiastical authorities to assimilate the Easter festival of the death and resurrection of their Lord to the festival of death. Resurrection of another Asiatic god which fell at the same season. Now the Easter rites still observed in Greece, Sicily, and southern Italy bear in some respects a striking resemblance to the rites of Adonis. And I suggested that the Church may have consciously adapted the new festival to its heathen predecessor for the sake of winning souls to Christ. But this adaptation probably took place in the Greek-speaking rather than in the Latin-speaking parts of the ancient world. For the worship of Adonis, while it flourished among the Greeks, appears to have made little impression on Rome and the West. Certainly it never formed part of the official Roman religion. The place which it might have taken in the affections of the vulgar was already occupied by the similar but more barbarous worship of Attis and the Great Mother. Now the death and resurrection of Attis were officially celebrated at Rome on the 24th and 25th of March, the latter being regarded as the spring equinox, and therefore as the most appropriate day for the revival of a god of vegetation who had been dead or sleeping throughout the winter. But according to an ancient and widespread tradition, Christ suffered on the 25th of March, and accordingly some Christians regularly celebrated the crucifixion on that day without any regard to the state of the moon. This custom was certainly observed in Phrygia, Cappadocia, and Gaul, and there seem to be grounds for thinking that at one time it was followed also in Rome. Thus the tradition which placed the death of Christ on the 25th of March was ancient and deeply rooted. It is all the more remarkable because astronomical considerations prove that it can have had no historical foundation. The inference appears to be inevitable that the Passion of Christ must have been arbitrarily referred to that date in order to harmonize with an older festival of the spring equinox. This is the view of the learned ecclesiastical historian N.G.R. Duchesne, who points out that the death of the Savior was thus made to fall upon the very day on which, according to a widespread belief, the world had been created. But the resurrection of Attis, who combined in himself the characters of the Divine Father and the Divine Son, was officially celebrated at Rome on the same day. When we remember that the festival of St. George in April has replaced the ancient pagan festival of the Perilia, that the festival of St. John the Baptist in June has succeeded to a heathen midsummer festival of water, that the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin in August has ousted the festival of Diana, that the Feast of All Souls in November is a continuation of an old heathen feast of the dead, and that the Nativity of Christ himself was assigned to the winter solstice in December because that day was deemed the Nativity of the Sun. We can hardly be thought rash or unreasonable in conjecturing that the other cardinal festival of the Christian Church, the solemnization of Easter, may have been in like manner and from like motives of edification adapted to a similar celebration of the Phrygian god Attis at the vernal equinox. At least it is a remarkable coincidence, if it is nothing more, that the Christian and the heathen festivals of the divine death and resurrection should have been solemnized at the same season and in the same place. For the places which celebrated the death of Christ at the spring equinox were Phrygia, Gaul, and apparently Rome, that is, the very regions in which the worship of Attis either originated or struck deepest root. It is difficult to regard the coincidence as purely accidental. If the vernal equinox, the season at which in the temperate regions the whole face of nature testifies to a fresh outburst of vital energy, had been viewed from of old as the time when the world was annually created afresh in the resurrection of a god, nothing could be more natural than to place the resurrection of the new deity at the same cardinal point of the year. Only it is to be observed that if the death of Christ was dated on the 25th of March, his resurrection, according to Christian tradition, must have happened on the 27th of March, which is just 2 days later than the vernal equinox of the Julian calendar and the resurrection of Attis. A similar displacement of 2 days in the adjustment of Christian to heathen celebrations occurs in the festivals of St. George and the Assumption of the Virgin. However, another Christian tradition, followed by Lactantius, and perhaps by the practice of the Church in Gaul, placed the death of Christ on the 23rd and his resurrection on the 25th of March. If That was so, his resurrection coincided exactly with the resurrection of Attis. In point of fact, it appears from the testimony of an anonymous Christian who wrote in the 4th century of our era, that Christians and pagans alike were struck by the remarkable coincidence between the death and resurrection of their respective deities, and that the coincidence formed a theme of bitter controversy between the adherents of the rival religions. The pagans contending that the resurrection of Christ was a spurious imitation of the resurrection of Attis, and the Christians asserting with equal warmth that the resurrection of Attis was a diabolical counterfeit of the resurrection of Christ. In these unseemly bickerings, the heathen took what to a superficial observer might seem strong ground by arguing that their God was the older and therefore presumably the original, not the counterfeit, since as a general rule an original is older than its copy. This feeble argument the Christians easily rebutted. They admitted indeed that in point of time Christ was the junior deity, but they triumphantly demonstrated his real seniority by falling back on the subtlety of Satan, who on so important an occasion had surpassed himself by inverting the usual order of nature. Taken altogether, the coincidences of the Christian with the heathen festivals are too close and too numerous to be accidental. They mark the compromise which the Church in the hour of its triumph was compelled to make with its vanquished yet still dangerous rivals. The inflexible Protestantism of the primitive missionaries, with their fiery denunciations of heathendom, had been exchanged for the supple policy, the easy tolerance, the comprehensive charity of shrewd ecclesiastics, who clearly perceived that if Christianity was to conquer the world, it could do so only by relaxing the too rigid principles of its founder, by widening a little the narrow gate which leads to salvation. In this respect, an instructive parallel might be drawn between the history of Christianity and the history of Buddhism. Both systems were in their origin essentially ethical reforms born of the generous ardor, the lofty aspirations, the tender compassion of their noble founders, two of those beautiful spirits who appear at rare intervals on earth, like beings come from a better world to support and guide our weak and erring nature. Both preached moral virtue as the means of accomplishing what they regarded as the supreme object of life, the eternal salvation of the individual soul, though by a curious antithesis the one sought that salvation in a blissful eternity, the other in a final release from suffering in annihilation. But the austere ideals of sanctity which they inculcated were too deeply opposed not only to the frailties, but to the natural instincts of humanity, ever to be carried out in practice by more than a small number of disciples, who consistently renounced the ties of the family and the state in order to work out their own salvation in the still seclusion of the cloister. If such faiths were to be nominally accepted by whole nations or even by the world, it was essential that they should first be modified or transformed, so as to accord in some measure with the prejudices, the passions, the superstitions of the vulgar. This process of accommodation was carried out in after ages by followers who, made of less ethereal stuff than their masters, were for that reason the better fitted to mediate between them and the common herd. Thus, as time went on, the two religions, in exact proportion to their growing popularity, absorbed more and more of those baser elements which they had been instituted for the very purpose of suppressing. Such spiritual decadences are inevitable. The world cannot live at the level of its great men. Yet it would be unfair to the generality of our kind to ascribe wholly to their intellectual and moral weakness the gradual divergence of Buddhism and Christianity from their primitive patterns. For it should never be forgotten that by their glorification of poverty and celibacy, both these religions struck straight at the root, not merely of civil society, but of human existence. The blow is parried by the wisdom or the folly of the vast majority of mankind, who refuse to purchase a chance of saving their souls with the certainty of extinguishing the species. Chapter 38. The myth of Osiris. In ancient Egypt, the god whose death and resurrection were annually celebrated with alternate sorrow and joy was Osiris, the most popular of all Egyptian deities. and there are good grounds for classing him in one of his aspects with Adonis and Attis, as a personification of the great yearly vicissitudes of nature, especially at the coin. But the immense vogue which he enjoyed for many ages induced his devoted worshippers to heap upon him the attributes and powers of many other gods, so that it is not always easy to strip him, so to say, of his borrowed plumes and to restore them to their proper owners. The story of Osiris is told in a connected form only by Plutarch, whose narrative has been confirmed, and to some extent amplified in modern times by the evidence of the monument. Osiris was the offspring of an intrigue between the earth god Seb, Keb or Giabe, as the name is sometimes transliterated, and the sky goddess Nut. The Greeks identified his parents with their own deities, Cronus and Rhea. When the sun god Ra perceived that his wife Nut had been unfaithful to him, he declared with a curse that she should be delivered of the child in no month and no year. But the goddess had another lover, the god Thoth or Hermes, as the Greeks called him, and he, playing at draughts with the moon, won from her a 72nd part of every day, and having compounded 5 whole days out of these parts, he added them to the Egyptian year of 360 days. This was the mythical origin of the 5 supplementary days which the Egyptians annually inserted at the end of every year in order to establish a harmony between lunar and solar time. On these 5 days, regarded as outside the year of 12 months, the curse of the sun god did not rest, and accordingly Osiris was born on the first of them. At his nativity, a voice rang out proclaiming that the Lord of all had come into the world. Some say that a certain Paumiles heard a voice from the temple at Thebes, bidding him announce with a shout that a great king, the beneficent Osiris, was born. But Osiris was not the only child of his mother. On the second of the supplementary days, she gave birth to the elder Horus. On the third, to the god Set, whom the Greeks called Typhon, on the fourth to the goddess Isis, and on the 5th to the goddess Nephthys. Afterward Set married his sister Nephthys, and Osiris married his sister Isis. Reigning as a king on earth, Osiris reclaimed the Egyptians from savagery, gave them laws, and taught them to worship the gods. Before his time, the Egyptians had been cannibals, but Isis, the sister and wife of Osiris, discovered wheat and barley growing wild, and Osiris introduced the cultivation of these grains amongst his people, who forthwith abandoned cannibalism and took kindly to a corn diet. Moreover, Osiris is said to have been the first to gather fruit from trees, to train the vine to poles, and to tread the grapes. Eager to communicate these beneficent discoveries to all mankind, he committed the whole government of Egypt to his wife Isis, and traveled over the world, diffusing the blessings of civilization and agriculture wherever he went. In countries where a harsh climate or niggardly soil forbade the cultivation of the vine, he taught the inhabitants to console themselves for the want of wine by brewing beer from barley. Loaded with the wealth that had been showered upon him by grateful nations, he returned to Egypt, and on account of the benefits he had conferred on mankind, he was unanimously hailed and worshipped as a deity. But his brother Set, whom the Greeks called Typhon, with 72 others plotted against him. Having taken the measure of his good brother's body by stealth, the bad brother Typhon fashioned and highly decorated a coffer of the same size. And once, when they were all drinking and making merry, he brought in the coffer and jestingly promised to give it to the one whom it should fit exactly. Well, they all tried one after the other, but it fitted none of them. Last of all, Osiris stepped into it and lay down. On that, the conspirators ran and slammed the lid down on him, nailed it fast, soldered it with molten lead, and flung the coffer into the Nile. This happened on the 17th day of the month, Athyr, when the sun is in the sign of the Scorpion, and in the 28th year of the reign, or life of Osiris. When Isis heard of it, she sheared off a lock of her hair, put on a mourning attire, and wandered disconsolately up and down, seeking the body. By the advice of the god of wisdom, she took refuge in the papyrus swamps of the delta. 7 scorpions accompanied her in her flight. One evening, when she was weary, she came to the house of a woman who, alarmed at the sight of the scorpions, shut the door in her face. Then one of the scorpions crept under the door and stung the child of the woman that he died. But when Isis heard the mother's lamentation, her heart was touched, And she laid her hands on the child and uttered her powerful spells. So the poison was driven out of the child, and he lived. Afterwards, Isis herself gave birth to a son in the swamps. She had conceived him while she fluttered in the form of a hawk over the corpse of her dead husband. The infant was the younger Horus, who in his youth bore the name of Harpocrates, that is, the child Horus, whom Bough, the goddess of the north, hid from the wrath of his wicked uncle Set. Yet she could not guard him from all mishap. For one day, when Isis came to her little son's hiding place, she found him stretched lifeless and rigid on the ground. A scorpion had stung him. Then Isis prayed to the sun god Ra for help. The god hearkened to her, and stayed his bark in the sky, and sent down Thoth to teach her the spell by which she might restore her son to life. She uttered the words of power, and straightway the poison flowed from the body of Horus. Air passed into him, and he lived. Then Thoth ascended up into the sky and took his place once more in the bark of the sun, and the bright pomp passed onward jubilant. Meantime the coffer containing the body of Osiris had floated down the river and away out to sea, till at last it drifted ashore at Byblus on the coast of Syria. Here a fine areca tree shot up suddenly and enclosed the chest in its trunk. The king of the country, admiring the growth of the tree, had it cut down and made into a pillar of his house. But he did not know that the coffer with the dead Osiris was in it. Word of this came to Isis, and she journeyed to Byblus and sat down by the well in humble guise, her face wet with tears. To none would she speak till the king's handmaidens came, and them she greeted kindly, and braided their hair, and breathed on them from her own divine body a wondrous perfume. But when the queen beheld the braids of her handmaiden's hair, and smelt the sweet smell that emanated from them, she sent for the stranger woman, and took her into her house, and made her the nurse of her child. But Isis gave the babe her finger instead of her breast to suck, and at night she began to burn all that was mortal of him away, while she herself in the likeness of a swallow fluttered round the pillar that contained her dead brother, twittering mournfully. But the queen spied what she was doing, and shrieked out when she saw her child in flames, and thereby she hindered him from becoming immortal. Then the goddess revealed herself, and begged for the pillar of the roof, and they gave it her, and she cut the coffer out of it, and fell upon it, and embraced it, and lamented so loud that the younger of the king's children died of fright on the spot. But the trunk of the tree she wrapped in fine linen, and poured ointment on it, and gave it to the king and queen. And the wood stands in a temple of Isis, and is worshipped by the people of Byblus to this day. And Isis put the coffer in a boat, and took the eldest of the king's children with her, and sailed away. As soon as they were alone, she opened the chest, and laying her face on the face of her brother, she kissed him and wept. But the child came behind her softly, and saw what she was about, and she turned and looked at him in anger, and the child could not bear her look, and died. But some say that it was not so, but that he fell into the sea and was drowned. It is he whom the Egyptians sing of at their banquets under the name of Meneros. But Isis put the coffer by and went to see her son Horus at the city of Bough. And Typhon found the coffer as he was hunting a boar one night by the light of a full moon. And he knew the body and rent it into 14 pieces and scattered them abroad. But Isis sailed up and down the marshes in a shallop made of papyrus, looking for the pieces, and that is why when people sail in shallops made of papyrus, the crocodiles do not hurt them, for they fear or respect the goddess. And that is the reason, too, why there are many graves of Osiris in Egypt, for she buried each limb as she found it. But others will have it that she buried an image of him in every city, pretending it was his body, in order that Osiris might be worshipped in many places, and that if Typhon searched for the real grave, he might not be able to find it. However, the genital member of Osiris had been eaten by the fishes, so Isis made an image of it instead, and the image is used by the Egyptians at their festivals to this day. Isis, writes the historian Diodorus Siculus, recovered all the parts of the body except the genitals, and because she wished that her husband's grave should be unknown and honored by all who dwell in the land of Egypt, she resorted to the following device. She molded human images out of wax and spices corresponding to the stature of Osiris, round each one of the parts of his body, Then she called in the priests, according to their families, and took an oath of them all that they would reveal to no man the trust she was about to repose in them. So to each of them privately she said that, to them alone, she entrusted the burial of the body, and reminding them of the benefits they had received, she exhorted them to bury the body in their own land, and to honor Osiris as a god. She also besought them to dedicate one of the animals of their country, whichever they chose, and to honor it in life as they had formerly honored Osiris, and when it died to grant it obsequies like his. And because she would encourage the priests in their own interest to bestow the aforesaid honors, she gave them a third part of the land to be used by them in the service and worship of the gods. Accordingly, it is said that the priests, mindful of the benefits of Osiris, desirous of gratifying the queen, and moved by the prospect of gain, carried out all the injunctions of Isis. Wherefore to this day each of the priests imagines that Osiris is buried in his country, and they honor the beasts that were consecrated in the beginning, and when the animals die, the priests renew at their burial the mourning for Osiris. But the sacred bulls, the one called Apis and the other Nevis, were dedicated to Osiris, and it was ordained that they should be worshipped as gods in common by all the Egyptians, since these animals, above all others, had helped the discoverers of corn in sowing the seed and procuring the universal benefits of agriculture. Such is the myth or legend of Osiris, as told by Greek writers and eked out by more or less fragmentary notices or allusions in native Egyptian literature. A long inscription in the temple at Dendera has preserved a list of the god's graves, and other texts mention the parts of his body which were treasured as holy relics in each of the sanctuaries. Thus, his heart was at Athribis, his backbone at Bizaris, his neck at Letopolis, and his head at Memphis. As often happens in such cases, some of his divine limbs were miraculously multiplied. His head, for example, was at Abydos as well as at Memphis, and his legs, which were remarkably numerous, would have sufficed for several ordinary mortals. In this respect, however, Osiris was nothing to saint. Denys, of whom no less than 7 heads, all equally genuine, are extant, according to native Egyptian accounts, which supplement that of Plutarch, when Isis had found the corpse of her husband Osiris. She and her sister Nephthys sat down beside it and uttered a lament which in after ages became the type of all Egyptian lamentations for the dead. "Come to thy house," they wailed. "Come to thy house, O God on. Come to thy house, thou who hast no foes. O fair youth, come to thy house that thou mayest see me. I and thy sister whom thou lovest. Thou shalt not part from me. O fair boy, come to thy house. I see thee not. Yet doth my heart yearn after thee, and mine eyes desire thee. Come to her who loves thee, Unnefer, thou blessed one. Come to thy sister, come to thy wife, thou whose heart stands still. Come to thy housewife. I am thy sister by the same mother, thou shalt not be far from me. Gods and men have turned their faces towards thee, and weep for thee together. I call after thee, and weep, so that my cry is heard to heaven, but thou hearest not my voice. Yet am I thy sister whom thou didst love on earth. Thou didst love none but me, my brother. My brother, this lament for the fair youth cut off in his prime reminds us of the laments for Adonis. The title of Unnefer, or the good being bestowed on him, marks the beneficence which tradition universally ascribed to Osiris. It was at once his commonest title and one of his names as king. The lamentations of the 2 sad sisters were not in vain. In pity for her sorrow, the sun god Ra sent down from heaven the jackal-headed god Anubis, who, with the aid of Isis and Nephthys, of Thoth and Horus, pieced together the broken body of the murdered god, swathed it in linen bandages, and observed all the other rites which the Egyptians were wont to perform over the bodies of the departed. Then Isis fanned the cold clay with her wings. Osiris revived and thenceforth reigned as king over the dead in the other world. There he bore the titles of Lord of the Underworld, Lord of Eternity, Ruler of the Dead. There, too, in the great hall of the 2 Truths, assisted by 42 assessors, one from each of the principal districts of Egypt. He presided as judge at the trial of the souls of the departed who made their solemn confession before him, and their heart having been weighed in the balance of justice, received the reward of virtue in a life eternal, or the appropriate punishment of their sins. In the resurrection of Osiris, the Egyptians saw the pledge of a life everlasting for themselves beyond the grave. They believed that every man would live eternally in the other world if only his surviving friends did for his body what the gods had done for the body of Osiris. Hence, the ceremonies observed by the Egyptians over the human dead were an exact copy of those which Anubis, Horus, and the rest had performed over the dead god. At every burial there was enacted a representation of the divine mystery which had been performed of old over Osiris, when his son, his sisters, his friends were gathered round his mangled remains, and succeeded by their spells and manipulations in converting his broken body into the first mummy, which they afterwards reanimated and furnished with the means of entering on a new individual life beyond the grave. The mummy of the deceased was Osiris. The professional female mourners were his two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, Anubis, Horus. All the gods of the Osirian legend gathered about the corpse. In this way, every dead Egyptian was identified with Osiris and bore his name. From the Middle Kingdom onwards, it was the regular practice to address the deceased as Osiris so-and-so, as if he were the god himself, and to add the standing epithet true of speech, because true speech was characteristic of Osiris. The thousands of inscribed and pictured tombs that have been opened in the valley of the Nile prove that the mystery of the resurrection was performed for the benefit of every dead Egyptian. As Osiris died and rose again from the dead, so all men hope to arise, like him, from death to life eternal. Thus, according to what seems to have been the general native tradition, Osiris was a good and beloved king of Egypt, who suffered a violent death but rose from the dead and was henceforth worshipped as a deity. In harmony with this tradition, he was regularly represented by sculptors and painters in human and regal form, as a dead king, swathed in the wrappings of a mummy, but wearing on his head a kingly crown and grasping, in one of his hands, which were left free from the bandages, a kingly scepter. 2 cities above all others were associated with his myth or memory. One of them was Bizaris in Lower Egypt, which claimed to possess his backbone. The other was Abydos in Upper Egypt, which gloried in the possession of his head, encircled by the nimbus of the dead yet living god Abydos, originally an obscure place. He came from the end of the Old Kingdom, the holiest spot in Egypt. His tomb there would seem to have been to the Egyptians what the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem is to Christians. It was the wish of every pious man that his dead body should rest in hallowed earth near the grave of the glorified Osiris. Few indeed were rich enough to enjoy this inestimable privilege, for apart from the cost of a tomb in the sacred city, the mere transport of mummies from great distances was both difficult and expensive. Yet so eager were many to absorb in death the blessed influence which radiated from the Holy Sepulchre that they caused their surviving friends to convey their mortal remains to Abydos, there to tarry for a short time, and then to be brought back by river and interred in the tombs which had been made ready for them in their native land. Others had cenotaphs built or memorial tablets erected for themselves near the tomb of their dead and risen Lord, that they might share with him the bliss of a joyful resurrection. Chapter 39, The Ritual of Osiris, Section 1, The Popular Rites. A useful clue to the original nature of a god or goddess is often furnished by the season at which his or her festival is celebrated. Thus, if the festival falls at the new or the full moon, there is a certain presumption that the deity thus honored either is the moon or at least has lunar affinities. If the festival is held at the winter or summer solstice, we naturally surmise that the god is the sun, or in all events, that he stands in some close relation to that luminary. Again, if the festival coincides with the time of sowing or harvest, we are inclined to infer that the divinity is an embodiment of the earth or of the corn. These presumptions or inferences taken by themselves are by no means conclusive, but if they happen to be confirmed by other indications, the evidence may be regarded as fairly strong. Unfortunately, in dealing with the Egyptian gods, we are in a great measure precluded from making use of this clue. The reason is not that the dates of the festivals are always unknown, but that they shifted from year to year, until after a long interval they had revolved through the whole course of the seasons. This gradual revolution of the festal Egyptian cycle resulted from the employment of a calendar year, which neither corresponded exactly to the solar year, nor was periodically corrected by intercalation. If the Egyptian farmer of the olden time could get no help except at the rarest intervals from the official or sacerdotal calendar, he must have been compelled to observe for himself those natural signals which mark the times for the various operations of husbandry. In all ages of which we possess any records, the Egyptians have been an agricultural people, dependent for their subsistence on the growth of the corn. The cereals which they cultivated were wheat, barley, and apparently sorghum, Holcus sorghum, Linnaeus, the dura of the modern fellahin, then as now the whole country, with the exception of a fringe on the coast of the Mediterranean, was almost rainless and owed its immense fertility entirely to the annual inundation of the Nile, which, regulated by an elaborate system of dams and canals, was distributed over the field, renewing the soil year by year with a fresh deposit of mud washed down from the great equatorial lakes and the mountains of Abyssinia. Hence, the rise of the river has always been watched by the inhabitants with the utmost anxiety. For if it either falls short of or exceeds a certain height, dearth and famine are the inevitable consequences. The water begins to rise early in June, but it is not until the latter half of July that it swells to a mighty tide. By the end of September, the inundation is at its greatest height. The country is now submerged and presents the appearance of a sea of turbid water, from which the towns and villages built on higher ground rise like islands. For about a month, the flood remains nearly stationary, then sinks more and more rapidly, till by December or January, the river has returned to its ordinary bed. With the approach of summer, the level of the water continues to fall. In the early days of June, the Nile is reduced to half its ordinary breadth, and Egypt, scorched by the sun, blasted by the wind that has blown from the Sahara for many days, seems a mere continuation of the desert. The trees are choked with a thick layer of gray dust. A few meager patches of vegetables, watered with difficulty, struggle painfully for existence in the immediate neighborhood of the villages. Some appearance of verdure lingers beside the canals, and in the hollows from which the moisture has not wholly evaporated. The plain appears to pant in the pitiless sunshine, bare, dusty, ash-colored, cracked, and seamed as far as the eye can see with a network of fissures. From the middle of April till the middle of June, the land of Egypt is but half alive, waiting for the new Nile. For countless ages, the cycle of natural events has determined the annual labors of the Egyptian husbandman. The first work of the agricultural year is the cutting of the dams which have hitherto prevented the swollen river from flooding the canals and the fields. This is done in the pent-up waters released on their beneficent mission in the first half of August. In November, when the inundation has subsided, wheat, barley, and sorghum are sown. The time of harvest varies with the district, falling about a month later in the north than in the south. In upper or southern Egypt, barley is reaped at the beginning of March, wheat at the beginning of April, and sorghum about the end of that month. It is natural to suppose that the various events of the agricultural year were celebrated by the Egyptian farmer with some simple religious rites designed to secure the blessing of the gods upon his labors. These rustic ceremonies he would continue to perform year after year at the same season, while the solemn festivals of the priests continued to shift with the shifting calendar from summer through spring to winter, and so backward through autumn to summer. The rites of the husbandman were stable because they rested on direct observation of nature. The rites of the priest were unstable because they were based on a false calculation. Yet many of the priestly festivals may have been nothing but the old rural festivals disguised in the course of ages by the pomp of sacerdotalism, and severed by the error of the calendar from their roots in the natural cycle of the season. These conjectures are confirmed by the little we know, both of the popular and of the official Egyptian religion. Thus, we are told that the Egyptians held a festival of Isis at the time when the Nile began to rise. They believed that the goddess was then mourning for the lost Osiris, and that the tears which dropped from her eyes swelled the impetuous tide of the river. Now, if Osiris was in one of his aspects a god of the corn, nothing could be more natural than that he should be mourned at midsummer. For by that time the harvest was past, the fields were bare, the river ran low, life seemed to be suspended, the corn god was dead. At such a moment, people who saw the handiwork of divine beings and all the operations of nature might well trace the swelling of the sacred stream to the tears shed by the goddess at the death of the beneficent corn god, her husband. And the sign of the rising waters on earth was accompanied by a sign in heaven. For in the early days of Egyptian history, some 3,000 or 4,000 years before the beginning of our era, the splendid star of Sirius, the brightest of all the fixed stars, appeared at dawn in the east, just before sunrise about the time of the summer solstice, when the Nile begins to rise. The Egyptians called it Sothis and regarded it as the star of Isis, just as the Babylonians deemed the planet Venus the star of Astarte. To both peoples, apparently the brilliant luminary in the morning sky seemed the goddess of life and love come to mourn her departed lover or spouse and to wake him from the dead. Hence the rising of Sirius marked the beginning of the sacred Egyptian year, and was regularly celebrated by a festival which did not shift with the shifting official year. The cutting of the dams and the admission of the water into the canals and fields is a great event in the Egyptian year. At Cairo, the operation generally takes place between the 6th and the 16th of August, and until lately was attended by ceremonies which deserve to be noticed, because they were probably handed down from antiquity. An ancient canal, known by the name of the College, formerly passed through the native town of Cairo. Near its entrance, the canal was crossed by a dam of earth, very broad at the bottom and diminishing in breadth upwards, which used to be constructed before or soon after the Nile began to rise. In front of the dam, on the side of the river, was reared a truncated cone of earth called the Arusa, or bride, on the top of which a little maize or millet was generally sown. This bride was calmly washed down by the rising tide, a week or a fortnight before the cutting of the dam. Tradition runs that the old custom was to deck a young virgin in gay apparel and throw her into the river as a sacrifice to obtain a plentiful inundation. Whether that was so or not, the intention of the practice appears to have been to marry the river, conceived as a male power, to his bride, the cornland, which was so soon to be fertilized by his water. The ceremony was therefore a charm to ensure the growth of the crops. In modern times, money used to be thrown into the canal on this occasion, and the populace dived into the water after it. This practice also would seem to have been ancient. For Seneca tells us that at a place called the Veins of the Nile, not far from Philly, the priests used to cast money and offerings of gold into the river at a festival which apparently took place at the rising of the waters. The next great operation of the agricultural year in Egypt is the sowing of the seed in November, when the water of the inundation has retreated from the fields. With the Egyptians, as with many peoples of antiquity, the committing of the seed to the earth assumed the character of a solemn and mournful rite. On this subject I will let Plutarch speak for himself. What, he asks, are we to make of the gloomy, joyless, and mournful sacrifices, if it is wrong either to omit the established rites, or to confuse and disturb our conceptions of the gods by absurd suspicions? For the Greeks also perform many rites, which resemble those of the Egyptians and are observed about the same time. Thus, at the festival of the Thesmophoria in Athens, women sit on the ground and fast. And the Boeotians open the vaults of the Sorrowful One, naming that festival sorrowful because Demeter is sorrowing for the descent of the maiden. The month is the month of sowing about the setting of the Pleiades. The Egyptians call it Athir, the Athenians Paeneption, the Boeotians the month of Demeter, for it was that time of year when they saw some of the fruits vanishing and failing from the trees, while they sowed others grudgingly and with difficulty, scraping the earth with their hands and huddling it up again, on the uncertain chance that what they deposited in the ground would ever ripen and come to maturity. Thus they did, in many respects, like those who bury and mourn their dead. The Egyptian harvest, as we have seen, falls not in autumn, but in spring, in the months of March, April, and May. To the husbandman, the time of harvest, at least in a good year, must necessarily be a season of joy. In bringing home his sheaves, he's requited for his long and anxious labors. Yet if the old Egyptian farmer felt a secret joy at reaping and garnering the grain, it was essential that he should conceal the natural emotion under an air of profound dejection. For was he not severing the body of the corn god with his sickle and trampling it to pieces under the hoofs of his cattle on the threshing floor? Accordingly, we are told that it was an ancient custom of the Egyptian corn reapers to beat their breasts and lament over the first sheaf cut, while at the same time they called upon Isis. The invocation seems to have taken the form of a melancholy chant, to which the Greeks gave the name of Maneros. Similar plaintive strains were chanted by corn reapers in Phoenicia and other parts of Western Asia. Probably all these doleful ditties were lamentations for the corn god killed by the sickles of the reapers. In Egypt, the slain deity was Osiris, and the name Maneros, applied to the dirge, appears to be derived from certain words meaning "come to thy house," which often occur in the lamentations for the dead god. Ceremonies of the same sort have been observed by other peoples, probably for the same purpose. Thus we are told that among all vegetables corn, by which is apparently meant maize, holds the first place in the household economy and the ceremonial observance of the Cherokee Indians, who invoke it under the name of the old woman, in allusion to a myth that it sprang from the blood of an old woman killed by her disobedient sons. After the last working of the crop, a priest and his assistant went into the field and sang songs of invocation to the spirit of the corn. After that, a loud rustling would be heard, which was thought to be caused by the old woman bringing the corn into the field. A clean trail was always kept from the field to the house, so that the corn might be encouraged to stay at home and not go wandering elsewhere. Another curious ceremony, of which even the memory is now almost forgotten, was enacted after the first working of the corn. When the owner or priest stood in succession at each of the four corners of the field and wept and wailed loudly, even the priests are now unable to give a reason for this performance, which may have been a lament for the bloody death of Selu, the old woman of the corn. In these Cherokee practices, the lamentations and the invocations of the old woman of the corn resemble the ancient Egyptian customs of lamenting over the first corn cut and calling upon Isis, herself probably in one of her aspects an old woman of the corn. Further, the Cherokee precaution of leaving a clear path from the field to the house resembles the Egyptian invitation to Osiris. Come to thy house. So in the East Indies to this day, people observe elaborate ceremonies for the purpose of bringing back the soul of the rice from the fields to the barn. The Nandi of East Africa perform a ceremony in September when the Eleusine grain is ripening. Every woman who owns a plantation goes out with her daughters into the cornfields and makes a bonfire of the branches and leaves of certain trees. After that, they pluck some of the Eleusine, and each of them puts one grain in her necklace, chews another, and rubs it on her forehead, throat, and breast. No joy is shown by the womenfolk on this occasion, and they sorrowfully cut a basketful of the corn which they take home with them and place in the loft to dry. The conception of the corn spirit as old and dead at harvest is very clearly embodied in a custom observed by the Arabs of Moab. When the harvesters have nearly finished their task and only a small corner of the field remains to be reaped, the owner takes a handful of wheat tied up in a sheaf. A hole is dug in the form of a grave, and two stones are set upright, one at the head and the other at the foot, just as in an ordinary burial. Then the sheaf of wheat is laid at the bottom of the grave, and the sheikh pronounces these words, "The old man is dead." Earth is afterwards thrown in to cover the sheaf with a prayer, "May Allah bring us back the wheat of the dead." Section 2. The official rites. Such then were the principal events of the farmer's calendar in ancient Egypt, and such the simple religious rites by which he celebrated them. But we have still to consider the Osirian festivals of the official calendar, so far as these are described by Greek writers or recorded on the monuments. In examining them, it is necessary to bear in mind that, on account of the movable year of the old Egyptian calendar, the true or astronomical dates of the official festivals must have varied from year to year, at least until the adoption of the fixed Alexandrian year in 30 BC. From that time onward, apparently the dates of the festivals were determined by the new calendar, and so ceased to rotate throughout the length of the solar year. At all events, Plutarch, writing about the end of the 1st century, implies that they were then fixed, not movable. For though he does not mention the Alexandrian calendar, he clearly dates the festivals by it. Moreover, the long festal calendar of Esne, an important document of the imperial age, is obviously based on the fixed Alexandrian year, for it assigns the mark for New Year's Day to the day which corresponds to the 29th of August, which was the first day of the Alexandrian year, and its references to the rising of the Nile, the position of the sun, and the operations of agriculture are all in harmony with this supposition. Thus we may take it as fairly certain that from 30 BC onwards the Egyptian festivals were stationary in the solar year. Herodotus tells us that the grave of Osiris was at Say in Lower Egypt, and that there was a lake there upon which the sufferings of the god were displayed as a mystery by night. This commemoration of the divine passion was held once a year. The people mourned and beat their breasts at it to testify their sorrow for the death of the god, and an image of a cow made of gilt wood with a golden sun between its horns was carried out of the chamber in which it stood the rest of the year. The cow no doubt represented Isis herself, for cows were sacred to her, and she was regularly depicted with the horns of a cow on her head, or even as a woman, with the head of a cow. It is probable that the carrying out of her cow-shaped image symbolized the goddess searching for the dead body of Osiris, for this was the native Egyptian interpretation of a similar ceremony observed in Plutarch's time about the winter solstice, when the gilt cow was carried 7 times round the temple. A great feature of the festival was the nocturnal illumination. People fastened rows of oil lamps to the outside of their houses, and the lamps burned all night long. The custom was not confined to Sais, but was observed throughout the whole of Egypt. This universal illumination of the houses on one night of the year suggests that the festival may have been a commemoration not merely of the dead Osiris, but of the dead in general. In other words, that it may have been a night of all souls. For it is a widespread belief that the souls of the dead revisit their old homes on one night of the year, and on that solemn occasion people prepare for the reception of the ghosts by laying out food for them to eat, and lighting lamps to guide them on their dark road from and to the grave. Herodotus, who briefly describes the festival, omits to mention its date, but we can determine it with some probability from other sources. Thus Plutarch tells us that Osiris was murdered on the 17th of the month Athyr, and that the Egyptians accordingly observed mournful rites for 4 days from the 17th of Athyr, now in the Alexandrian calendar which Plutarch used. These 4 days corresponded to the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th of November. And this date answers exactly to the other indications given by Plutarch, who says that at the time of the festival the Nile was sinking, the north winds dying away, the nights lengthening, and the leaves falling from the trees. During these 4 days, a gilt cow swathed in a black pall was exhibited as an image of Isis. This, no doubt, was the image mentioned by Herodotus in his account of the festival. On the 19th day of the month, the people went down to the sea, the priests carrying a shrine which contained a golden casket. Into this casket they poured fresh water, and thereupon the spectators raised a shout that Osiris was found. After that, they took some vegetable mold, moistened it with water, mixed it with precious spices and incense, and molded the paste into a small moon-shaped image, which was then robed and ornamented. Thus it appears that the purpose of the ceremonies described by Plutarch was to represent dramatically, first, the search for the dead body of Osiris, and second, its joyful discovery, followed by the resurrection of the dead god who came to life again in the new image of vegetable mold and spices. Lactantius tells us how on these occasions the priests, with their shaven bodies, beat their breasts and lamented, imitating the sorrowful search of Isis for her lost son Osiris, and how afterwards their sorrow was turned to joy when the jackal-headed god Anubis, or rather a mummer in his stead, produced a small boy, the living representative of the god who was lost and was found. Thus Lactantius regarded Osiris as the son instead of the husband of Isis, and he makes no mention of the image of vegetable mold. It is probable that the boy who figured in the sacred drama played the part, not of Osiris, but of his son Horus. But as the death and resurrection of the god were celebrated in many cities of Egypt, it is also possible that in some places the part of the god come to life was played by a living actor instead of by an image. Another Christian writer describes how the Egyptians, with shorn heads, annually lamented over a buried idol of Osiris, smiting their breasts, slashing their shoulders, ripping open their old wounds, until, after several days of mourning, they professed to find the mangled remains of the god, at which they rejoiced. However, the details of the ceremony may have varied in different places. The pretense of finding the god's body, and probably of restoring it to life, was a great event in the festal year of the Egyptians. The shouts of joy which greeted it are described or alluded to by many ancient writers. The funeral rites of Osiris, as they were observed at his great festival in the 16 provinces of Egypt, are described in a long inscription of the Ptolemaic period, which is engraved on the walls of the god's temple at Dendera, the Tentyre of the Greeks, a town of Upper Egypt situated on the western bank of the Nile, about 40 miles north of Thebes. Unfortunately, while the information thus furnished is remarkably full and minute on many points, the arrangement adopted in the inscription is so confused, and the expression often so obscure, that a clear and consistent account of the ceremonies as a whole can hardly be extracted from it. Moreover, we learn from the document that the ceremonies varied somewhat in the several cities, the ritual of Abydos, for example, differing from that of Bizrus. Without attempting to trace all the particularities of local usage, I shall briefly indicate what seem to have been the leading features of the festival, so far as these can be ascertained with tolerable certainty. The rites lasted 18 days, from the 12th to the 30th of the month Khoiak, and set forth the nature of Osiris in his triple aspect as dead, dismembered, and finally reconstituted by the union of his scattered limbs. In the first of these aspects he was called Shenament, Kentiamenti, in the second Osirisep, and in the third Sukari. Small images of the god were molded of sand or vegetable earth and corn, to which incense was sometimes added. His face was painted yellow and his cheekbones green. These images were cast in a mold of pure gold, which represented the god in the form of a mummy, with the white crown of Egypt on his head. The festival opened on the 12th day of Khoiak with a ceremony of plowing and sowing. 2 black cows were yoked to the plow, which was made of tamarisk wood, while the share was of black copper. A boy scattered the seed. One end of the field was sown with barley, the other with spelt, and the middle with flax. During the operation, the chief celebrant recited the ritual chapter of the sowing of the fields. At Bizrus, on the 20th of Khoiak, sand and barley were put in the god's garden, which appears to have been a sort of large flower pot. This was done in the presence of the cow goddess Shenti, represented seemingly by the image of a cow made of gilt sycamore wood, with a headless human image in its inside. Then fresh inundation water was poured out of a golden vase over both the goddess and the garden, and the barley was allowed to grow as the emblem of the resurrection of the god after his burial in the earth. For the growth of the garden is the growth of the divine substance. On the 22nd of Khoiak, at the 8th hour, the images of Osiris, attended by 34 images of deities, performed a mysterious voyage in 34 tiny boats made of papyrus, which were illuminated by 365 lights. On the 24th of Khoiak, after sunset, the effigy of Osiris in a coffin of mulberry wood was laid in the graves, and at the 9th hour of the night, the effigy which had been made and deposited the year before was removed and placed upon boughs of sycamore. Lastly, on the 30th day of Khoiak, they repaired to the Holy Sepulchre, a subterranean chamber over which appears to have grown a clump of persea trees. Entering the vault by the western door, they laid the coffin effigy of the dead god reverently on a bed of sand in the chamber. So they left him to his rest and departed from the sepulchre by the eastern door. Thus ended the ceremonies in the month of Khoiak. In the foregoing account of the festival drawn from the great inscription of Dendera, the burial of Osiris figures prominently, while his resurrection is implied rather than expressed. This defect of the document, however, is amply compensated by a remarkable series of bas-reliefs which accompany and illustrate the inscription. These exhibit in a series of scenes the dead god lying swathed as a mummy on his bier, then gradually raising himself up higher and higher until at last he has entirely quitted the bier and is seen erect between the guardian wings of the faithful Isis who stands behind him, while a male figure holds up before his eyes the crux ansata, the Egyptian symbol of life. The resurrection of the god could hardly be portrayed more graphically. Even more instructive, however, is another representation of the same event in a chamber dedicated to Osiris in the great temple of Isis at Philae. Here we see the dead body of Osiris with stalks of corn springing from it, while a priest waters the stalks from a pitcher which he holds in his hand. The accompanying inscription sets forth that this is the form of him whom may not named, Osiris of the mysteries who springs from the returning waters. Taken together, the picture and the words seem to leave no doubt that Osiris was here conceived and represented as a personification of the corn which springs from the fields after they have been fertilized by the inundation. This, according to the inscription, was the kernel of the mysteries, the innermost secret revealed to the initiated. So in the rites of Demeter at Eleusis, a reaped ear of corn was exhibited to the worshippers as the central mystery of their religion. We can now fully understand why, at the great festival of sowing in the month of Khoiak, the priests used to bury effigies of Osiris made of earth and corn. When these effigies were taken up again at the end of a year or of a shorter interval, the corn would be found to have sprouted from the body of Osiris, and this sprouting of the grain would be hailed as an omen, or rather as the cause of the growth of the crops. The corn god produced the corn from himself. He gave his own body to feed the people. He died that they might live. And from the death and resurrection of their great god, the Egyptians drew not only their support and sustenance in this life, but also their hope of a life eternal beyond the grave. This hope is indicated in the clearest manner by the very remarkable effigies of Osiris, which have come to light in Egyptian cemeteries. Thus, in the Valley of the Kings at Thebes, there was found the tomb of a royal fan-bearer who lived about 1500 BC. Among the rich contents of the tomb, there was a bier on which rested a mattress of reeds, covered with 3 layers of linen. On the upper side of the linen was painted a life-size figure of Osiris, and the interior of the figure, which was waterproof, contained a mixture of vegetable mold, barley, and a sticky fluid. The barley had sprouted and sent out shoots 2 or 3 inches long. Again, in the cemetery at Sinopolis were numerous burials of Osiris figures. These were made of grain wrapped up in cloth and roughly shaped like an Osiris, and placed inside a bricked-up recess at the side of the tomb, sometimes in small pottery coffins, sometimes in wooden coffins in the form of a hakma, sometimes without any coffins at all. These corn-stuffed figures were bandaged like mummies with patches of gilding here and there, as if in imitation of the golden mold in which the similar figures of Osiris were cast at the festival of sowing. Again, effigies of Osiris, with faces of green wax and their interior full of grain, were found buried near the necropolis of Thebes. Finally, we are told by Professor Ehrman that between the legs of mummies there sometimes lies a figure of Osiris made of slime. It is filled with grains of corn, the sprouting of which is intended to signify the resurrection of the god. We cannot doubt that, just as the burial corn-stuffed images of Osiris in the earth, at the festival of sowing was designed to quicken the seed. So the burial of similar images in the grave was meant to quicken the dead, in other words, to ensure their spiritual immortality. Chapter 40. The Nature of Osiris. Section 1. Osiris, a corn god. The foregoing survey of the myth and ritual of Osiris may suffice to prove that in one of his aspects, the god was a personification of the corn, which may be said to die and come to life again every year. Through all the pomp and glamour with which in later times the priests had invested his worship, the conception of him as the corn god comes clearly out in the festival of his death and resurrection, which was celebrated in the month of Khoiak and at a later period in the month of Athir. That festival appears to have been essentially a festival of sowing, which properly fell at the time when the husbandman actually committed the seed to the earth. On that occasion, an effigy of the corn god, molded of earth and corn, was buried with funeral rites in the ground, in order that dying there he might come to life again with the new crops. The ceremony was in fact a charm to ensure the growth of the corn by sympathetic magic, and we may conjecture that as such it was practiced in a simple form by every Egyptian farmer on his fields, long before it was adopted and transfigured by the priests in the stately ritual of the temple. In the modern but doubtless ancient Arab custom of burying the old man, namely a sheaf of wheat, in the harvest field and praying that he may return from the dead, we see the germ out of which the worship of the corn god Osiris was probably developed. The details of his myth fit in well with this interpretation of the god. He was said to be the offspring of sky and earth. What more appropriate parentage could be invented for the corn which springs from the ground that has been fertilized by the water of heaven? It is true that the land of Egypt owed its fertility directly to the Nile, and not to showers, but the inhabitants must have known or guessed that the great river in its turn was fed by the rains which fell in the far interior. Again, the legend that Osiris was the first to teach men the use of corn would be most naturally told of the corn god himself. Further, the story that his mangled remains were scattered up and down the land and buried in different places may be a mythical way of expressing either the sowing or the winnowing of the grain. The latter interpretation is supported by the tale that Isis placed the severed limbs of Osiris on a corn sieve. Or more probably, the legend may be a reminiscence of a custom of slaying a human victim, perhaps a representative of the corn spirit, and distributing his flesh or scattering his ashes over the fields to fertilize them. In modern Europe, the figure of death is sometimes torn in pieces, and the fragments are then buried in the ground to make the crops grow well. And in other parts of the world, human victims are treated in the same way. With regard to the ancient Egyptians, we have on the authority of Manetho that they used to burn red-haired men and scatter their ashes with winnowing fans. And it is highly significant that this barbarous sacrifice was offered by the kings at the grave of Osiris. We may conjecture that the victims represented Osiris himself, who was annually slain, dismembered, and buried in their persons that he might quicken the seed in the earth. Possibly in prehistoric times, the kings themselves played the part of the god and were slain and dismembered in that character. Set as well as Osiris is said to have been torn in pieces after a reign of 18 days, which was commemorated by an annual festival of the same length. According to one story, Romulus, the first king of Rome, was cut in pieces by the senators, who buried the fragments of him in the ground, and the traditional day of his death, the 7th of July, was celebrated with certain curious rites, which were apparently connected with the artificial fertilization of the fig. Again, Greek legend told how Pentheus, king of Thebes, and Lycurgus, king of the Thracian Edonians, opposed the vine god Dionysus, and how the impious monarchs were rent in pieces, the one by the frenzied bacchanals, the other by horses. The Greek traditions may well be distorted reminiscences of a custom of sacrificing human beings, and especially divine kings, in the character of Dionysus, a god who resembled Osiris in many points, and was said like him to have been torn limb from limb. We are told that in Chios men were rent in pieces as a sacrifice to Dionysus, and since they died the same death as their god, it is reasonable to suppose that they personated him. The story that the Thracian Orpheus was similarly torn limb from limb by the bacchanals seems to indicate that he too perished in the character of the god, whose death he died. It is significant that the Thracian Lycurgus, king of the Edonians, is said to have been put to death in order that the ground which had ceased to be fruitful might regain its fertility. Further, we read of a Norwegian king, Halfdan the Black, whose body was cut up and buried in different parts of his kingdom for the sake of ensuring the fruitfulness of the earth. He is said to have been drowned at the age of 40 through the breaking of the ice in spring. What followed his death is thus related by the Old Norse historian Snorri Sturluson. He had been the most prosperous, literally, blessed with abundance, of all kings. So greatly did men value him that when the news came that he was dead and his body removed to Ringerike and intended for burial there, The chief men from Raumariki and Westfold and Hythmore came and all requested that they might take his body with them and bury it in their various provinces. They thought that it would bring abundance to those who obtained it. Eventually it was settled that the body was distributed in 4 places. The head was laid in a barrow at Stein in Hringariki, and each party took away their own share and buried it. All these barrows are called Halfdan's barrows. It should be remembered that this Halfdan belonged to the family of the Ynglinds, who traced their descent from Frey, the great Scandinavian god of fertility. The natives of Kiwai, an island lying off the mouth of the Fly River in British New Guinea, tell of a certain magician named Segera, who had sago for his totem. When Segera was old and ill, he told the people that he would soon die, but that, nevertheless, he would cause their gardens to thrive. Accordingly, he instructed them that when he was dead they should cut him up and place pieces of his flesh in their gardens, but his head was to be buried in his own garden. Of him it is said that he outlived the ordinary age and that no man knew his father, but that he made the sago good and no one was hungry anymore. Old men who were alive some years ago affirmed that they had known Segera in their youth, and the general opinion of the Kauai people seems to be that Segera died not more than 2 generations ago. Taken all together, these legends point to a widespread practice of dismembering the body of a king or magician and burying the pieces in different parts of the country in order to ensure the fertility of the ground and probably also the fecundity of man and beast. To return to the human victims whose ashes the Egyptians scattered with winnowing fans, the red hair of these unfortunates was probably significant. For in Egypt the oxen which were sacrificed had also to be red. A single black or white hair found on the beast would have disqualified it for the sacrifice, if, as I conjecture, these human sacrifices were intended to promote the growth of the crops, and the winnowing of their ashes seems to support this view. Red-haired victims were perhaps selected as best fitted to personate the spirit of the ruddy grain. For when a god is represented by a living person, it is natural that the human representative should be chosen on the ground of his supposed resemblance to the divine original. Hence the ancient Mexicans, conceiving the maize as a personal being who went through the whole course of life between seed time and harvest, sacrificed newborn babes when the maize was sown, older children when it had sprouted, and so on till it was fully ripe. When they sacrificed old men, a name for Osiris was the crop or harvest, and the ancients sometimes explained him as a personification of the corn. Section 2. Osiris a tree spirit. But Osiris was more than a spirit of the corn. He was also a tree spirit, and this may perhaps have been his primitive character, since the worship of trees is naturally older in the history of religion than the worship of the cereals. The character of Osiris as a tree spirit was represented very graphically in a ceremony described by Firmicus Maternus. A pine tree having been cut down, the center was hollowed out, and with the wood thus excavated an image of Osiris was made, which was then buried like a corpse in the hollow of the tree. It is hard to imagine how the conception of a tree as tenanted by a personal being could be more plainly expressed. The image of Osiris thus made was kept for a year and then burned, exactly as was done with the image of Attis which was attached to the pine tree. The ceremony of cutting the tree, as described by Firmicus Maternus, appears to be alluded to by Plutarch. It was probably the ritual counterpart of the mythical discovery of the body of Osiris enclosed in the erica tree. In the hall of Osiris at Dendera, the coffin containing the hawk-headed mummy of the god is clearly depicted as enclosed within a tree, apparently a conifer, the trunk and branches of which are seen above and below the coffin. The scene thus corresponds closely both to the myth and to the ceremony described by Firmicus Maternus. It accords with the character of Osiris as a tree spirit that his worshippers were forbidden to injure fruit trees, and with his character as a god of vegetation in general that they were not allowed to stop up wells, which are so important for the irrigation of hot southern land. According to one legend, he taught men to train the vine to poles, to prune its superfluous foliage, and to extract the juice of the grape. In the Papyrus of Nebseni, written about 1550 BC, Osiris is depicted sitting in a shrine, from the roof of which hang clusters of grapes, and in the Papyrus of the royal scribe Necht, we see the god enthroned in front of a pool, from the banks of which a luxuriant vine, with many bunches of grapes, rose towards the green face of the seated deity. The ivy was sacred to him and was called his plant because it is always green. Section 3. Osiris, a god of fertility. As a god of vegetation, Osiris was naturally conceived as a god of creative energy in general, since men at a certain stage of evolution fail to distinguish between the reproductive powers of animals and of plants. Hence, a striking feature in his worship was the coarse but expressive symbolism by which this aspect of his nature was presented to the eye, not merely of the initiated, but of the multitude. At his festival, women used to go about the villages singing songs in his praise and carrying obscene images of him, which they set in motion by means of strings. The custom was probably a charm to ensure the growth of the crops. A similar image of him, decked with all the fruits of the earth, is said to have stood in a temple before a figure of Isis, and in the chambers dedicated to him at Philae, the dead god is portrayed lying on his bier, in an attitude which indicates in the plainest way that even in death his generative virtue was not extinct but only suspended, ready to prove a source of life and fertility to the world when the opportunity should offer. Hymns addressed to Osiris contain allusions to this important side of his nature. In one of them it is said that the world waxes green in triumph through him, and another declares, "Thou art the father and mother of mankind, they live on thy breast. They subsist on the flesh of thy body." We may conjecture that in this paternal aspect he was supposed, like other gods of fertility, to bless men and women with offspring, and that the processions at his festival were intended to promote this object as well as to quicken the seed in the ground. It would be to misjudge ancient religion to denounce as lewd and profligate the emblems and the ceremonies, which the Egyptians employed for the purpose of giving effect to this conception of the divine power. The ends which they proposed to themselves in these rites were natural and laudable. Only the means they adopted to compass them were mistaken. A similar fallacy induced the Greeks to adopt a like symbolism in their Dionysiac festivals, and the superficial but striking resemblance thus produced between the two religions has perhaps more than anything else misled inquirers, both ancient and modern, into identifying worships which, though certainly akin in nature, are perfectly distinct and independent in origin. Section 4. Osiris, a god of the dead. We have seen that in one of his aspects, Osiris was the ruler and judge of the dead, to a people like the Egyptians, who not only believed in a life beyond the grave, but actually spent much of their time, labor, and money in preparing for it. This office of the god must have appeared hardly, if at all, less important than his function of making the earth to bring forth its fruits in due season. We may assume that in the faith of his worshippers, the two provinces of the god were intimately connected. In laying their dead in the grave, they committed them to his keeping, who could raise them from the dust to life eternal, even as he caused the seed to spring from the ground. Of that faith, the corn-stuffed effigies of Osiris found in Egyptian tombs furnish an eloquent and unequivocal testimony. They were at once an emblem and an instrument of resurrection. Thus, from the sprouting of the grain, the ancient Egyptians drew an augury of human immortality. They are not the only people who have built the same lofty hopes on the same slender foundation. A God who thus fed his people with his own broken body in this life, and who held out to them a promise of a blissful eternity in a better world hereafter, naturally reigned supreme in their affections. We need not wonder, therefore, that in Egypt the worship of the other gods was overshadowed by that of Osiris, and that while they were revered each in his own district, he and his divine partner Isis were adored in all. Chapter 41. Isis. The original meaning of the goddess Isis is still more difficult to determine than that of her brother and husband Osiris. Her attributes and epithets were so numerous that in the hieroglyphics she is called the many-named, the thousand-named, and in Greek inscriptions the myriad-named. Yet in her complex nature it is perhaps still possible to detect the original nucleus round which by a slow process of accretion the other elements gathered. For if her brother and husband Osiris was in one of his aspects the corn god, as we have seen reason to believe, she must surely have been the corn goddess. There are at least some grounds for thinking so, For if we may trust Diodorus Siculus, whose authority appears to have been the Egyptian historian Manetho, the discovery of wheat and barley was attributed to Isis, and at her festival stalks of these grains were carried in procession to commemorate the boon she had conferred on men. A further detail is added by Augustine. He says that Isis made the discovery of barley at the moment when she was sacrificing to the common ancestors of her husband, and herself, all of whom had been kings, and that she showed the newly discovered ears of barley to Osiris and his counselor Thoth or Mercury, as Roman writers called him. That is why, adds Augustine, they identify Isis with Ceres. Further, at harvest time, when the Egyptian reapers had cut the first stalks, they laid them down and beat their breasts, wailing and calling upon Isis. The custom has been already explained as a lament for the corn spirit slain under the sickle. Amongst the epithets by which Isis is designated in the inscriptions are creatress of green things, green goddess, whose green color is like unto the greenness of the earth, lady of bread, lady of beer, lady of abundance. According to Bough, she is not only the creatress of the fresh verdure vegetation which covers the earth, but is actually the green cornfield itself, which is personified as a goddess. This is confirmed by her epithet Sochi or Soche, meaning a cornfield, a sense which the word still retains in Coptic. The Greeks conceived of Isis as a corn goddess, for they identified her with Demeter. In a Greek epigram, she is described as she who has given birth to the fruits of the earth, and the mother of the ears of corn. And in a hymn composed in her honor, she speaks of herself as queen of the wheat field, and is described as charged with the care of the fruitful furrows' wheat-rich path. Accordingly, Greek or Roman artists often represented her with ears of corn on her head or in her hand. Such, we may suppose, was Isis in the olden time, a rustic corn mother adored with uncouth rites by Egyptian swain. But the homely features of the clownish goddess could hardly be traced in the refined, the saintly form, which, spiritualized by ages of religious evolution, she presented to her worshippers of after days as the true wife, the tender mother, the beneficent queen of nature, encircled with the nimbus of moral purity, of immemorial and mysterious sanctity. Thus chastened and transfigured, she won many hearts far beyond the boundaries of her native land. In that welter of religions which accompanied the decline of national life in antiquity, her worship was one of the most popular at Rome and throughout the empire. Some of the Roman emperors themselves were openly addicted to it. And however the religion of Isis may, like any other, have been often worn as a cloak by men and women of loose life, her rites appear on the whole to have been honorably distinguished by a dignity and composure, a solemnity and decorum, well fitted to soothe the troubled mind, to ease the burdened heart. They appealed therefore to gentle spirits, and above all to women, whom the bloody and licentious rites of other oriental goddesses only shocked and repelled. We need not wonder then that in a period of decadence, when traditional faiths were shaken, when systems clashed, when men's minds were disquieted, when the fabric of empire itself, once deemed eternal, began to show ominous rents and fissures, the serene figure of Isis with her spiritual calm, her gracious promise of immortality, should have appeared to many like a star in a stormy sky, and should have roused in their breasts a rapture of devotion not unlike that which was paid in the Middle Ages to the Virgin Mary. Indeed, her stately ritual, with its shaven and tonsured priests, its matins and vespers, its tinkling music, its baptism and aspersions of holy water, its solemn processions, its jeweled images of the Mother of God, presented many points of similarity to the pomps and ceremonies of Catholicism. The resemblance need not be purely accidental. Ancient Egypt may have contributed its share to the gorgeous symbolism of the Catholic Church, as well as to the pale abstractions of her theology. Certainly in art, the figure of Isis, suckling the infant Horus, is so like that of the Madonna and Child, that it has sometimes received the adoration of ignorant Christians. And to Isis, in her later character of patroness of mariners, the Virgin Mary perhaps owes her beautiful epithet of Stella Maris, Star of the Sea, under which she is adored by tempest-tossed sailors. The attributes of a marine deity may have been bestowed on Isis by the seafaring Greeks of Alexandria. They are quite foreign to her original character, and to the habits of the Egyptians, who had no love of the sea. On this hypothesis, Sirius, the bright star of Isis, which on July mornings rises from the glassy waves of the eastern Mediterranean, a harbinger of halcyon weather to mariners, was the true Stella Maris, the star of the sea. Chapter 42. Osiris and the Sun. Osiris has been sometimes interpreted as the sun god, and in modern times this view has been held by so many distinguished writers that it deserves a brief examination. If we inquire on what evidence Osiris has been identified with the sun or the sun god, it will be found on analysis to be minute in quantity and dubious where it is not absolute worthless in quality. The first modern scholar to collect and sift the testimony of classical writers on Egyptian religion says that it can be shown in many ways that Osiris is the sun, and that he could produce a cloud of witnesses to prove it, but that it is needless to do so, since no learned man is ignorant of the fact of the ancient writers whom he condescends to quote. The only two who expressly identify Osiris with the sun are Diodorus and Macrobius. But little weight can be attached to their evidence, for the statement of Diodorus is vague and rhetorical, and the reasons which Macrobius, one of the fathers of solar mythology, assigns for the identification are exceedingly slight. The ground upon which some modern writers seem chiefly to rely for the identification of Osiris with the sun is that the story of his death fits better with the solar phenomena than with any other in nature. It may readily be admitted that the daily appearance and disappearance of the sun might very naturally be expressed by a myth of his death and resurrection, and writers who regard Osiris as the sun are careful to indicate that it is the diurnal, and not the annual course of the sun to which they understand the myth to apply. Thus Renouf, who identified Osiris with the sun, admitted that the Egyptian sun could not with any show of reason be described as dead in winter. But if his daily death was the theme of the legend, why was it celebrated by an annual ceremony? This fact alone seems fatal to the interpretation of the myth as descriptive of sunset and sunrise. Again, though the sun may be said to die daily, in what sense can he be said to be torn in pieces? In the course of our inquiry, it has, I trust, been made clear that there is another natural phenomenon to which the conception of death and resurrection is as applicable as to sunset and sunrise, and which, as a matter of fact, has been so conceived and represented in folk custom. That phenomenon is the annual growth and decay of vegetation. A strong reason for interpreting the death of Osiris as the decay of vegetation rather than as the sunset is to be found in the general, though not unanimous, voice of antiquity, which class together the worship and myths of Osiris, Adonis, Attis, Dionysus, and Demeter as religions of essentially the same type. The consensus of ancient opinion on this subject seems too great to be rejected as a mere fancy. So closely did the rites of Osiris resemble those of Adonis at Byblus, that some of the people of Byblus themselves maintained that it was Osiris and not Adonis whose death was mourned by them. Such a view could certainly not have been held if the rituals of the two gods had not been so alike as to be almost indistinguishable. Herodotus found the similarity between the rites of Osiris and Dionysus so great that he thought it impossible the latter could have arisen independently. They must, he supposed, have been recently borrowed with slight alterations by the Greeks from the Egyptians. Again, Plutarch, a very keen student of comparative religion, insists upon the detailed resemblance of the rites of Osiris to those of Dionysus. We cannot reject the evidence of such intelligent and trustworthy witnesses on plain matters of fact, which fell under their own cognizance. Their explanations of the worships it is indeed possible to reject, for the meaning of religious cults is often open to question, but resemblances of ritual are matters of observation. Therefore, those who explain Osiris as the sun are driven to the alternative of either dismissing as mistaken the testimony of antiquity to the similarity of the rites of Osiris, Adonis, Attis, Dionysus, and Demeter, or of interpreting all these rites as sun worship. No modern scholar has fairly faced and accepted either side of this alternative. To accept the former would be to affirm that we know the rites of these deities better than the men who practiced, or at least who witnessed them. To accept the latter would involve a wrenching, clipping, mangling, and distorting of myth and ritual from which even Macrobius shrank. On the other hand, the view that the essence of all these rites was the mimic death and revival of vegetation explains them separately and collectively in an easy and natural way, and harmonizes with the general testimony borne by the ancients to their substantial similarity. Chapter 43, Dionysus. In the preceding chapters, we saw that in antiquity, the civilized nations of Western Asia and Egypt pictured to themselves the changes of the seasons, and particularly the annual growth and decay of vegetation, as episodes in the life of gods whose mournful death and happy resurrection they celebrated with dramatic rites of alternate lamentation and rejoicing. But if the celebration was in form dramatic, it was in substance magical. That is to say, it was intended on the principles of sympathetic magic to ensure the vernal regeneration of plants and the multiplication of animals, which had seemed to be menaced by the inroads of winter. In the ancient world, however, such ideas and such rites were by no means confined to the oriental peoples of Babylon and Syria, of Phrygia and Egypt. They were not a product peculiar to the religious mysticism of the dreamy East, but were shared by the races of livelier fancy and more mercurial temperament who inhabited the shores and islands of the Aegean. We need not with some inquirers in ancient and modern times suppose that these Western peoples borrowed from the older civilization of the Orient the conception of the dying and reviving God, together with the solemn ritual in which that conception was dramatically set forth before the eyes of the worshippers. More probably, the resemblance which may be traced in this respect between the religions of the East and West is no more than what we commonly, though incorrectly, call a fortuitous coincidence, the effect of similar causes acting alike on the similar constitution of the human mind in different countries and under different skies. The Greek had no need to journey into far countries to learn the vicissitudes of the seasons, to mark the fleeting beauty of the damask rose, the transient glory of the golden corn, the passing splendor of the purple grapes. Year by year in his own beautiful land he beheld, with natural regret, the bright pomp of summer fading into the gloom and stagnation of winter, and year by year he hailed with natural delight the outburst of fresh life in spring. Accustomed to personify the forces of nature, to tinge her cold abstractions with the warm hues of imagination, to clothe her naked realities with the gorgeous drapery of a mythic fancy, he fashioned for himself a train of gods and goddesses, of spirits and elves out of the shifting panorama of the seasons, and followed the annual fluctuations of their fortunes with alternate emotions of cheerfulness and dejection, of gladness and sorrow, which found their natural expression in alternate rites of rejoicing and lamentation, of revelry and mourning. A consideration of some of the Greek divinities who thus died and rose again from the dead may furnish us with a series of companion pictures to set side by side with the sad figures of Adonis, Attis, and Osiris. We begin with Dionysus. The god Dionysus, or Bacchus, is best known to us as a personification of the vine and of the exhilaration produced by the juice of the grape. His ecstatic worship, characterized by wild dances, thrilling music, and tipsy excess, appears to have originated among the rude tribes of Thrace, who were notoriously addicted to drunkenness. Its mystic doctrines and extravagant rites were essentially foreign to the clear intelligence and sober temperament of the Greek race, yet appealing as it did to that love of mystery and that proneness to revert to savagery which seemed to be innate in most men. The religion spread like wildfire through Greece until the god whom Homer hardly deigned to notice had become the most popular figure of the pantheon. The resemblance which his story and his ceremonies present to those of Osiris have led some inquirers, both in ancient and modern times, to hold that Dionysus was merely a disguised Osiris, imported directly from Egypt into Greece. But the great preponderance of evidence points to his Thracian origin, and the similarity of the two worships is sufficiently explained by the similarity of the ideas and customs on which they were founded. While the vine with its clusters was the most characteristic manifestation of Dionysus, he was also a god of trees in general. Thus, we are told that almost all the Greeks sacrificed to Dionysus of the tree. In Boeotia, one of his titles was Dionysus in the tree. His image was often merely an upright post without arms, but draped in a mantle, with a bearded mask to represent the head and with leafy boughs projecting from the head or body to show the nature of the deity. On a vase, his rude effigy is depicted appearing out of a low tree or bush. At Magnesia, on the Meander, an image of Dionysus is said to have been found in a plane tree which had been broken by the wind. He was the patron of cultivated trees. Prayers were offered to him that he would make the trees grow, and he was especially honored by husbandmen, chiefly fruit growers, who set up an image of him in the shape of a natural tree stump in their orchards. He was said to have discovered all tree fruits, amongst which apples and figs are particularly mentioned, and he was referred to as well-fruited, he of the green fruit, and making the fruit to grow. One of his titles was teeming or bursting, as of sap or blossoms. And there was a flowery Dionysus in Attica and at Petrae in Achaia. The Athenians sacrificed to him for the prosperity of the fruits of the land, amongst the trees particularly sacred to him. In addition to the vine was the pine tree. The Delphic oracle commanded the Corinthians to worship a particular pine tree equally with the god, so they made 2 images of Dionysus out of it, with red faces and gilt bodies. In art, a wand tipped with a pine cone is commonly carried by the god or his worshippers. Again, the ivy and the fig tree were especially associated with him. In the Attic township of Acharnae, there was a Dionysus ivy. At Lacedaemon, there was a fig Dionysus. And in Naxos, where figs were called Melicia, there was a Dionysus Melikios, the face of whose image was made of fig wood. Further, there are indications, few but significant, that Dionysus was conceived as a deity of agriculture and the corn. He is spoken of as himself doing the work of a husbandman. He is reported to have been the first to yoke oxen to the plow, which before had been dragged by hand alone, and some people found in this tradition a clue to the bovine shape in which, as we shall see, the god was often supposed to present himself to his worshippers, thus guiding the plowshare and scattering the seed as he went. Dionysus is said to have eased the labor of the husbandman. Further, we are told that in the land of the Byzaltae, a Thracian tribe, there was a great and fair sanctuary of Dionysus, where at his festival a bright light shone forth at night as a token of an abundant harvest vouchsafed by the deity. But if the crops were to fail that year, the mystic light was not seen. Darkness brooded over the sanctuary as at other times. Moreover, among the emblems of Dionysus was the winnowing fan. That is the large, open, shovel-shaped basket, which down to modern times has been used by farmers to separate the grain from the chaff by tossing the corn in the air. This simple agricultural instrument figured in the mystic rites of Dionysus. Indeed, the god is traditionally said to have been placed at birth in a winnowing fan, as in a cradle. In art, he is represented as an infant so cradled. And from these traditions and representations, he derived the epithet of Lycnites, that is, he of the winnowing fan. Like other gods of vegetation, Dionysus was believed to have died a violent death, but to have been brought to life again. And his sufferings, death, and resurrection were enacted in his sacred rites. His tragic story is thus told by the poet Nonnus Zeus in the form of a serpent visited Persephone, and she bore him Zagreus, that is, Dionysus, a horned infant. Scarcely was he born when the babe mounted the throne of his father Zeus and mimicked the great god by brandishing the lightning in his tiny hand. But he did not occupy the throne long, for the treacherous Titans, their faces whitened with chalk, attacked him with knives while he was looking at himself in a mirror. For a time he evaded their assaults by turning himself into various shapes, assuming the likeness successively of Zeus and Cronus, of a young man, a lion, a horse, and a serpent. Finally, in the form of a bull, he was cut to pieces by the murderous knives of his enemies. His Cretan myth, as related by Firmicus Maternus, ran thus. He was said to have been the bastard son of Jupiter, a Cretan king. Going abroad, Jupiter transferred the throne and scepter to the youthful Dionysus, but knowing that his wife Juno cherished a jealous dislike of the child, he entrusted Dionysus to the care of guards upon whose fidelity he believed he could rely. Juno, however, bribed the guards, and amusing the child with rattles and a cunningly wrought looking-glass, lured him into an ambush, where her satellites, the Titans, rushed upon him, cut him limb from limb, boiled his body with various herbs, and ate it. But his sister Minerva, who had shared in the deed, kept his heart, and gave it to Jupiter on his return, revealing to him the whole history of the crime. In his rage, Jupiter put the Titans to death by torture, and to soothe his grief for the loss of his son, made an image in which he enclosed the child's heart, and then built a temple in his honor. In this version, a euhemeristic turn has been given to the myth by representing Jupiter and Juno, Zeus, and Hera as a king and queen of Crete. The guards referred to are the mythical Curetes, who danced a war dance round the infant Dionysus, as they are said to have done round the infant Zeus. Very noteworthy is the legend, recorded both by Nonnus and Firmicus, that in his infancy Dionysus occupied, for a short time, the throne of his father Zeus. So Proclus tells us that Dionysus was the last king of the gods appointed by Zeus. For his father set him on the kingly throne and placed in his hand the scepter, and made him king of all the gods of the world. Such traditions point to a custom of temporarily investing the king's son with the royal dignity as a preliminary to sacrificing him instead of his father. Pomegranates were supposed to have sprung from the blood of Dionysus, as anemones from the blood of Adonis and violets. Hence women refrained from eating seeds of pomegranates at the festival of the Thesmophort. According to some, the severed limbs of Dionysus were pieced together at the command of Zeus by Apollo, who buried them on Parnassus. The grave of Dionysus was shown in the Delphic temple beside a golden statue of Apollo. However, according to another account, the grave of Dionysus was at Thebes, where he is said to have been torn in pieces. Thus far, the resurrection of the slain god is not mentioned, but in other versions of the myth it is variously related. According to one version, which represented Dionysus as a son of Zeus and Demeter, his mother pieced together his mangled limbs and made him young again. In others, it is simply said that shortly after his burial he rose from the dead and ascended up to heaven, or that Zeus raised him up as he lay mortally wounded, or that Zeus swallowed the heart of Dionysus and then begat him afresh by Semele, who in the common legend figures as mother of Dionysus, or again, the heart was pounded up and given in a potion to Semele, who thereby conceived him. Turning from the myth to the ritual, we find that the Cretans celebrated a biennial festival at which the passion of Dionysus was represented in every detail. All that he had done or suffered in his last moments was enacted before the eyes of his worshippers, who tore a live bull to pieces with their teeth and roamed the woods with frantic shouts. In front of them was carried a casket supposed to contain the sacred heart of Dionysus, and to the wild music of flutes and cymbals they mimicked the rattles by which the infant god had been lured to his doom. Where the resurrection formed part of the myth, it also was acted at the rites, and it even appears that a general doctrine of resurrection, or at least of immortality, was inculcated on the worshippers. For Plutarch, writing to console his wife on the death of their infant daughter, comforts her with the thought of the immortality of the soul, as taught by tradition and revealed in the mysteries of Dionysus. A different form of the myth of the death and resurrection of Dionysus is that he descended into Hades to bring up his mother Semele from the dead. The local Argive tradition was that he went down through the Alcyonian lake, and his return from the lower world, in other words his resurrection, was annually celebrated on the spot by the Argives, who summoned him from the water by trumpet blasts, while they threw a lamb into the lake as an offering to the warder of the dead. Whether this was a spring festival does not appear, but the Lydians certainly celebrated the advent of Dionysus in spring. The god was supposed to bring the season with him. Deities of vegetation, who are believed to pass a certain portion of each year underground, naturally come to be regarded as gods of the lower world or of the dead. Both Dionysus and Osiris were so conceived. A feature in the mythical character of Dionysus, which at first sight appears inconsistent with his nature as a deity of vegetation, is that he was often conceived and represented in animal shape, especially in the form, or at least with the horn, of a bull. Thus he is spoken of as cow-born, bull, bull-shaped, bull-faced, bull-browed, bull-horned, horn-bearing, two-horned. He was believed to appear, at least occasionally, as a bull. His images were often, as at Cyzicus, made in bull shape or with bull horns, and he was painted with horns. Types of the horned Dionysus are found amongst the surviving monuments of antiquity. On one statuette, he appears clad in a bull's hide, the head, horns, and hoofs hanging down behind. Again, he is represented as a child with clusters of grapes round his brow, and a calf's head with sprouting horns attached to the back of his head. On a red figured vase, the god is portrayed as a calf-headed child seated on a woman's lap. The people of Cynaetha held a festival of Dionysus in winter, when men who had greased their bodies with oil for the occasion used to pick out a bull from the herd and carry it to the sanctuary of the god. Dionysus was supposed to inspire their choice of the particular bull, which probably represented the deity himself. For at his festivals he was believed to appear in bull form. The women of Elis hailed him as a bull, and prayed him to come with his bull's foot. They sang, "Come hither, Dionysus, to thy holy temple by the sea. Come with the graces to thy temple, rushing with thy bull's foot. O goodly bull, O goodly bull, O goodly bull." The Bacchanals of Thrace wore horns in imitation of their god. According to the myth, it was in the shape of a bull that he was torn to pieces by the Titans, and the Cretans, when they acted the sufferings and death of Dionysus, tore a live bull to pieces with their teeth. Indeed, the rending and devouring of live bulls and calves appear to have been a regular feature of the Dionysiac rites. When we consider the practice of portraying the god as a bull or with some of the features of the animal, the belief that he appeared in bull form to his worshippers at the sacred rites, and the legend that in bull form he had been torn in pieces, we cannot doubt that in rending and devouring a live bull at his festival, the worshippers of Dionysus believed themselves to be killing the god, eating his flesh, and drinking his blood. Another animal whose form Dionysus assumed was the goat. One of his names was Kid. At Athens and at Hermion he was worshipped under the title of the one of the black goatskin. And a legend ran that on a certain occasion he had appeared clad in the skin from which he took the title. In the wine-growing district of Phlius, where in autumn the plain is still thickly mantled with the red and golden foliage of the fading vines, there stood of old a bronze image of a goat, which the husbandmen plastered with gold leaf as a means of protecting their vines against blight. The image probably represented the vine god himself. To save him from the wrath of Hera, his father Zeus changed the youthful Dionysus into a kid, and when the gods fled to Egypt to escape the fury of Typhon, Dionysus was turned into a goat. Hence, when his worshippers rent in pieces a live goat and devoured it raw, they must have believed that they were eating the body and blood of the god. The custom of tearing in pieces the bodies of animals and of men, and then devouring them raw, has been practiced as a religious rite by savages in modern times. We need not therefore dismiss as a fable the testimony of antiquity to the observance of similar rites among the frenzied worshippers of Bacchus. The custom of killing a god in animal form, which we shall examine more in detail further on, belongs to a very early stage of human culture, and is apt in later times to be misunderstood. The advance of thought tends to strip the old animal and plant gods of their bestial and vegetable husk, and to leave their human attributes, which are always the kernel of the conception, as the final and sole residue. In other words, animal and plant gods tend to become purely anthropomorphic. When they have become wholly or nearly so, the animals and plants which were at first the deities themselves still retain a vague and ill-understood connection with the anthropomorphic gods who have developed out of them. The origin of the relationship between the deity and the animal or plant having been forgotten, various stories are invented to explain it. These explanations may follow one of two lines, according as they are based on the habitual or on the exceptional treatment of the sacred animal or plant. The sacred animal was habitually spared and only exceptionally slain, and accordingly the myth might be devised to explain either why it was spared or why it was killed. Devised for the former purpose, the myth would tell of some service rendered to the deity by the animal. Devised for the latter purpose, the myth would tell of some injury inflicted by the animal on the god. The reason given for sacrificing goats to Dionysus exemplifies a myth of the latter sort. They were sacrificed to him, it was said, because they injured the vine. Now the goat, as we have seen, was originally an embodiment of the god himself. But when the god had divested himself of his animal character and had become essentially anthropomorphic, the killing of the goat in his worship came to be regarded no longer as a slaying of the deity himself, but as a sacrifice offered to him. And since some reason had to be assigned why the goat in particular should be sacrificed, it was alleged that this was a punishment inflicted on the goat for injuring the vine, the object of the god's especial care. Thus, we have the strange spectacle of a god sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy, and as the deity is supposed to partake of the victim offered to him, it follows that when the victim is the god's old self, the god eats of his own flesh. Hence the goat god Dionysus is represented as eating raw goat's blood. And the bull god Dionysus is called eater of bulls. On the analogy of these instances, we may conjecture that wherever a deity is described as the eater of a particular animal, the animal in question was originally nothing but the deity himself. Later on, we shall find that some savages propitiate dead bears and whales by offering them portions of their own bodies. All this, however, does not explain why a deity of vegetation should appear in animal form. But the consideration of that point had better be deferred till we have discussed the character and attributes of Demeter. Meantime, it remains to mention that in some places, instead of an animal, a human being was torn in pieces at the rites of Dionysus. This was the practice in Chios and Tenedos, and at Pantyoia the tradition ran that it had been formerly the custom to sacrifice to the goat-smiting Dionysus a child, for whom a goat was afterwards substituted. At Orchomenus, as we have seen, the human victim was taken from the women of an old royal family. As the slain bull or goat represented the slain god, so we may suppose the human victim also represented him. The legends of the deaths of Pentheus and Lycurgus, two kings who are said to have been torn to pieces, the one by bacchanals, the other by horses for their opposition to the rites of Dionysus, may be, as I have already suggested, distorted reminiscences of a custom of sacrificing divine kings in the character of Dionysus and of dispersing the fragments of their broken bodies over the fields for the purpose of fertilizing them. It is probably no mere coincidence that Dionysus himself is said to have been torn in pieces at Thebes, the very place where, according to legend, the same fate befell King Pentheus at the hands of the frenzied votaries of the vine god. However, a tradition of human sacrifice may sometimes have been a mere misinterpretation of a sacrificial ritual, in which an animal victim was treated as a human being. For example, at Tenedos, the newborn calf sacrificed to Dionysus was shot in buskins, and the mother cow was tended like a woman in childbed. At Rome, a she-goat was sacrificed to Vidi Jovis as if it were a human victim. Yet on the other hand, it is equally possible, and perhaps more probable, that these curious rites were themselves mitigations of an older and ruder custom of sacrificing human beings, and that the later pretense of treating the sacrificial victims as if they were human beings was merely part of a pious and merciful fraud, which palmed off on the deity less precious victims than living men and women. This interpretation is supported by many undoubted cases in which animals have been substituted for human victims. Chapter 44. Demeter and Persephone. Dionysus was not the only Greek deity whose tragic story and ritual appear to reflect the decay and revival of vegetation. In another form, and with a different application, the old tale reappears in the myth of Demeter and Persephone. Substantially, their myth is identical with the Syrian one of Aphrodite, Astarte, and Adonis, the Frisian one of Cybele and Attis, and the Egyptian one of Isis and Osiris. In the Greek fable, as in its Asiatic and Egyptian counterparts, a goddess mourns the loss of a loved one, who personifies the vegetation, more especially the corn, which dies in winter to revive in spring. Only whereas the Oriental imagination figured the loved and lost one as a dead lover or a dead husband, lamented by his leman or his wife, Greek fancy embodied the same idea in the tenderer and purer form of a dead daughter bewailed by her sorrowing mother. The oldest literary document which narrates the myth of Demeter and Persephone is the beautiful Homeric hymn to Demeter, which critics assign to the 7th century before our era. The object of the poem is to explain the origin of the Eleusinian mysteries and the complete silence of the poet as to Athens and the Athenians, who in after ages took conspicuous part in the festival, renders it probable that the hymn was composed in the far-off time when Eleusis was still a petty independent state and before the stately procession of the mysteries had begun to defile in bright September days. Over the low chain of barren rocky hills which divides the flat Eleusinian cornland from the more spacious olive-clad expanse of the Athenian plain. Be that as it may, the hymn reveals to us the conception which the writer entertained of the character and functions of the two goddesses. Their natural shapes stand out sharply enough under the thin veil of poetical imagery, the youthful Persephone. So runs the tale, was gathering roses and lilies, crocuses and violets, hyacinths and narcissus in a lush meadow, when the earth gaped and Pluto, lord of the dead, issuing from the abyss, carried her off on his golden car to be his bride and queen in the gloomy subterranean world. Her sorrowing mother Demeter, with her yellow tresses veiled in a dark mourning mantle, sought her over land and sea. And learning from the sun her daughter's fate, she withdrew in high dudgeon from the gods, and took up her abode at Eleusis, where she presented herself to the king's daughters in the guise of an old woman, sitting sadly under the shadow of an olive tree beside the maiden's well, to which the damsels had come to draw water in bronze pitchers for their father's house. In her wrath at her bereavement, the goddess suffered not the seed to grow in the earth, but kept it hidden underground. And she vowed that never would she set foot on Olympus, and never would she let the corn sprout, till her lost daughter should be restored to her. Vainly the oxen dragged the plows to and fro in the fields. Vainly the sower dropped the barley seed in the brown furrows. Nothing came up from the parched and crumbling soil. Even the Rarian plain near Eleusis, which was wont to wave with yellow harvests, lay bare and fallow. Mankind would have perished of hunger, and the gods would have been robbed of the sacrifices which were their due if Zeus in alarm had not commanded Pluto to disgorge his prey, to restore his bride Persephone to her mother Demeter. The grim lord of the dead smiled and obeyed, but before he sent back his queen to the upper air on a golden car, he gave her the seed of a pomegranate to eat, which ensured that she would return to him. But Zeus stipulated that henceforth Persephone should spend 2/3 of every year with her mother and the gods in the upper world, and 1/3 of the year with her husband in the nether world, from which she was to return year by year when the earth was gay with spring flowers. Gladly the daughter then returned to the sunshine. Gladly her mother received her and fell upon her neck. And in her joy at recovering the lost one, Demeter made the corn to sprout from the clods of the plowed fields, and all the broad earth to be heavy with leaves and blossoms. And straightway she went and showed this happy sight to the princes of Eleusis, to Triptolemus, Eumolpus, Diocles, and to the king Celeus himself, and moreover she revealed to them her sacred rites and mysteries. Blessed, says the poet, is the mortal man who has seen these things, but he who has had no share of them in life will never be happy in death, when he has descended into the darkness of the grave. So the two goddesses departed to dwell in bliss with the gods on Olympus, and the bard ends the hymn with a pious prayer to Demeter and Persephone that they would be pleased to grant him a livelihood in return for his song. It has been generally recognized, and indeed it seems scarcely open to doubt, that the main theme which the poet set before himself in composing this hymn was to describe the traditional foundation of the Eleusinian mysteries by the goddess Demeter. The whole poem leads up to the transformation scene in which the bare leafless expanse of the Eleusinian plain is suddenly turned, at the will of the goddess, into a vast sheet of ruddy corn. The beneficent deity takes the princes of Eleusis, shows them what she has done, teaches them her mystic rites, and vanishes with her daughter to heaven. The revelation of the mysteries is the triumphal close of the piece. This conclusion is confirmed by a more minute examination of the poem, which proves that the poet has given not merely a general account of the foundation of the mysteries, but also, in more or less veiled language, mythical explanations of the origin of particular rites, which we have good reason to believe formed essential features of the festival. Amongst the rites as to which the poet thus drops significant hints are the preliminary fast of the candidates for initiation, the torchlight procession, the all-night vigil, the sitting of the candidates, veiled and in silence, on stools covered with sheepskins, the use of scurrilous language, the breaking of ribald jests, and the solemn communion with the divinity by participation in a draught of barley water from a holy chalice. But there is yet another and a deeper secret of the mysteries which the author of the poem appears to have divulged under cover of his narrative. He tells us how, as soon as she had transformed the barren brown expanse of the Eleusinian plain into a field of golden grain, she gladdened the eyes of Triptolemus and the other Eleusinian princes by showing them the growing or standing corn. When we compare this part of the story with the statement of a Christian writer of the 2nd century, Hippolytus, that the very heart of the mysteries consisted in showing to the initiated a reaped ear of corn, we can hardly doubt that the poet of the hymn was well acquainted with this solemn rite, and that he deliberately intended to explain its origin in precisely the same way as he explained other rites of the mysteries, namely by representing Demeter as having set the example of performing the ceremony in her own person. Thus myth and ritual mutually explain and confirm each other. The poet of the 7th century before our era gives us the myth. He could not without sacrilege have revealed the ritual. The Christian father reveals the ritual, and his revelation accords perfectly with the veiled hint of the old poet. On the whole, then, we may, with many modern scholars, confidently accept the statement of the learned Christian father Clement of Alexandria, that the myth of Demeter and Persephone was acted as a sacred drama in the mysteries of Eleusis. But if the myth was acted as a part, perhaps as the principal part, of the most famous and solemn religious rites of ancient Greece, we have still to inquire, what was after all stripped of later accretions? The original kernel of the myth, which appears to later ages surrounded and transfigured by an aureole of awe and mystery, lit up by some of the most brilliant rays of Grecian literature and art. If we follow the indications given by our oldest literary authority on the subject, the author of the Homeric hymn to Demeter, the riddle is not hard to read. The figures of the two goddesses, the mother and the daughter, resolve themselves into personifications of the corn. At least this appears to be fairly certain for the daughter Persephone, the goddess who spends 3, or according to another version of the myth, 6 months of every year with the dead underground and the remainder of the year with the living above ground, in whose absence the barley seed is hidden in the earth and the fields lie bare and fallow, on whose return in spring to the upper world the corn shoots up from the clods and the earth is heavy with leaves and blossoms. This goddess can surely be nothing else than a mythical embodiment of the vegetation, and particularly of the corn, which is buried under the soil for some months of every winter, and comes to life again, as from the grave, in the sprouting cornstalks and the opening flowers and foliage of every spring. No other reasonable and probable explanation of Persephone seems possible, and if the daughter goddess was a personification of the young corn of the present year, may not the mother goddess be a personification of the old corn of last year, which has given birth to the new crops? The only alternative to this view of Demeter would seem to be to suppose that she is a personification of the earth, from whose broad bosom the corn and all other plants spring up, and of which accordingly they may appropriately enough be regarded as the daughters. This view of the original nature of Demeter has indeed been taken by some writers, both ancient and modern, and it is one which can be reasonably maintained. But it appears to have been rejected by the author of the Homeric hymn to Demeter, For he not only distinguishes Demeter from the personified earth, but places the two in the sharpest opposition to each other. He tells us that it was Earth who, in accordance with the will of Zeus and to please Pluto, lured Persephone to her doom by causing the narcissuses to grow, which tempted the young goddess to stray far beyond the reach of help in the lush meadow. Thus Demeter of the hymn, far from being identical with the earth goddess, must have regarded that divinity as her worst enemy, since it was to her insidious wiles that she owed the loss of her daughter. But if the Demeter of the hymn cannot have been a personification of the earth, the only alternative apparently is to conclude that she was a personification of the corn. The conclusion is confirmed by the monuments, for in ancient art Demeter and Persephone are alike characterized as goddesses of the corn by the crowns of corn, which they wear on their heads, and by the stalks of corn which they hold in their hands. Again, it was Demeter who first revealed to the Athenians the secret of the corn, and diffused the beneficent discovery far and wide through the agency of Triptolemus, whom she sent forth as an itinerant missionary to communicate the boon to all mankind. On monuments of art, especially in vase paintings, he is constantly represented along with Demeter in this capacity, holding corn stalks in his hand and sitting in his car, which is sometimes winged and sometimes drawn by dragons, and from which he is said to have sowed the seed down on the whole world as he sped through the air. In gratitude for the priceless boon, many Greek cities long continued to send the first fruits of their barley and wheat harvests as thank offerings to the two goddesses, Demeter and Persephone, at Eleusis, where subterranean granaries were built to store the overflowing contributions. Theocritus tells how in the island of Chios in the sweet-scented summertime, the farmer brought the first fruits of the harvest to Demeter, who had filled his threshing floor with barley, and whose rustic image held sheaves and poppies in her hands. Many of the epithets bestowed by the ancients on Demeter mark her intimate association with the corn in the clearest manner. How deeply implanted in the mind of the ancient Greeks was this faith in Demeter as goddess of the corn may be judged by the circumstance that the faith actually persisted among their Christian descendants at her old sanctuary at Eleusis down to the beginning of the 19th century. For when the English traveler Dodwell revisited Eleusis, the inhabitants lamented to him the loss of a colossal image of Demeter, which was carried off by Clarke in 1802 and presented to the University of Cambridge, where it still remains. In my first journey to Greece, says Dodwell, this protecting deity was in its full glory, situated in the center of a threshing floor amongst the ruins of her temple. The villagers were impressed with a persuasion that their rich harvests were the effect of her bounty, and since her removal their abundance, as they assured me, has disappeared. Thus we see the corn goddess Demeter standing on the threshing floor of Eleusis and dispensing corn to her worshippers in the 19th century of the Christian era, precisely as her image stood and dispensed corn to her worshippers on the threshing floor of Chios in the days of Theocritus. And just as the people of Eleusis in the 19th century attributed the diminution of their harvests to the loss of the image of Demeter, so in antiquity the Sicilians, a corn-growing people devoted to the worship of the two corn goddesses, lamented that the crops of many towns had perished, because the unscrupulous Roman governor Verres had impiously carried off the image of Demeter from her famous temple at Henna. Could we ask for a clearer proof that Demeter was indeed the goddess of the corn than this belief, held by the Greeks down to modern times, that the corn crops depended on her presence and bounty and perished when her image was removed, on the whole? Then, if, ignoring theories, we adhere to the evidence of the ancients themselves in regard to the rites of Eleusis, we shall probably incline to agree with the most learned of the ancient antiquaries, the Roman Varro, who, to quote Augustine's report of his opinion, interpreted the whole of the Eleusinian mysteries as relating to the corn which Ceres, Demeter, had discovered, and to Proserpine, Persephone, whom Pluto had carried off from her. And Proserpine herself, he said, signifies the fecundity of the seeds, the failure of which at a certain time had caused the earth to mourn for barrenness, and therefore had given rise to the opinion that the daughter of Ceres, that is, fecundity itself, had been ravished by Pluto and detained in the netherworld, and when the dearth had been publicly mourned, and fecundity had returned once more. There was gladness at the return of Proserpine, and solemn rites were instituted accordingly. After that, he says, continues Augustine reporting Varro, that many things were taught in her mysteries which had no reference but to the discovery of the corn. Thus far I have for the most part assumed an identity of nature between Demeter and Persephone, the divine mother and daughter personifying the corn in its double aspect of the seed corn of last year and the ripe ears of this. And this view of the substantial unity of mother and daughter is borne out by their portraits in Greek art, which are often so alike as to be indistinguishable. Such a close resemblance between the artistic types of Demeter and Persephone militates decidedly against the view that the two goddesses are mythical embodiments of two things so different and so easily distinguishable from each other as the earth and the vegetation which springs from it. Had Greek artists accepted that view of Demeter and Persephone, they could surely have devised types of them which would have brought out the deep distinction between the goddesses. And if Demeter did not personify the earth, can there be any reasonable doubt that, like her daughter, she personified the corn, which was so commonly called by her name from the time of Homer downwards? The essential identity of mother and daughter is suggested not only by the close resemblance of their artistic types, but also by the official title of the two goddesses, which was regularly applied to them in the great sanctuary Eleusis, without any specification of their individual attributes and titles, as if their separate individualities had almost merged in a single divine substance. Surveying the evidence as a whole, we are fairly entitled to conclude that in the mind of the ordinary Greek, the two goddesses were essentially personifications of the corn, and that in this germ, the whole efflorescence of their religion finds implicitly its explanation. But to maintain this is not to deny that in the long course of religious evolution, high moral and spiritual conceptions were grafted on this simple original stock and blossomed out into fairer flowers than the bloom of the barley and the wheat. Above all, the thought of the seed buried in the earth in order to spring up to new and higher life readily suggested a comparison with human destiny, and strengthened the hope that for man, too, the grave may be but the beginning of a better and happier existence in some brighter world unknown. This simple and natural reflection seems perfectly sufficient to explain the association of the corn goddess at Eleusis with the mystery of death and the hope of a blissful immortality. For that, the ancients regarded initiation in the Eleusinian mysteries as a key to unlock the gates of paradise appears to be proved by the allusions which well-informed writers among them drop to the happiness in store for the initiated hereafter. No doubt, it is easy for us to discern the flimsiness of the logical foundation on which such high hopes were built. But drowning men clutch at straws, and we need not wonder that the Greeks, like ourselves, with death before them and a great love of life in their hearts, should not have stopped to weigh with too nice a hand the arguments that told for and against the prospect of human immortality. The reasoning that satisfied St. Paul and has brought comfort to untold thousands of sorrowing Christians, standing by the deathbed or the open grave of their loved ones, was good enough to pass muster with ancient pagans, when they too bowed their heads under the burden of grief, and with the taper of life burning low in the socket, looked forward into the darkness of the unknown. Therefore we do no indignity to the myth of Demeter and Persephone, one of the few myths in which the sunshine and clarity of the Greek genius are crossed by the shadow and mystery of death, when we trace its origin to some of the most familiar, yet eternally affecting aspects of nature, to the melancholy gloom and decay of autumn, and to the freshness, the brightness, and the verdure of spring.